A Personal History of Three Militant Women and Their Friends 1902 to 1988. Audrey Johnson. For Mary, Topsy and Flo and for all their sisters and comrades. Equals. Philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ad fs the point ts to change tt. Karl Marx ss. We working women, want the bread of life, but as well as that we want the roses and the silkeens of life. To Betty, a waitress equals. Contents. Introduction 1. I Mary Lamb and the Militant Women 2 Red Raggers 31 3 Topsy Small comes East 55 4 Vic Workman travels the bush 75 5 Sticking to the Union 89 6 Flo Davis, who loves to dance 101 7 United Front 115 and Mary 129 9 Topsy 141 10 Flo 149 Postscript 161. Introduction. Sydney is a big city and friends who are in their 80s and live in widely separated suburbs do not expect to see each other often. When Flo Clough, Mary Wright, and Topsy Small met at my house one day last summer they were together for the first time in years, and their talk was of the causes they had shared and the friends they had known in the Great Depression, World War II and the few hopeful years afterwards. Mary's experience in the women's movement goes back to a women's group which called for equal pay in the 1920s, and to the unemployed women she marched with in 1930. Mary and Topsy both worked in a women's peace group in the 1930s. Flo, arriving in Sydney in 1936, was horrified at the plight of women and children in the slum where she lived, and entered the anti-eviction struggle. She and Topsy, working as waitresses to support their families during the Depression, strove to improve the lot of the women they worked with and in doing so built a union, of which they both became organizers, and Flo, ultimately, secretary. These three women, whose ages were 83, 84, and 85, had never retired. Flo Clough was, until 1988 the state secretary of the Combined Pensioners Association and 4 days a week, because it was too early for the local bus service, she walked a mile to Rockdale railway station and took a train to the city, to be at work in her room at the Trades Hall by 7 o'clock. She took Monday off to attend her local branch meeting which is followed by a dance and Flo has always loved dancing. Met her at a town hall meeting where she represented her association in a protest against a government budget which ignored pensioners' needs. After the welfare professionals, employing educated jargon to an audience exhibiting a polite lack of interest, came Flo, a little white-haired woman with a sweet face and courteous manner. There's a ceiling on pensions, her strong, experienced speaker's voice rang through the hall. Is there a ceiling on prices? No, called the audience, its interest and sympathy captured at once. Where did you learn to speak like that? Asked afterwards. In the Depression. You kept a wooden box Harity. When people down the street were put out of their houses and it happened all the time in Redfern and Woolloomooloo you ran out with the box, jumped up and started talking. I had to speak in the union too but Topsy was the one there. Topsy Small, living alone in a flat at Bronte, keeps her eyes and ears on the news. And she saves any useful piece of cardboard. When a national or international news item rouses her indignation, when she is stirred by the action, or inaction of governments, Topsy writes her message in slogan form on one of her cardboard pieces. Then she walks more than 2 kilometers to the busy shopping center of Bondi Junction and stands on a street corner with her placard. There are always people who come over to support me. Sometimes I ask for donations and we send a telegram to the government. Sometimes start a petition. She never misses a peace march or demonstration. It was Topsy who introduced me to Mary Wright, living in a retirement village at Greenacre. I've got a bad heart and my legs have gone, but otherwise I'm fine, Mary said. That included being an active member of her branch of the Union of Australian Women, a leftish organisation which has stood for women's rights and equal pay since the 1950s. As Mary Lamb she was a communist candidate for Annandale in the 1930 state election. Had she addressed the then ubiquitous street corner meetings? Certainly not. I'd had my teeth out and couldn't afford new ones. Then how had she achieved the Communist Party's highest vote? Just kept out of the electors' way, I suppose, and her lively face lit up at the joke. They talked of other women they knew and worked with in those long-ago campaigns, and they spoke fondly of one man in Introduction E3. E. Flo Clough, Mary Wright, and Topsy Small, Sydney. 1988. Particular who worked with them Irishman, Vic Workman, who came to Australia as a dreadnought boy to train for work on the land. Vic knocked about the country and carried his swag when jobs grew scarce. He took part in the struggles against unemployment, against fascism, and for peace. He was Topsy's and Flo's ally in the push to reform their union and Flo's loyal offsider there for many years. Before he died, several years ago, he made arrangements with his family about his funeral. The music he chose brought a strong image of Vic to the friends who loved him and crowded the chapel. There was the beautiful folk tune from his home county of Derry, which is known as the Londonderry air, and then Paul Robeson singing the ballad of Joe Hill, whose spirit goes on to organize. Nothing could have been more appropriate. Topsy, Mary and Flo, this is their story and the story of comrades and friends and the campaigns they fought together to change the world. They are still doing that. 4 at THS per T before young Johnny Hdeen, Jews 18 Mary Lamb at E. Mary Lamb and the Militant Women. Start with Mary Wright, born Mary McAdam and better known as Mary Lamb Sr. in age and political experience to her two friends. When first met Mary, she was smiling a welcome, sitting in the sun outside her front door, grass and gum trees in the background. That cheerful face with its crown of white hair and air of serenity belied any experience of pain or grief. Yet Mary was almost immobilized by bronchitis and heart trouble, and 5 years before had lost the husband she loved dearly. In spite of the double loss of her health and her life's companion, there was an air of calm optimism about Mary. Her kingdom was small, an L-shaped room with bathroom, in what Bankstown Council calls a retirement park. Her room was crowded with well-worn possessions: a narrow bed, a wooden chair thrown out of the old trades hall at redecoration time, books and photographs of friends, family and Clara Zetkin, her political heroine. The Sydney suburb of Bankstown, where Mary has lived for over 30 years, has a history of struggle. Some old residents remember the organization of pickets, under a woman captain, Betsy Matthias, in the timber workers' strike of 1929, the big anti-eviction fight of 1931, and the battle that hundreds of local men fought with the fascist New Guard in Bankstown Square in the depth of the Depression. Bankstown was clearly a fitting location for the house, a small weatherboard which Mary and her husband Tom, federal president of the Sheet Metal Workers Union, bought in the 1950s and where their granddaughter now lives. 6e at Mary's happy marriage and her settled older years were in contrast to the turmoil and deprivation she experienced earlier. When I asked how her interest in working-class politics began, she thought back to her girlhood in Sydney during World War I, when she and her sister shuttled between their separated parents. Mary's father had a haberdashery shop on Broadway near the bookshop kept by Charlie Reeve, one of the industrial workers of the world men jailed during the war on a conspiracy charge. Many people, including Mary's father, thought the intention was to keep them out of the anti-conscription campaign in which they had been particularly effective, and Mary recalled. Since we'd been old enough to go by ourselves on the tram, we used to visit Dad on Sundays and he took us to the Domain to hear the speakers. He was working class and his father, a Scotsman, was killed working on the wharves. My father was against war and religion. He used to play cards with Charlie Reeve. I knew all about the IWW and Joe Hill was my hero. Mary saw her own existence as a lucky accident in an unlucky coupling. My mother and father got married a few weeks before my sister was born and separated just after. Then they were reconciled for 2 weeks. That's when I was conceived before they separated permanently. They were quite unsuited as a couple. I have never known a woman who could cope less than my mother. It was really a tragic life, a wasted, useless life. And my father became a gambler and later lost his business. but her grandmother's home at Willoughby, where Mary lived with her mother and sister, was cheerful, if eccentric. We hardly ever went to school, but there were plenty of books in the house, so we read a lot. Dickens was my favorite. When I think about it, I had a most unsatisfactory, a most unreasonable upbringing, but that's with hindsight. Can't say I noticed at the time. When their grandmother died, the girl's mother, bereft of her anchor, went off to live with relatives in the country, and the girls, E7, did not see her again. They had to strike out on their own, ill-equipped as they were for the venture. They took a room together at Redfern, the cheapest they could find, and looked for work. The year was 1919, the influenza epidemic was killing its thousands, and the Australian economy was, with difficulty, making the transition from war to peace. Restless demobilist men jostled for scarce jobs, though junior girls, the lowest of the low in the wages hierarchy, did not find work hard to get, but living on the wages offered did present problems. Although her sister, aged 17, could manage her share of their food and rent on the wages she earned in a chocolate factory, Mary, aged 16, and on a lower rate, selling ribbon in a department store, could not, so she jumped at a job in a city milk bar, one with more pay. She smiles as she recalls. That's where met John Lamb, the man married. He used to come into the milk bar with two other seamen, one was Irish and one was Norwegian, and they were interested in politics and active in their union. If he hadn't got the impression one day when we were talking that I was for the working class, then I wouldn't have had a chance of him taking me out. He never said we'll go to a dance or this or that entertainment. It was someone speaking in the Domain next Sunday, or somebody's up at Ingersoll Hall *, you must hear that. Was 17 when we got married, and, being of an enthusiastic temperament, started having a family at once. We lived in furnished rooms at Glebe. When little Johnny was born, I used to take him to the Domain. Where else would you go in Sydney on a Sunday? Domestic life was not all roses for a young wife with her husband absent at sea. Her second baby died of gastroenteritis, and Mary, who was only 19, blamed herself for not knowing the right thing to do. The real blame lay with government neglect of basic health services at a time when municipal garbage tips were much more common than incinerators. John swallowed the anchor, as they say. He left the sea and went to work on the wharves. It was hard work. If he didn't get picked up in the morning, he had to go back to the wharves for the headquarters of the Rationalist Society. 8 at afternoon pickup. Then he could be on the job till the ship finished loading or unloading. The award didn't put a limit on the hours they could work at a stretch. It was a hard life for us, with not much money, but it didn't seem hard at the time. I was happy. Their family grew to 3, 2 boys and a girl, and John Lamb was delighted with his role as father of the family and proud of his ability to provide for it. Jobs were not yet scarce on the waterfront, and John had no trouble being picked for a work gang. Foremen favored him for his youth and strength. And he was proud of his union, the Waterside Workers' Federation, which had united the men working on the wharves. He and Mary felt part of the labor movement, though they might do no more than vote. There were 2 labor papers in Sydney: the Labour Daily, organ of the New South Wales ALP, and Workers' Weekly, mouthpiece of the infant Communist Party. The CP in its first few years had acted largely as a ginger group within the Labour Party, its members belonging as a matter of course to the ALP as well. The chameleon of industrial politics, Jock Garden, secretary of the NSW Labour Council, was at one stage on the executive of both parties registered, but the days of the First United Front, as it was later called, were long gone by 1927, when, the Labour Daily having become a dull amalgam of ALP factional politics and the racing results, John and Mary Lamb read Workers' Weekly for preference. There they could get industrial news from Britain, read about the progress of the revolution in China and the menace of fascism in Italy, subjects beyond the myopic vision of the official Labour Party paper. It was from Workers' Weekly that Mary learned of the Militant Women's Group, established to encourage women to work with men for a new socialist society. She very much wanted to join it. We always bought Workers' Weekly, but we didn't know any of the people that had to do with it. Wanted to make contact with them, but I was too shy to go to their meetings. Then Workers' Weekly had an announcement that over the next so many weekends they would canvass door to door in various places, including Glebe where we lived. For weeks I didn't go out at the weekend, and when Dave Williams knocked at the door with a bundle of papers over his arm, I ran down the hall and said, "We've been waiting for E9." In 1927, the year Mary joined the militant women's group, she nurses baby Polly in the backyard of their Glebe house. Note the advertising hoarding at the back fence and Nellie Ricky. 4 years and years later, whenever went canvassing, I used to hope that would happen to me. Somebody might come running and say they'd been waiting for me. No, they never did. Having made contact at last, Mary had the confidence to go to the trades hall in Goulburn Street, knock on the door of room number 12 and tell the women there she had come to join the militant women's group. She learned later that they were quite surprised. In spite of the general invitation in Workers' Weekly, no other ordinary housewife, as Mary thought of herself, had come knocking on the door, with, what's more, a baby in her arms. So, what was Mary's impression of these militant women, at a time when women took little part in politics? Even at the domain meetings she had attended, there had been few women in the crowd and none on the platform. Politically they were advanced and mostly well educated, they were all miles ahead of me. She recalled them by name. Hetty Weitzel, the leader, Annie Isaacs and Clarice Irwin were all school teachers. Edna Nelson, 10 at, was the typist in charge of the Communist Party's office. Jean Thompson held the same job in the Labor Council office at Trades Hall, and beautiful, Golden Joy Barrington darted from job to job and dazzled everywhere. "I think all the men were in love with her," says Mary, "and think she liked to shock me. I was easily shocked." Joy, who later married Esmond Higgins, Nettie Palmer's young brother, believed in free love and didn't care who knew it. Edna Nelson, Mary thought very advanced, smoking, wearing shorts in the street and arguing politics with the men. She was later to be better known as Edna Ryan. These women could all write an article or address one of the regular Sunday night meetings, tasks which Mary felt were beyond her. Eventually she was to find that her talent lay in door-to-door canvassing of women like herself to whom she could talk naturally and persuasively. Undisputed leader of the militant women's group was Hetty Weitzel. She had temporarily given up teaching since her marriage to Workers' Weekly editor Hector Ross, and now gave all her time to the paper and the group. Mary heard that Hetty had come from New Zealand after being arrested over some political trouble there. A detailed account is contained in an early issue of The Communist, the first CP paper in New South Wales. A New Zealand report stated that Hedwig Weitzel, a little fair-haired girl, literature secretary of the Communist group in Wellington, had been fined £10 for selling the paper to a man who pretended that he wanted to join the party. As soon as Hetty took his money, he announced himself as a policeman and arrested her. The Communist was a forbidden publication in New Zealand. The court which fined the girl heard that her mother, born in Germany, was known to be associated with well-known working-class figures and that the forbidden newspaper advocated violence and lawlessness. But the little girl spoke up for herself and said she had always lived in an atmosphere of free discussion. She read economics and moral philosophy and regarded the Communist as part of that literature. She told the court that she had completed an arts degree at Victoria University College in Wellington and was qualifying as a teacher. 1 week later, the Minister for Education deprived Hetty Weitzel of her training college scholarship and cancelled her E11 teacher's certificate, making it impossible for her to work at her profession in New Zealand. Degree university students protested, and so did some Labour Party branches, but it was clear that if Hetty wanted to pursue a teaching career she would have to leave her own country to do it. The following year she arrived in Sydney to resume both professional training and political activity. The more Mary came to know of Hetty, the more she admired her. Capable, intelligent, full of knowledge about art and literature in which Mary knew herself to be deficient. She was a little thing, a Jenny Wren with sparkling eyes, Edna Ryan calls her, and passionate about politics. In 1927 Hetty and Hector Ross, busy in party organization, were also the mainstay of Workers' Weekly, writing and collecting articles, extracting news stories from around the world. The Rosses are heroes, Esmond Higgins wrote to a friend in England. Mary learned that the week/why she had read so eagerly the previous year had been edited by Hetty alone while her husband was away in the Soviet Union, the Mecca for all young revolutionaries. Hector, said Mary, was an amiable young man, so graceful that it was no surprise to learn that he had been a champion dancer, an image that fitted oddly with his stern polemics. Mary was told that Hetty and Hector Ross had been engaged in the project known as the Communist Sunday School, since become a legend. Early communists, like many another minority group living in a society the basis of which they find morally distasteful, were concerned about the education of their children. Since the churches were seen as buttressing a tyrannical social order, attendance at a conventional Sunday school was out of the question, and in 1921 alternatives known as communist Sunday schools were set up, one in Newtown and another on the second floor of a building at the corner of George and Bathurst Streets. Volunteers took the children on improving and educational outings to the museum and to the observatory where, the Communist reported, they viewed the noiseless sapphires that cavalcade the midnight firmament. Registered early in 1922, the CP began to rent premises at 393 Sussex Street, which American Samoa Communist Hall was to be its headquarters for more than 10 years, for the hall had many advantages. It was centrally located, handy to trades hall, and reputed to hold 700 to 800 people, the entire national membership of the CP at the time. The new premises made it possible for 12 at the party to centralize its activities, and one central Sunday school was established. The Communist asked readers who were also parents to consider most seriously the question of their children's education, and it urged the advantages of the Sunday school. Children of all ages were catered for, stated the paper in a style reminiscent of a private school prospectus, and, in the hands of our capable staff of teachers, will undoubtedly lay the foundation of a strong, virile young communist movement in Australia. Hector Ross got the job of organizing the school, and Hetty Weitzel, newly arrived from New Zealand, was glad of the chance to put some educational ideas into practice. When the new school began at the Communist Hall on April 2, 1922, it had 25 children in attendance. Registered the little ones modeled birds and animals in plasticine, while in the older class, the story of the age-old conflict of natural science with classical ignorance was unfolded. Taking as his text the declaration of Feuerbach that all religion is a substitute for ignorance, the lecturer showed how the primitive savage ascribed to the action of gods and devils what everyone now knows was due to simple natural causes. Registered. The Communist report went on to ask for donations of suitable books to form a library. Nature stories were to be preferred to inane tales of lovesick youths and beautiful maidens and other crass nonsense. Also discouraged were stories of kings, nobles, generals, bishops, and other parasites. Future lectures would deal with the nature of the universe and the origin of the class struggle. Scarcely had the school begun its provocative new program when it was publicly denounced by the State Minister for Justice, who told the Sunday Sun that the public should know the poisonous nature of the teaching there. It aimed to build up a race of criminals and disloyalists and not of Christian citizens. Some drastic action should be taken to prevent the minds of young Australians being polluted with such disloyal and blasphemous teachings. Certain steps were to be taken by school principals to inculcate feelings of loyalty in their pupils, he said. Soon Hector Ross was reporting that children at public schools, E13- are to be paraded every Monday morning in a hollow square around the blood and guts asterisk of Old England. After paying due homage to the emblem of free exploitation and the rights of small nations, the little citizens will sing a verse of that dismal dirge, the national anthem. Workers' Weekly. Ross added, the fact that the master class strenuously object to our Sunday school is the very best reason why the class-conscious workers should support it to the best of their ability. The Minister for Justice, T.J. Lay, had more in store. He announced that he would close the Communist Sunday School by means of a bill stipulating a term of imprisonment for anyone attempting to bring into hatred or contempt or to incite dissatisfaction against the King and Constitution of Great Britain or the Commonwealth or any state. As though that were not enough, the same penalty would apply to anyone who incited others to change the government by other than lawful means or who strove to promote feelings of ill will and hostility between different classes of His Majesty's subjects. That should have caught just about everyone with the mildest of subversive intentions. In the Communist, Hetty addressed herself to the children of the Sunday School. Mr. Lay is trying to make the people who do not understand communism believe that communists are wicked people trying to poison the minds of the children and young people with untruths. She suggested that the real reason for the minister's apprehension was that young people who came to understand the way the world worked would not be content to go on working to keep an idle class which squandered the profit, but would want to change things. J.T. Lay, the self-righteous minister for justice who was then outraged by the criminal implications of communist Sunday schools, is now best known for his career as a wartime black marketeer in London and conviction there for murder in 1946. He is also thought to have been responsible for fraud, bribery, and 2 murders in Sydney in the mid-1920s. He died in a criminal lunatic asylum in 1947. The Monday morning loyalty ritual which he advocated persisted and variations survived. Even in academic high schools of some sophistication, into the 1940s. The Communist included a regular column for children, and it was expanded into a monthly supplement which Hetty edited. Its tone was similar to the deschooling texts of the 1960s. It told the children that the old idea, that anything that was enjoyable was not education, was wrong. Their most valuable study could well come from what interested them most in their surroundings. The party classes, they were told, were just a taste of what could be done in a different society. We want to give you a little better education than you are getting now. They quite frankly don't educate you at all. They want merely to train you to do your work in society and to be loyal and content and not to think. The Communist. The Rosses became busy with the editorship of Workers' Weekly and pastoral care of the Young Comrades Club, as it was now called, passed to others, to Esmond Higgins and Joy Barrington for a time. A few years later, Workers' Weekly presented working class ethics in a mock heroic, down-to-earth style in 10 commandments for young comrades to learn. 1. Thou shalt not pimp on thy schoolmates. 2. Thou shalt respect all fighters for the working class. 3. Thou shalt not believe the dope about kings, queens, and dukes read in schools. 4. Thou shalt not go to war for the boss. 5. Thou shalt not scab upon thy fellow workers. 6. Remember thy father and mother are workers and must be respected. 7. Thou shalt not envy labor fakers, they are to be despised. 8. Thou shalt not look down upon Chinese or Japanese or Aborigines, they are all oppressed. 9. Thou shalt always oppose the capitalist robbers. 10. Thou shalt be true to the working class. Workers' Weekly. In 1927 Mary was finding herself involved, for the first time, in activity outside her family. She would have preferred that they participate too, but John, her husband, felt shy about meeting new people and her children were too young for the Young Comrades Club. She was to discover that not all the women who were sympathetic to their political cause accepted the idea of a militant women's group. A letter to Workers' Weekly from a Mrs. E. Reynolds had already illustrated this. Hetty deserves much more recognition than she's ever had or that she's ever likely to get now. The year Mary joined the MWG, the NSW Labor Council published Hetty's pamphlet Hands Off China, and that is where Mary and many others first learned of the sad record of foreign intervention in that country. Hetty Weitzel was also the chief author of Women's Path to Freedom, an ambitious attempt to set out the MWG's aims for women, addressing itself both to housewives and workers in industry. Another prominent woman Mary heard about was Nellie Rickey, who had been on the stage in Melbourne and a member of the Victorian Socialist Party. 2 She came to Sydney in 1924 Tobe in time, she said, for the revolution. She was remembered for her short plays and sketches depicting the ideals of communism which she acted before an admiring audience in Communist Hall. Nellie Rickey represented shop assistants on the Labor Council * registered, and in 1925 she was a candidate in the state election for Botany, the first woman to stand as a communist candidate in an Australian election. She also wrote for Women in Workers Weekly, and her style, for that time, was outspoken. One wonders if the persons presiding in the arbitration courts and on boards of trade consider that women have two commodities for sale when making an award, and one wonders also whether the organized trade union movement thinks along those lines. The fact that no organized protest is made against 39/6 as AE17 living wage for women would lead to such belief. If 39/6 was all the craft unions could win for a woman doing a job for which a man got 85 shillings, she continued, then it was high time that women took direct action to remedy the situation instead of telling themselves that they were only filling in the time before their weddings. Economics would force them back into the workplace after marriage, she said, and they must learn to fight for themselves. An all-Australian trade union league of women would be a step in the right direction. In awe of such a figure and of the other outstanding women in the group, Mary did not believe that she would ever do more than march behind them. She would have been incredulous had she known that in a few years she would stand for Parliament like Nellie Rickey, that like Hetty Weitzel she would edit a women's paper, and that, in the future, she would organize and guide several women's organizations. One of the first things Mary was told was to beware of the feminists. The animosity with which leftist women of that time regarded feminists they were reviled by Nellie Rickey and on other occasions by Hetty Weitzel and Edna Nelson needs to be explained. The term was at that time equated with members of the feminist club which, although it was founded in 1914 to press for equality of status, opportunity and payment between men and women in all spheres, had troubled itself little about working-class women. Registered and oft-repeated claim by the ladies of the feminist club was that women would take more part in community life if only good domestic staff were not so hard to get, an attitude both patronizing and contemptuous of the women whom circumstances forced into domestic service, who worked without benefit of an award and had to tolerate long hours and poor pay. Though the feminist club claimed to be non-political, its president for most of the time from 1918 to 1934 was a National Party organizer, Millicent Preston Stanley. She later worked in an organizing capacity for the rightist Sane Democracy League in 1931 and the women's movement against socialization in 1947. It was particularly galling to communist women that Miss Preston Stanley had succeeded in being elected to the New South Wales State Parliament in 1925, the same 18 at election in which their own candidate, Nellie Rickey, had failed badly. In 1927 the coming depression was already casting the shadow of unemployment before it. A letter to Workers Weekly from a Paddington woman, who told of men being dismissed from the department store where she worked and replaced by women on lower wages, began discussion in the MWG. The letter said that the male employees were bitter and resentful, and she concluded that both men and women should be demanding equal pay for women. After a series of discussions in the MWG, the women decided to begin a campaign, and Edna Nelson was detailed to appeal to the Labor Council for assistance. No one guessed how nervous the confident-seeming Edna was on that occasion. The council offered to donate part of Trades Hall typist Jean Thompson's time so she could organize Factory Gate and Friday night street corner meetings for the MWG*. Though Mary preferred to stay in the background, Edna herself, Hetty Weitzel and Jean Thompson soon became accustomed to addressing street meetings. By the end of 1928 equal pay had become the MWG's main demand, and it headed the industrial list published for International Women's Day in 1929. Not all their activities were so serious, and Mary, who had enjoyed few of the ordinary joys of girlhood, was pleased to find that dances as well as meetings and lectures were held in Communist Hall. At one, called a fancy dress ball, Hetty Weitzel won a prize when she came as Bolshevik Gold. She was tied into a bag and was fierce with false black whiskers, but she gave out political slogans instead of banknotes*. When you come to think of it, says Mary, looking back at those days, there weren't many of us, and we did so many things. She can recall about a dozen women by name and, between them, they canvassed for supporters, spoke at meetings, letterboxed, attended classes, wrote articles and letters, even started a paper, Woman Worker, with the energy of 10 times their number. In the year to come 1929 they would be called on to swell the picket lines, confront the police and organize both relief for families of locked out workers and discouragement of scabbing. And all of these undertakings were practiced with verve and are remembered with pride. 1929 was the year of the big strike of timber workers. Mary insists it was a lockout against the Lucan Awards provisions degree *. They had increased working hours to 48, reduced rates by the introduction of piecework, and allowed employers to take on a higher percentage of juveniles on less than adult wages, where inexperienced workers in a dangerous industry were a threat to the safety of others. Timber workers refused to work under these conditions and labor movement support was generous and prompt. In the first few days of the strike the women of the MWG were on the street with their leaflets which proclaimed "Not a minute on the day, not a penny off the pay," a well-known slogan. The experience of their street corner speakers came in handy as they held women's meetings in Belmore Park and marched into the city. Mary and John Lamb enthusiastically supported the timber workers in spite of the difficulties already experienced by watersiders' families, for jobs in the port of Sydney were becoming scarce as bad times began to affect the flow of shipping. In addition, a national waterside strike the previous year, with meager strike pay, had left most families without emergency resources. The men were tramping the hungry mile of waterfront pickups and the women managed on what little they had. It was at this time of crisis that Mary made an important decision. Felt that I had only been dancing on the fringe, I thought what the Communist Party was doing was right and decided to join. It was not a sudden or impetuous conversion. As well as her predilection for the left since childhood, Mary had been using her husband's union card to borrow the socialist classics from the Trades Hall Library. She had no family opposition in carrying out her decision, and she explains. John would not join the party himself, though he'd walk down to the Domain every Sunday and any sort of action he'd be there, but he was a very shy person and he had a great distrust of his ability to cope with the language. He was delighted though when I said I was going to join. Somewhat to her surprise, Mary found her application treated with reserve. Dave Williams, the canvasser she had run down the hall to meet, had a serious talk with her and seemed 20 at discouraging. This, she now thinks, was a piece of well-meant but wrong-headed paternalism. I think he was afraid that I might become so involved in it which I did that home and family would vanish, which to some extent they did. See, had a husband and 3 children and I was obviously happy. He was afraid, realizing my temperament, the enthusiastic type, that I'd throw it all in for the party. But I was accepted and I joined the party on February 5, 1929. This meant some domestic responsibility for John, who would now put the children to bed when Mary had a meeting. Since for him the sun shone out of the children it was no burden, but he did make a habit of waiting up on the veranda for Mary to return, which made her feel like a schoolgirl and didn't please her. Now she was surprised to find that all the MWG members, and not just the leaders, were communists. She had been the only non-party member of the women's branch of the CP. The present task was to rally support for the strike among the timber workers' wives. Mary was to work mainly in Glebe where she lived, but she also attended the regular women's meetings at the Trades Hall, which encouraged timber workers' wives and daughters to play their part. Soon women who had never spoken in public before found themselves addressing meetings and reading the daily strike bulletins on 2KY, the Trades Hall radio station, which in those days was preferred listening for any working-class family with a wireless set. Some of the militant women with a flair for the dramatic went further. Edna Nelson led a march of women from the Trades Hall to the town hall where the government-sponsored Industrial Peace Conference was being held. Edna had written angrily that the implication of this conference was that the men should knuckle under in the interests of peace, with no suggestion that the offending award on penal provisions introduced by the Bruce government should be altered. As she described it, there was not much time wasted in parleying. We had come there to see at least one of the workers' delegates, so the women just swept into the doorway and proceeded up the marble stairs. Workers Weekly E21. Edna and 5 other women got into the gallery before the doors were closed but were at once tossed out by the police. We joined our comrades in the lobby and sang Solidarity Forever as loudly as we could. Then they gave 3 hoots for the police and 3 cheers for the timber workers and marched back to the trades hall. Registered later, Edna and Joy Barrington led a detachment of timber workers' wives in a raid on the offices of the timber combine near Circular Quay. They were there to deliver a resolution of support for the men, but the combine called the police. The women would normally have walked the distance to the quay to save the threepenny fare, but why should we walk, somebody asked, when the bosses go in cars? So they boarded a tram and refused to pay their fares. Send the bill to the government. What's this, a sale? Asked the lift driver as they crowded the lift. Yes, they called, determinately jocular, and rushed past a bewildered secretary assuring her they all had appointments with Mr. Cork, secretary of the timber combine. How would you like to work an extra 4 hours in the timber yard? They demanded. As they thrust the resolution into his hands, they were unkind enough to notice, with some satisfaction, that he was pale and trembling. In good spirits, they had left the building by the time the police arrived. Events in the suburbs were not, at first, so spectacular. Glebe, near the Harbourside timber yards, was the home of many families affected by the strike. Mary and Joy Barrington organized a women's committee there which met fortnightly at Mary's place to plan relief measures. She says, most of the help for families came from the Alp Leagues. They were able to get bulk donations of food from big firms. We knocked on doors and got donations of groceries from housewives and shops in Glebe. I would have been unhappy to ask for money with everyone badly off. That collection of food went on all year, and the important thing was the women whose husbands were locked out took part. Well-organized financial support enabled the Disputes Committee to allocate an allowance of £3 weekly to each timber worker's family, but their supporters were not all so well off. 4 John Lamb was able to get very little work on the wharves. 22 at. And Mary was managing on much less than £3 a week. To make for more difficulty, her house was the depot for groceries and tinned goods collected in the locality and awaiting distribution. But, she says, it was a bit of a joke in our family. Sometimes there wasn't much for dinner, but that store couldn't be touched. I kept the door locked and I kept a list of the donations and had someone else check them into the cupboard and out again. Didn't want anyone thinking we ate them. Sympathizers who were well off did not make sacrifices like that, but their donations were often considerable, as with the case of Clarice Irwin's wedding present. Clarice, who wrote in Workers' Weekly as Anne Scarlett, was to marry Bill McNamara, son of a famous Labour Party family. Among the wedding presents was a cheque for £20 from the Evitts HV and Mary Alice. That sum was 5 times Clarice Irwin's weekly wage as a teacher, but she decided to donate it to the strike fund. She rang Mary Alice, and the Evitts not only agreed, they added another 20 to the donation asterisk. But donations for strike pay were not enough in themselves to ensure victory. The Lucan Award was widely regarded as an attack on living standards in general, but with unemployment growing there were many who would accept the strikers' jobs at even lower rates, and soon private employment agencies were recruiting free laborers and driving them in. Cars were a scarce mode of transport in those days, especially round Glebe, and when a grocer hired his car to the timber company to bring in their scab labor, Mary and the local women boycotted his store and set up a picket outside. The car was withdrawn from hire within a week. Less successful were visits to the homes of scab laborers to talk to their wives and persuade them that the struggle was one for the living standard of all. Families getting their first wages in months were hard to convince. Mass picketing began in May with the strikers aided by volunteers from other unions. Some came long distances too. A plaque to Bertha McNamara, mother of the labor movement, who was Bill's mother and also mother-in-law to both Henry Lawson and A.E. Lang, can be seen on the wall of the Trades Hall vestibule in Idney. E23. Help, and whole families were regularly on the picket line. Mary remembers it with nostalgic enthusiasm. The first mass picketing was in Glebe at Hudson's timber yard. I'd get up early, put Polly in the pram. I don't know where she thought she was going, but into the pram she went, and down we went to join the pickets. There were a lot of other women came down, a lot of men came down, and they formed this beautiful line of pickets from Glebe Point Road down to Wentworth Park. I enjoyed myself tremendously. So did others. The pickets relieved their feelings by abusing the scabs, who were protected by lines of police, as they went past. On several mornings the woman from the house on the corner managed to sling her washing up water into the middle of the road as the scabs came past. After it had happened twice, the police threatened her with arrest. Among the MWG contingent was Golden Beauty Joy Barrington, who made young policemen blush when she smiled guilelessly into their faces. She generally busied herself behind their line of navy-coated backs, attaching here and there such notices as "I'm a scab's nursemaid, kick me." Her delighted companions knew that, if detected, this athletic girl could probably outrun the police. Local children marched up and down the police lines with a noisy kerosene tin band. The police took their names and confiscated their instruments. Point 4 There were many arrests. Eddie Ward, later MHR for East Sydney and, in wartime, Minister for Labour, was arrested on the picket line and successfully defended himself in court. So too did MWG member Grace Peebles. Registered on one occasion. Hudson's was besieged by 2,000 people. The picketing went on throughout winter. A few years later, during the Depression, Mick Ryan was to head the Workers' Defence Corps. Mary remembers that it had its beginnings in 1929. Mick Ryan had a flying squad among the pickets which was supposed to go round to scabs that couldn't be persuaded any other way and beat them up. Don't think they ever did that, though they might have exchanged punches. But certainly Ryan was like a large dark grey angel flying around Glebe looking for a place to strike. 24 In July, police burst in on a meeting of the Disputes Committee and arrested the leaders. Their offices and homes were searched and they were charged with conspiracy. In charge of the case was CIB Detective Inspector W. J. McKay. He had already been used in the alleged IWW conspiracy case and would shortly lead the police at Rothbury, where a miner was killed by a police bullet. He eventually became New South Wales Police Commissioner, and in that office exhibited an obsessive devotion to rooting out communists. The timber picket line, of course, and not the haunts of razor gangsters and dope peddlers, is the focus of attention for police interest. Jibed Workers Weekly. Readers of the time would know the paper was referring to the razor gang war over cocaine being fought in the streets of Darlinghurst and Paddington without much attention from the hordes of police who dogged the timber workers. The picketing and relief collecting went doggedly on, but they were not enough to stop the timber company's operations. Jobs were too scarce, scab labor too easy to come by. When the strike collapsed in Victoria and the New South Wales government introduced an anti-picketing bill, the men, after their 9-month stand, had to give in. Registered it was a foretaste of things to come. A rather dispirited group of young women met in Sydney the day after the anti-picketing bill was introduced. They were holding the first conference of the Militant Women's Movement of Australia, with country and interstate delegates. In spite of some brave statements and Mary's natural optimism, most reports were in the nature of a post-mortem. Jean Thomson, the Labour Council organiser, admitted that attempts to form United Front committees of ALP and MWG women had failed in both Sydney and Melbourne. The delegate from Cessnock, where miners had been locked out since May, had worse news. After Edna Nelson and Jean Thomson had made an organising visit, an enthusiastic meeting of 100 miners' wives began to form relief committees. But the men formed a council of action on their own and completely ignored what the MWG had done. The secretary of the Union's Standing Relief Committee attended a meeting of the miners' wives, and asked for volunteers from the women in the meeting to work E25. Women of the coalfields, they revered the symbol of the hammer and copyright sickle but evidently hadn't seen an authentic representation. On the Relief Committee, explaining definitely that the whole policy of same had been determined and finalized, and he stated that all who volunteered to work on this committee must be prepared to work under his instructions. This caused a split in the group, some members joining the Relief Committee, others refusing. stating that while they were prepared to work with the secretary, they wanted a voice in the policy. The affair had ended in the demise of the MWG group at Cessnock, and the burden of the last few months had led also to the eclipse of the other MWG groups on the coal fields, they were told. In future, the party had decided, the relief work the militant women had done would be carried on by a different organization, Workers' International Relief, and the MWG could work through it in rallying women to meet the needs of mainly women and children. This change in attitude meant to integrate 26 at women's work more closely with that of the party, was one of the first fruits of the CP leadership change at the end of 1929. Hetty Weitzel, she had reverted to that name in her political circle since the breakup of her marriage, but she remained Hetty Ross in the teaching service, spoke of the general work of the MWG. Women were going to have a hard struggle to become a force in the working class movement, she said, but she had a surprise for them, and she read a letter from their heroine, Clara Zetkin, revolutionary colleague of Lenin and one of the founders of the working class women's movement. Clara greeted the women of the MWG and encouraged them with the prospect of freedom to be won through socialism after present difficulties were overcome. Only later did Mary discover that Hetty had written the letter herself because she thought that the women needed it. When Mary Lamb joined the CP, she was surprised at the amount of personal conflict within it. She had arrived just at the point when the old leadership, with its live and let live relations with the Trades Hall and the Labour Party, was being challenged to confront the Social Democrats. Social fascists was what they were, said the CP fundamentalists, and issued the slogan "Capitalism has two parties, fight both." Degree. Although the old leadership was moving further away from the ALP, the new men wanted them to go further and faster, and, when they gained the leadership, were to go so far that cooperation with the Labour Party became impossible for a good many years. Mary was aware of the personality clashes, the struggle for authority over the small revolutionary group that showed itself in arguments and denunciations, and she admits, "It was a situation that I wasn't wildly excited about. That division, I was in the CP and I was part of it, and it seemed to me that what it did was right, and I wasn't interested in them arguing their heads off. The timber workers' lockout, that was ordinary people struggling for ordinary things, that suited me very well because that was what I wanted to do." Workers' Weekly was open to both sides, and a furious correspondence ensued between Kavanaugh, Ryan, Esmond Higgins, and Party Secretary Tom Wright on the one hand, and Lance E27 Sharkey, J.B. Miles and other Young Turks on the other. Even at party dances the factional line was drawn. Mary saw Tom Wright ask a young woman to dance and noted his hurt and embarrassment as the girl scorned him and abused him for his politics. Pity for the crestfallen young man prompted her to call him over to sit with her and Edna Kavanaugh. She herself had been warned by Sharkey not to be too friendly with the Kavanaughs. It was hard to maintain personal friendships under such circumstances, but Mary had a high personal regard for both the Kavanaughs and appreciated their warmth and friendliness. Jack Kavanaugh was to be expelled from the CP in 1934 and subsequently reviled in its official histories. Mary does not agree. Had nothing but good impressions of the Kavanaughs, but Sharkey told me he considered they should be expelled. Don't think he was right now, and certainly didn't think he was right then. Later they said he'd deserted. Jack Kavanaugh hadn't deserted, he would never desert. He would be a staunch and loyal communist if he lived to be 100 out in the Mongolian desert. The new men won, and Jack Ryan was the first of the old leadership to be expelled. Mary thinks his real crime in party eyes was his somewhat frivolous nature, she recalls with some amusement. He'd come into a meeting, and stretch out on a seat and go to sleep, pretend to go to sleep to show his disagreement with what was said, or occasionally send remarks out through the top of his hat. I remember when I was pregnant again, Edna Ryan was pregnant and so was Ada McFadden. We were all working at the Glebe bookshop and Jack was lying on the floor and he had his hat tipped over his face as usual. He said, drawled, "Really hope the customers don't think I'm responsible for the state of all you ladies." Members of the militant women were scattered, told to work in other organizations. In 1930 Hetty Weitzel went off to teach in the country. She returned to Sydney a few years later but never regained the prominence she had had in party affairs. Clarice McNamara moved into the ALP and was later identified with the New Education Fellowship. Edna Ryan attempted, under difficulties, to stay in the party after her husband's expulsion, writing 28 at defensively to Workers' Weekly that she was not to be considered merely an extension of him. A few years later she followed him out and found her future in the ALP, making a name for herself in local government. Irrepressible Joy Barrington was expelled when she called the new party leaders Mussolini's degree. Esmond Higgins persuaded her to withdraw that, and apply for readmission. She was permitted to go on being her uninhibited self in the unemployed movement of the 30s. Mary remembers. The next few years were very grim, very intense, but extraordinarily interesting. There was no work, no money, we had to live on handouts from the Benevolent Society. John was wrapped up in having a wife and family of his own, but he couldn't bear the idea that he couldn't provide for them. It distressed him tremendously to go to the Benevolent Society to pick up rations, but it didn't worry me in the least. I thought we were entitled to that and more. Glebe, considered a center of militancy, was going to have its own May Day march in 1930, it was to be led by Tom Wright and would later join the main demonstration in the city. Permission to march had either been refused or not applied for at all. Whatever the case, the march was illegal, but that didn't trouble Mary. We did a lot of preparation for the march, went to a lot of shops, and gave them signs and asked them if they'd put this in the window. Some did and some didn't. We were thinking that crowds of people would join us on May Day. We all turned up. I was heavily pregnant with Peter. I was hoping he'd be born on May Day, but he disappointed me. I wasn't allowed to march. They said it wouldn't look good. As it turned out, it wouldn't have been good either. The red flag was flying for the march, it hadn't started, they were still lined up when down came the police. It was very easy for them, because if you see people lining up for a bit of a procession, all you've got to do is go and warn them. Then if they don't take any notice, you put them in the Black Maria. There's no occasion for handcuffs or batons or anything. There were a number of children and they marched on, and I went in just to ensure that people in the Central May Day March wouldn't be E29. Falling down crying because the contingent, the masses from Glebe, hadn't come with them. By the time got there they knew all about Glebe and were busy with suggestions about what we should have done. Those arrested got 7 days in Long Bay Jail, which they put to good advantage by having a class taken by Tom Wright registered degree. Mary had what she called a paper run around Glebe. She made deliveries of Workers' Weekly to regular customers and did a little canvassing to enlarge the run. Her pregnancy worried some men in her CP locality branch. They said, again, that it didn't look good to have a pregnant woman doing that sort of work. On the contrary, said Mary, doors she knocked on were usually opened by women and they thought it was lovely. Later that year, after Peter was born, there was a state election. Candidates didn't need a deposit, just 6 signatures for nomination, and the party expected anyone who could to stand. Mary laughs and says she must have been weak-minded to adjust, but she became the communist candidate for Annandale. Other candidates, seasoned speakers like Tom Wright and the unemployed workers leader Jack Sylvester, standing in his stronghold of Balma, had good meetings, and Lindsay Mountjoy attracted crowds which overflowed onto Parramatta Road. Mary did not speak at all. Her teeth had just been extracted and she couldn't afford to pay for a set of dentures. It's doubtful whether she would have made a speech in any case. She had never imagined herself holding thousands enthralled. The election results were disappointing for the party. No CP candidate had done well, but Mary's performance was clearly the best. It was very embarrassing, she says, of her undeserved success. There was much discussion about it in the party, and the explanation agreed upon was that political dissension in the Annandale branch of the ALP had caused defection to the Communist Party of some Labour Party voters. Mary has another explanation: my name was on the ballot paper as Margaret Mary Lamb. I think I got some innocent Catholic votes. By this time John Lamb was ill and could not work at all, even if there had been jobs to get. Survival became a pressing matter for Mary and her family. If you had a baby and no income, the government would give you an order for milk to give the milkman. You got them from the 30 at Benevolent Societies building in Ultimo, where part of the tech college is now. Ada McFadden and I used to go once a fortnight, Ada from Forest Lodge and me from Glebe, and there was a most horrible woman giving them out. She spoke to people as if they were cockroaches. Ada and I used to get our own back on the way home by planning out what work she would have to do after the revolution, all the dirty jobs. John Lamb went to hospital for an operation, but no one ever said what was wrong. It was cancer. They just sent him home to die in great pain. I'll never forget that. Afterwards it was living with the kids on a widow's pension and working for the party. There was nothing else in life but that, there really wasn't. Red Raggers. Can remember my mother and my grandmother speaking disparagingly of Red Raggers when I was a child in the 1930s. And there are women among them. I thought they sounded rather splendid and careless. One of them was Grace Peebles, a working-class girl from Balmain whom Edna Ryan remembers as not strong on theory, but very active. Grace Peebles. In the late 1920s, Grace Peebles worked variously, as opportunity offered, as waitress, cook or general domestic. Her insistence on her own rights and those of others made her an uncomfortable employee, and she frequently had to change jobs. Readers of Workers' Weekly were familiar with her letters extolling her causes and denouncing bad employment conditions and practices. Her first letter appeared in 1928 when she was working as a cook in a hash joint on the waterfront, and she described the direct action she took in the interests of her customers' health. Most hash proprietors, she wrote, make their cash by serving the stuff that should go in the garbage bin to members of the working class. So, aligning herself with the wharfy customers against the boss, she refused to heat up 3-day-old curry and threw it out instead. She urged other cooks to follow her example and the women among them to join the MWG, where we learn a working class outlook. Grace had ample opportunity to display her working class attitudes during the timber workers' strike. She was working in a private house at the time and was told to take delivery of a load of timber while the family was out. Arguing with her employer that timber was black did not change his mind, and when she could not persuade the truck driver that he was carrying an immoral load, she refused to take delivery and chased him off with a good fox terrier at his heels. Soon Grace, bereft of her job, was standing with the timber workers on the picket line and, predictably, was arrested and charged with offensive behavior, a charge against which she successfully defended herself in court. A few months later, Grace Peebles was at the Sydney Free Labour Exchange trying to persuade out-of-work men not to take the jobs of northern miners on strike against a 12.5% wage cut. Her successes here were rare among men, some of whom had been without work for months and wanted to take something home to their families. The following year, Grace, out of a job and a delegate to the Unemployed Workers Movement's state conference, was one of 2 women elected to the executive of the UWM and probably had a hand in the statement the conference issued on women. Previously, the labor movement has shut its eyes to the conditions of working women and has followed the bourgeois illusion about women's place in the home. The UWM denounces all labor organizations denying working women their rightful place and proclaims as its policy the energetic struggle to unite the unemployed women workers in this movement. E33. Kid. Women's Department of Australia. The statement was carried in Working Woman, the new paper produced by women in the Communist Party and edited by Hetty Weitzel, among others. The editorial of this first issue stated, "First and foremost, this paper will defend the women in industry who are forced to accept lower wages for the same work as the men. It will fight in the everyday struggle for equal pay for equal work." The paper's other targets at this time were the landlords responsible for evictions, the trade union bureaucracies which kept women out of unions and so hindered their industrial organization, and the state government which had begun to follow the 19th century precedent of transferring the unemployed to country regions. Unemployed women could not get relief unless they had first reported to the Government Labor Bureau for work, and the only jobs it had to offer were in domestic service, mainly in the country and sometimes in the far outback. Unemployed women had not at first been entitled to rations, but could now receive them 1 tin of milk, 1 tin of jam, half a pound of butter, a quarter pound of sugar, half a cake soap, 3 loaves of bread, 1 shilling's worth of meat registered, but the right to this deplorable diet could be withdrawn if a woman refused an allocated job, and Grace had already lost hers for refusing a job in the country. Next, she led a group of women to attend a meeting which 34 at this meeting of the women's section of the Sane Democracy League, chaired by feminist militant Preston Stanley, resolved unanimously to aim for the deportation of communists, the punishment of sedition by the forfeiture of all citizens' rights. The purveyors of official charity, the Advisory Committee of the Unemployed Relief Fund, called in the town hall. Certainly the unemployed women did not come to cheer, and when the governor, Sir Philip Game, declared we will all have to make sacrifices, there was uproar. Interjecting women were told to seek work at the Labour Bureau, which caused a further din, while the Lord Mayor, catching sight of Grace Peebles's evidently familiar face, told her that she would not get a job from the Bureau registered after smaller deputations to Parliament had failed. A large group of unemployed women took part in a mass demonstration in the form of a march to Macquarie Street to treat with the newly elected Lang Labour government. When police attempted to block them, the women, who were not disposed to halt, responded by trying to push their way through. In the melee 6 women were arrested. They included Grace Peebles, Joy Barrington, the writer Jean Devaney and her daughter Patricia. As they were shoved into a police car, Joy Barrington skipped out the other side and rejoined the fray. Grace Peebles tried to follow but wasn't quick enough, and a policeman pulled her back by the leg. All 6, however, landed in Long Bay Jail. Grace Peebles recorded the event. On being asked what religion, we replied, "We are atheists." The officer was shocked beyond words. "Surely you were christened," she said. Having gone through this cross-examination, we proceeded to change our private clothes for the prison garb, principally made of unbleached calico, with red stripes on all of it, even on the caps we were given to wear. Our stockings were white cotton and the boots were big and cumbersome. We had a real good hearty laugh at each other when we were fitted out. Still retaining our good spirits, we proceeded to our destination, the B Hall. We were given half a loaf of dry bread and some liquid called soup, I think, in a tin, which we declined to eat. In the cell 2 marble shelves were fitted into the wall with the necessary utensils for meals. My bed was a hammock slung from wall to wall by 4 hooks fastened into the wall, and 3 blankets were supplied. A book hanging on the wall contained the prison regulations. One rule struck me very forcibly and read as follows: in the event of a prisoner giving an officer any trouble or attempting to assault her, the other prisoners are immediately to go to her assistance. Imagine any of us assisting the police when we realize the police at all times are the enemies of the working class, and these officers are just the same as the police outside the jail. Half a loaf of bread, 1 ounce brown sugar and some hominy in a tin dish, with a pannikin of tea were supplied for breakfast at 6:30 m. Again we declined to eat. As we were put on hard labor, we were given an unbleached chemise to sew, the red stripe of course being prominent. The routine was the same till Saturday, when we were allowed to attend the pictures. On the show finishing, the grand old God Save was played. Of course we kept our seats while all the prisoners stood to attention and sang heartily. The officer's eyes were on us, and over she bounced, demanding us to stand and sing. We then stood up and sang the red flag. Working woman. 36 at. Grace and the others continued the hunger strike throughout their jail term in protest against the conviction of the Clovelly boys, for their alleged crime of burning down a house after an eviction. Most of the women landed in hospital and some were forcibly fed. Workers Weekly summed up on Grace Peebles and her comrades. Women workers are prepared and willing to fight, when they realize the necessity for it, even more determinedly and courageously than the men. Though Mary took part in all the protest marches with the unemployed, she was never arrested and didn't land in jail. The nearest she came to that was when she was chased by police during a demonstration in Railway Square. She escaped by dodging through stationary trams which had been held up by the crowd. One factor in this episode must have been Mary's physical fitness. She used to measure it by her ability to run up William Henry Street, one of Sydney's steepest hills, without puffing. The fighting spirit which Workers' Weekly could discern in all these women was to be needed in getting them through the next few difficult years. Edna and Norma Stack. When Mary Lamb nominated for Annandale in the 1930 election, she needed 6 nominees. Someone told her to ask the Stack family who lived in Nelson Street and so get all her nominees at once, and that she did. The Stacks, Irish father, Scots-Australian mother, and 6 grown-up daughters, were glad to give their support. Mady recalls. 2 of the Stack girls worked in Bond's hosiery mill and they were active politically. Their union textile workers neglected them, so Norma acted as unofficial shop steward. Edna used to speak at street meetings. E37. The Stack girls were loopers. Their work was to transfer all the tiny stitches of the leg section of an artificial silk stocking to the needles of another machine which would complete the foot, a demanding and boringly repetitive task. Norma made her name among the mill workers, mostly young girls, when she shut off the power for the machines on an occasion when a new buzz and bell alarm speed-up system was driving them to hysteria. "We can't work like that," she said. The other women backed her and the system was abandoned. Edna Fagan can remember the dread of the great overhead belt which drove the power machinery on the work floor. There was a constant danger of it breaking when it could whip out and injure anyone passing. They all had to pass it several times a day as they collected their work and delivered it to the supervisor on completion. Edna also cannot forget when a young girl had her arm dragged into unguarded machinery, and the sight of the mutilated limb when she was released. A union representative came to the mill after that accident, but all the women saw of him was as he went into the manager's office for a cup of tea. It was the apathy of their union with which they associated the Labour Party that caused the Stacks to look with interest at more militant organisations, like the Militant Minority Movement, which might do something more. Edna lost her job at Bonds because she picketed with the timber workers and collected for their strike fund at work, but she was a skilled hand and soon found similar employment elsewhere. In Nelson Street, Annandale, where the Stacks lived, was a disused hotel which served as headquarters for the unemployed workers' movement, a loose association of largely homeless and occasionally violent young men. The UWM was headed by an executive which included John Anderson, professor of philosophy at Sydney University, then in the Marxist stage of his controversial career. But its most visible leader was Jack Sylvester, said to be a former sergeant major in the British Army. He lived and had most of his following in Balmain, the site of another UWM hostel. The hostels provided both a centre for organisation and accommodation for UWM activists, who were usually young, single men without family ties. The Stack family house provided them with a second home. Every Sunday was open house, and 38E. Sunday dinner might be attended by up to 20 of the young unemployed. The Stack girls had kind hearts and often spent their weekends helping inept young men with their mending or laundry. Although she and her sister had worked in the mill all week and the men had not been working, Edna did not, at the time, see this as unusual. She had, after all, grown up in a household with a dreamy father and a busy, competent mother who was, during the week, doing washing for her family and the young men too. There were few days when the fire was not burning under her fuel copper. Each UWM branch had an anti-eviction committee on the lookout for threatened evictions, willing to confront the landlord, trying to negotiate terms for continued occupancy, and threatening a boycott of the premises if agreement were not reached. Such tactics were often successful. In 1931, if a threatened family called in the UWM and the landlord refused to withdraw, the house would be picketed. In a later development, the house might be occupied. Such was the case with the house in Starling Street, Leichhardt, and the Stack girls did their bit by taking breakfast to the pickets before work each morning, and their dinner at night. So Norma and Edna were both there when a large detachment of police raided the house and attacked the pickets and the crowd outside. When Norma, furious at the battening of an old man in the crowd, punched the policeman responsible, the police arrested Edna, well known to them as a street corner speaker, and charged her instead. Whether they mistook her for Norma or took advantage of an opportunity to arrest a troublemaker, she didn't know. It was a matter of principle in the unemployed movement to refuse to pay a fine, so Edna Stack went to jail for 7 days. It wasn't too bad, she says. She was protected by Kate Lee, queen of the underworld, who happened to be in for consorting. Lee sympathized with the unemployed and was friendly to Edna because she'd fought the police on their behalf. In a short time after the Leichhardt eviction fight, violence increased, and both sides, expecting it, prepared for it. The Workers' Defense Corps, formed to fight back if the police attacked workers' meetings or marches, had several branches within or loosely connected to the UWM. E39. An anti-eviction crowd gathered outside a Sydney suburban house in 1931. One of these was made up largely of men of Irish descent, so was known in the movement as the Irish Brigade. Edna and the rest of the Stack family knew all about it. Registered, the Irish Brigade added the fruits of a long tradition of enmity to British authority to working class dislike of the police. Following the rough treatment received in several eviction demonstrations, they began to collect arms. Revolvers were all they could get until someone brought some gelignite up from the South Coast mines. The guns were hidden underground in a friendly backyard, only taken out at night, and lovingly and regularly cleaned. In the event, it was the police and not the pickets who used guns in evictions at Bankstown and Newtown in June 1931. Pickets were still fortifying the Bankstown house they had occupied, and the Irish Brigade was preparing to bring in its arms, when the police unexpectedly attacked, several days before the eviction notice became legally operative. The police shot and wounded one of the defenders and arrested those who 40 tried to beat them back with sticks and stones. Mick Ryan, leader of the Workers' Defense Corps, was a tall, handsome man, reputedly the lover of novelist Jean Devaney. Registered despite a flamboyant nature and an Irish name, he was also possessed of a certain practical caution. When one of the Irish Brigade came to him, gave him a gun and said he could get plenty more, enough to arm the whole WDC, Mick Ryan was suspicious, said nothing, but took the gun to an armorer he knew. "It's a police gun," the man told him. The threat was immediately apparent. Leaders of the unemployed were being tempted by an informer into a situation where they could be denounced as armed insurrectionists. Swift, stern action was taken inside the unemployed movement and the Irish detachment had its guns confiscated. Mary Lamb, who was attached to the unemployed movement, had a part in getting rid of the guns. "They were handed to me to pass on to Paddy Drew. The ones saw were a mixed bag. I was strongly tempted to hang on to one, a small one, just nice for putting in your handbag, but I handed them all over to Paddy." Rumor had it that Paddy Drew, an old and trusted party member, got rid of the guns by tossing them into the waters of White Bay. Violence continued when police made a baton attack on a Glebe unemployed demonstration, which has since become known as the Glebe Dole riot. During the fighting, one man wrested a baton from the police sergeant wielding it, and knocked him to the ground. The man was said to have been a recent arrival from the Northern Territory and not even a UWM member, but it was clear that if the sergeant were badly injured, the UWM would be held responsible. Thinking to destroy the evidence, a young man who had seen the incident, one of the UWM hostel dwellers, grabbed the baton and ran with it. Edna had the story from her mother. "He ran down the canal from Glebe to Annandale with the baton and the police after him, and he jumped our back fence. Mum was in the outside laundry doing the washing. He said a policeman's been clobbered with this and he might be done for. Mum says, 'Give it to me, Freddie, and keep on running.' She threw the baton into the fire under the copper, and when the fire was out, she E41 raked it out. It was made of leather and filled with lead. She buried it in the backyard. I suppose it's still there. Freddie escaped over the neighboring fences. The police sergeant recovered." Edna married a member of the Irish Brigade, Jack Fagan, who did some acting in Jean Devaney's Workers' Art Club. Later he took it up professionally and achieved success, ironically as a police inspector, in the Australian television series Homicide. At the end of 1931 Smith's Weekly published a feature, Who's Who in Communism, announcing that Smith's tears the veil of secrecy. The newspaper declared, the list of Reds given below is the result of intensive investigation over a long period, and it is embodied in a confidential report now in the hands of the NSW government. The secret list included Grace Peebles, Advocates Strong Measures, and Edna Stack Good, street speaker and organizer, but some of its entries would have to be described as imaginative. Mary Lamb, it seems, was a fiery speaker, moves from one address to another practically weekly. Organizer for the workers' paper. Mary, who had never spoken publicly, admits that, struggle as you might, there was inevitably a time when there was no money for the rent, and that was when you moved. I managed with as little furniture as could. She says it was a handicap when you had to move. Lucy Edoke. Lucy Edoke is described in Smith's secret list simply as mother of Jane Lindsay Mountjoy, a CP organizer, but, says Mary, she was a very militant woman in her own right and one who suffered a deal of prejudice and heartbreak. Lucy was Aboriginal and she came from somewhere in Queensland. Her daughter Lindsay was married to Bill Mountjoy, a White Party organizer known to the irreverent young as Das Kapital, as he was observed to carry a volume of that work rather frequently under his arm. 2 Perhaps he needed to emphasize his revolutionary dedication as he had an unfortunately respectable con. 42 at Nection. His brother Don was a Western Australian Labor Member of Parliament. At this time Lucy Edoke was living in one of the western suburbs of Sydney with her 3 sons. When Mary organised relief for the near-destitute families of the unemployed in Glebe, Lucy often drove into town on a horse and dray, with a load of pies for the unemployed. There were mutton pies and blackberry pies. In those days there were plenty of blackberry bushes on the road down the south coast, and her boys would go on their bikes to get them. As for the mutton, someone would get a few sheep out of home bush sale yards, and before they were missed they'd be in Mrs. Edoke's pies. But tragedy entered Lucy Edoke's family when her youngest boy, Adam, only 15, was killed in a road accident. He had been on his bike with a kerosene tin on the handlebars, going for blackberries for his mother's pies. Noel and Dick, her other 2 sons, belonged to the unemployed workers movement and were active in picketing houses where eviction was threatened. Already, in the poorer parts of Sydney there were streets of empty houses, the results of evictions, and no one with the money to rent them. But some families were spending weeks on vacant land, in cemeteries, even in the Domain, lucky if they had a tarpaulin to shelter under. And an army of men was going on the road. Noel Edoke was one of the UWM pickets occupying a Redfern house after the UWM decided they could contest the eviction better from inside. Up to this point evictions had been left to the bailiffs. Now for the first time the police intervened in an eviction case, and they did so dramatically, breaking down the front door with a sledgehammer and battering both occupiers and some of the crowd that gathered outside. Noel, aged 20, was among those arrested and sent to jail. A few weeks later Dick Edoke was shot by police in the eviction struggle at Bankstown, and while he was in the ambulance on the way to hospital they charged him with assault. Skeptics regarded the charge as a contrived justification for the shooting. The case drew some newspaper attention when one of the UWM pickets told the court he had been right through the war, including the Gallipoli campaign, without seeing brutality to equal that of the police in their attack on the pickets. 28 Dick Edoke got 18 months, the heaviest sentence of those arrested. E43. At the Glebe Dole riot Noel Edoke was arrested again, one of those charged with battering a police sergeant. Edna declares that the real culprit escaped. Noel Edoke got 2.5 years, the heaviest sentence imposed. It is hard to believe that the Edokes were not being targeted by the police. In a demonstration outside Darlinghurst Court, Lucy Edoke and her daughter Lindsay were both arrested for using insulting words to the police. You can't blame them, says Mary Jean Devana. The militant women's group had been told that henceforth they would fulfill the welfare functions of their organization through Workers' International Relief degree, but it was another year before that body became properly established in Australia. WIR, the Workers' Red Cross, had first been set up in the early 1920s for the workers of the world to assist the Russian victims of civil war, famine and foreign intervention *. It owed its present revival to the belief that the final conflict between capital and labor was about to begin. Workers, your eviction committees must be fed. Patrols of the UWM pickets must be fed during strikes and lockouts. Australia is on the verge of economic collapse, and this means the tightening of the screw upon your conditions. It means the tiger claws of bloodlusting capitalism at the throats of your wives and children. On whom but themselves can the workers depend for relief? Only their own efforts, their own determination and grit, can prevent them from being beaten to the dust. The writer was Jean Devaney, WIR's newly appointed National Secretary. Black-haired, white-faced, a woman with an intense air of dedication, she stirred and inspired audiences as lecturer for a number of left-wing causes in the 1930s. A splendid agitational speaker, Edgar Ross calls her. Jean Devaney was a New Zealander, one of a large family, her father a coal miner, in an industry that caused his death. She left school at 13, married at 17, quickly bore 2 children, and soon had her mind engaged in militant politics. She also began to write, and it was at first as an author that she became widely known. 44 After coming to Sydney with her husband and their children in 1929, Jean Devaney and her daughter Patricia involved themselves in political activity among jobless women. When they marched in the first large unemployed women's demonstration in 1930, and were among those arrested, there was a story that a warder had reproached 16-year-old Patricia with, "What would your mother say?" and had been told, "You'd better ask her, she's in the next cell." Besides her reputation as an author, Jean Devaney is remembered nowadays largely because she advocated sexual freedom for women equivalent to that enjoyed by men. Mary believes that her championing of birth control, while related, was more important. She campaigned for wide dissemination of knowledge about birth control and was as willing to address meetings on that subject as on politics. Indeed, she considered birth control a political topic. The official party attitude was cautious, and when an article on birth control appeared in Working Woman, it was accompanied by a careful disclaimer which said the opinions in it were not necessarily endorsed by the editorial board. The article, though anonymous, is in Jean Devaney's style. Women are the guardians of the race. Through their bodies life flows from one generation to another down the ages. It is our responsibility that no human life set out on its journey handicapped by hereditary disease nor condemned from birth to be scourged by the whips of hunger and poverty. It is our right, though collectively we have never claimed it yet, to dictate terms as to the conditions into which our children shall be born. In her close contact with working-class women, Mary was aware of their dread of pregnancy. Many were desperate not to add to the size of their struggling family during the Depression. Added to this was their terror of the unqualified abortionist, the only one they could afford, said to operate with knitting needle and crochet hook. Jean Devaney's birth control crusade was much needed. Women couldn't have sexual equality, says Mary. They couldn't even enjoy a sexual relationship at home with their own husband unless they were easy in their minds, free of the worry of pregnancy. In spite of the great affection she felt for Jean Devaney and at 45. Recollection of some thrilling speeches, Mary is dubious about her worth as WIR secretary. "We'd say now it wasn't a good choice, not her cup of tea. Yes, to get up on the platform and explain what they wanted and so forth, but to settle down and work, no. She was too volatile for the job." Jean could inspire people with the urgency of the cause, Mary considers, but had not the patience for the day-to-day effort. She developed great enthusiasm, however, for the artistic potential of WIR, a possibility made clear to her when she was invited to the International Congress WIR held in Berlin at the end of 1931. In that city, already under authoritarian rule, the menace of fascism was incipient everywhere. Streets leading to the Congress were crowded with hostile police, Congress placards were prohibited and the communist newspaper already banned. Congress delegates gave the German delegation an emotional welcome, and Jean Devaney's description of the scene has an added poignancy because we know that those same young people she writes of would be among Hitler's first victims 2 years later. On the entry of the young German delegation, she wrote, "The Congress rose to its feet and cheered. The Internationale filled the hall. Slogans were shouted from all sides and then came the mighty salute of the Germans, wrote front * 3 times repeated with clenched fists flung high. The Australian party had not seen cultural work as important in the class struggle the German party plainly did. There were reports from workers' theatre associations, proletarian radio groups, writers' associations, artists' groups, all well supported, even read university students with their own large circulation newspaper. Jean Devaney became excited about the possibilities for Australia. She began to plan in her mind theatre troupes to perform for the working class, with writers, actors, and musicians of the highest quality working together. Once they understand the imminence of the final struggle for power they will come to us, she wrote. Red front. 46 at Women and Children March in Melbourne 8-hour day celebrations under the banner of WIR. When she returned to Australia, it was to begin a heavy program of public speaking and fundraising for WIR. We know from her reports from Germany that she hoped to introduce reading groups, music classes, summer camps, swimming classes, groups for sexual instruction, and traveling libraries for the unemployed degree. It was a varied and ambitious list for a group whose only resources were the human ones, and, in the event, only a few were added by Australian WIR to the more usual relief activities of finding shelter for evicted families, sewing clothes for the destitute, and feeding the hungry. Copyright the activities and the identity of WIR gradually faded into those of the unemployed movement and the militant minority movement, while Jean Devaney's efforts shifted to starting art and theatre clubs which she hoped would foster a flowering of proletarian culture in Sydney. The art club, with George Finey as its particular bright star, foundered on ideological dispute and the artist's dislike of direction registered, but the theatre arm of the club flourished and was a forerunner of the New Theatre, now Sydney's oldest theatre company, still attracting a predominantly working-class audience. Years later, in the middle stages of the war, when the Communist Party held an almost respectable place in society, Mary E. at 47. Reports that she took a feminist friend to an open party meeting on the Place of Women. Vivian Newson was active in women's organizations and editor of the Australian Women's Digest *. Registered Mary privately considered her a possible recruit. Any such prospect vanished when, during the course of the meeting, they heard Communist Party Secretary J.B. Miles launch into a virulent attack on Jean Devaney for her moral degeneracy. Both women regarded Jean as a friend, and while her guest declared herself outraged, Mary herself was both saddened and mystified. She knew there were stories about Jean's love affairs, both real and imagined, but could not understand the reason for Miles's public denunciation. It did not occur to her that the outburst might be occasioned by his jealous reaction to scandalous and false tales, maliciously circulated. The close relationship between Jean Devaney and the party secretary was secret and long-standing. Now the protagonist of sexual equality for women was suffering for her views. Irene Orr. In the depth of the Depression, when conditions had driven some workers to aggressive militancy and official repression was strongest, party leaders were ordered to lie low. Mary Lamb and Tom Wright had begun to live together and, much as she wished to tell her friends of someone who was to share her life, Mary was careful to observe the rule that Tom's whereabouts were secret. Renee Russell, as Mary knew her, was a close friend *. She lived in the next street and the two women belonged to the same local branch of the Communist Party. They walked home from meetings and classes together and talked a lot of family matters, but Mary never mentioned Tom. It was some time later that she discovered that Renee too had a secret: her marriage to Bill Orr, National Secretary of the Militant Minority Movement and editor of Red Leader, the unemployed movement's paper. I always laugh, says Mary, when I hear anyone say that women can't keep secrets. Irene Russell had met both Mary Lamb and Bill Orr at the same Unemployed People's Conference early in 1931. Mary, 48E, remembers, of 200 who were there, Renee was the only one with a job. She gave a report on unemployment in the textile industry. Her voice shook a bit. It was probably the first time she spoke in public, but she pressed on. She'd worked in textile mills since she was 14. The textile industry was a main area of employment for women, a labor-intensive industry, poorly paid and poorly organized, where women worked in an atmosphere thick with dust and fibers, aggravating respiratory difficulties and allergies. Irene spent her working life in this industry, but it was a life of union activism where the official union leadership male often seemed complacent and indifferent to its members. Irene's family were staunch Labour Party and Union. Her father, a railwayman, had taken part in the general strike of 1917, and her mother had brought produce from their garden to keep the strikers going on that occasion. Irene and her father were both ALP members, but, as the Depression advanced, she made contacts of a more radical kind and was drawn into the circle of the Communist Party, to the approval, somewhat surprising, of her Catholic parents. First priority for CP members was the cause of the unemployed, against dismissals and industrial rationalization, and for an unemployment benefit equal to a living wage *. Most of the people working in this cause were unemployed themselves or working at home like Mary Lamb. They could give time during the day to relief activities or demonstrations. Irene, who was lucky to have work, gave her weekends and a little practical assistance as well. Employed at Supertex, she left work every day with a towel wrapped round her bust under her jumper, every one a donation to an out-of-work family. Irene's courtship by Bill Orr progressed through shared experience. They were both battened by police while marching in an unemployed procession to exchanging letters when he was away on organizing trips for the militant minority. Friends of the man they regarded as a doer, Scott would have been surprised to hear that Bill Orr wrote poetry to his love and that her family enjoyed his piano playing. They were separated immediately following their marriage when he went to the Soviet Union for training. In those days, party leaders thought that only in the world's sole socialist country could promising young cadres get the proper political education. Irene kept the trip a secret and supplied even her friendly family with imaginative reasons for Bill's absence. While her husband was away, Irene worked in the cause of women's unionism in the textile industry. There was no tradition of struggle there, and the union which covered the industry appeared complacent about the number of non-union mills which never saw an organizer. Most of the women workers were very young and had been employed because of that their labor was cheap. Often, one of these girls was the only one in her family working. It would require iron determination to take militant action and lose some weeks' or months' wages, to speak out, take an active part, risk the blacklist and permanent loss of the tiny income which may have been a family's buffer against destitution. Nevertheless, in August 1932, 4,000 Melbourne textile workers, most of them women, went on strike against a wage cut. 7.5%, their second wage reduction in 17 months. The strike was against the advice of their union officials and relied on rank-and-file organization for picketing and family relief. There was never unanimity on strike action, however, and nearly 300 women had been persuaded to stay at work. The strike failed. The women may have found it difficult to defy both male union officials and male factory managers at the behest of the militant women amongst them, especially in that economic climate. It was the same story in New South Wales the following year. Registered with wage rates drastically reduced over the preceding years, the number of looms per worker increased, the proportion of juveniles allowed in the industry raised to 90%. Workers at Orange and Goulburn mills struck and were joined by those at the Australian woolen mills in Sydney. Irene was working there under an assumed name, having been blacklisted in the industry for her organizing activity. Now she gained help to form a strike committee and WIR assistance with picketing and relief. She produced a textile industry bulletin. Mary Lamb duplicated it on an old machine and together they carted bundles of their publication to textile factories where they had contacts to distribute them, or handed them out themselves at the factory gate. But although 11 smaller mills in Sydney joined in the strike, resistance could not be maintained and the women were defeated again. In 1934 Bill Orr, campaigning through the coal fields on a bike said to be held together with 2 bits of wire, was elected National Secretary of the Miners' Federation, the first union to elect a communist as national leader. 2 months later he was on the Victorian coal fields at Wonthaggi where, acting as national leader of both the and the Miners' Federation, he took part in the famous struggle, a strike of 1,300 miners that turned the tide for the industrial labor movement. After years of defeat. Dearest Renee, he wrote to his wife on her birthday, been having lovely weather and a fairly hard time, but it is inspiring. Our group here is now about 250 and the is in the highest regard everywhere. He told her of the alternative economy the strike committee was operating, buying cattle on the hoof, crops in the fields, then supplying the labor to take the food through to distribution at minimum cost, free boot and E51. Shoe repair and hairdressing were organized too. So much enthusiasm could not fail to gladden the heart of the greatest pessimist. Bill Orr wrote, "We were cheered to the echo when we said that irrespective of the final settlement, we had one organization, health, and initiative, and these could not be taken away." He finished with some personal words to Irene, "And the weather down here is glorious and feel like writing sonnets." The 5-month strike was won thanks to solidarity, organization, and to solid backing by the Women's Auxiliary formed during the strike when Irene Orr moved with her husband to the northern coal fields of New South Wales. She put together the organizing skills she had learned among women in the textile industry, with the inspiration she had from the Wonthaggi women, and became founder and first national secretary of the Australia-wide Miners' Federation Women's Auxiliaries, which became famous on the coal fields. In spite of hardship and uncertainty, Mary remembers the early 1930s more for the satisfaction of political struggle. "It was one of the busiest times of my life and it was very happy. Now, whenever I have occasion to go past Glebe Post Office where we used to have street meetings, and Tom spoke, I wave to it." Though she now regards with amusement the memory of the Workers' Defence Corps drilling in the park on Sunday mornings, at the time she was worried about Tom, who regularly took part in the drill. "I was sure he wasn't cut out for military maneuvers and he might have got in the way of something and been hit." Mary had, in the meantime, come to be in charge of what the party called work among women in her area. She admits to herself that the party was male-dominated, though there were women on most party committees but never in the chair. Mary was on some committees herself but found it hard to persuade other women to stand. The men were aware of the lack, but clumsy about dealing with it. "Remember the first time they put me on the district committee and I'm saying to Bill Mountjoy I haven't got the least idea in the world what work among women is and I don't know how to go." 52e. Renee Orr organizing support from the Miners' Federation Women's Auxiliaries for the National Miners' Strike of 1938, on the left is Mrs. D. Wyatt, president of the Aru Women's Auxiliary. "About it and I don't know anyone who can tell me." And he had to end up saying, "Well, we none of us know anything about it, but until we get somebody better we'll have to have you." Mary well remembers an annual conference at which she reported on women's affairs and then called for discussion. The men applauded politely, began to get up, stretch themselves and stroll out for a smoke, when young Della Nicholas getting ready to give the youth report, jumped to her feet and berated the now sheepish audience for political backwardness in ignoring the importance of women. In the mid-1930s Mary and Tom moved to Foveaux Street, Surrey Hills, and Mary's father came to live with them. It left Mary free to go out at night. "I used to run down Foveaux Street and through Belmore Park to the Trades Hall to listen to Tom speak at the Labour Council. There, where Langites, anti-Langites and communists had sometimes come to blows, Tom Wright was the left's most redoubtable warrior with words. If Labour Council finished a little early we'd go for a walk around Sydney and he'd show me all the places he'd worked in, bits of the roof of the Queen Victoria building and things like that, and we'd rebuild the city, what we'd do with this building, what we'd do with that building, what this would be able to be used for. Oh yes, just around that beautiful corner we took that very seriously." 54 at young Topsy. Topsy Small comes east. To Small, who was to become Mary's close friend, came east from Fremantle in 1932, following her husband and 2 prize bulls. The Smalls and their 2 young children were refugees from the Depression in the West, which had put Topsy's husband Fred out of work and lost them their house and prospects. Today, Topsy is a slight, fine-featured woman living in a bedsitter near Bronte Beach, where she loves to swim. Her hairstyle is severe and her favored mode of dress is tailored, perhaps indicating a wish to discipline the outward expression of strong and sensitive feelings which, on deeper acquaintance, prove to be part of her personality. When Topsy and Mary met, they were both living in a block of council flats in Cleveland Street. The daring and physical agility which are still characteristic of Topsy today, she has recently confronted nuclear-armed ships from a dinghy, were even more in evidence then. The first thing Mary heard about her new neighbor was how she had swung from one balcony to another over a 2-story drop to get into a locked flat. The 2 women, having met, found themselves political allies and they became friends. Together they took part in typical party activities, they wrote and roneoed leaflets, and tramped the streets, letterboxing and pasting up. When Topsy found work, Mary collected Topsy's children from school as well as her own. Fred Small, Topsy's husband, was an Englishman, a skilled piano maker, who'd come to Perth after World War I under contract to Nicholson's, a music firm. Unemployed in Depression Perth, he had taken what work he could get, even though it meant leaving his family. A series of unusual jobs had landed. 55. 56 at him in Sydney. Topsy and the children went there to join him. Topsy herself was the 3rd of 4 children of parents who had met and married in Broken Hill. Her mother, Alice, was a gentle, church-going woman who came from a large happy family, but it was Topsy's father, Walter Simpson, who had the stronger influence on her growing up. He had run away from his South Australian home because of his Calvinist father's harsh treatment and swum the Murray River to start life on his own at the age of 14. He had worked in the Broken Hill mines and as a shearer. As a union man he was always ready to speak up for what he thought was right, and that made him union rep on most jobs, but not a supporter of union bureaucracy. Experience taught him that the officials of his union, the AWU, were rarely interested in the ideas of the rank and file. After he was barred from a union conference, to which he was a delegate, because he voiced his workmates' criticism of local union officials, he became skeptical of the motives of union bureaucracy. Topsy was very young when her father lost an eye in a mining accident and gave up mining as a result. The family moved to Fremantle and Walter Simpson worked as a lumper on the wharves, still going up the country for the shearing each year. Topsy says of her father, "He had a lot of time for the wobblies, he was outspoken like them, and he had great sympathy for the underdog. He always had some lame ducks." Sounds like a farmyard, doesn't it? One of the lame ducks was Mr. Hobson, as the children were supposed to call him, but it was generally Hobby, an Englishman who stayed with the family for years. He was a shearer's cook who said he'd been a missionary in China, but missionaries lived so well there, better than in England, while the Chinese starved, and it turned him against religion. That appealed to my father, who didn't care for it either. When the Great War came, Hobby volunteered, and Walter Simpson was disgusted because he was against the war as well as religion. But as it turned out, Hobby spent most of the time in a German prisoner of war camp and said afterwards it was probably a good thing, because it saved him from getting killed. Fremantle was a working-class town then. The Simpsons lived at 57. In a brick semi-detached cottage in Bellevue Street, and their next-door neighbors were a German couple, Mr. and Mrs. Babel. When his wife was sick and the doctor ordered chicken broth, Mr. Babel went to the market and bought a chook, but he couldn't bring himself to kill it, so he brought it in for Mrs. Simpson to dispatch. Mr. Babel was interned when war broke out, and Topsy, 9 or 10 years old at the time, couldn't see how the neighbor who couldn't even kill a chook was anything like the beastly Germans pictured on war posters cutting off the hands of Belgian children. There were wounded and shell-shock soldiers discharged from the army and coming home. We had a teacher like that one year. He was short-tempered and likely to flare up, and it was put down to his service overseas. One day he picked on a poor boy who was a bit simple. He kept asking him questions the boy couldn't answer. Then this teacher rushed at him with his cane and the boy ran round and round the room. Couldn't bear it. Jumped up and opened the door, and when the boy ran out I slammed the door and stood against it. Thought the teacher would kill me, but he stopped and put down the cane and just sat down. He never said anything about it, and later he was shifted away. I have another memory of the Great War, a worse one. There was an older boy named Jack living down the street who was my hero. He used to say, "Hurry and grow up, Topsy, I'm going to marry you." Jack put up his age to enlist and he was sent overseas. We heard he was wounded and in hospital, but it was 2 years before he was home again. His mother asked me to come and see him. She said Jack had asked for me. When I went in I couldn't recognize him, slumped like an old man in a wheelchair, vacant eyes and dribbling. I cried and ran away. Later I was sorry hadn't had the courage to treat him kindly. He died soon after. During the war, wages were pegged but food and other prices went up and up. Walter Simpson and other unionists didn't see why they should refrain from striking to support a war they didn't believe in. The government used scab labor to break the strike and afterwards gave those free laborers, as they were called, preference in employment over unionists, even over the returned soldiers who stuck to their union. 58 at. After the war the soldiers were coming back and they brought the flu with them. It killed millions of people all over the world. People said it was really the bubonic plague. Everyone was afraid. There was a ship coming in from Europe without being fumigated and the Union wouldn't let it be unloaded in Fremantle until it was. The authorities tried to get the scab union to unload it, but the Union men were too strong. Then they sent police and strike breakers down from Perth. I remember the morning when my father left the house with an iron bar inside a hollowed-out chair leg and his pockets full of blue metal. The police had been drilling on the reserve near our house, but they were local men, everyone knew them. When one of them, named Cassidy, drew his revolver on the wharves, the men said, "Don't be a fool," and several of them took his gun and pushed him in the water. There was a battle with the police that were brought in. One old man was knocked to the ground and a young chap stood over him to protect him and was hit over the head with a policeman's gun. He died later. The men pulled the policeman off his horse and bashed him. My father didn't come home that night. My mother took me into the big bed with her, and in the middle of the night there was a knock on the window. It was one of my father's mates and he said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Simpson. Wally's gone off on his bike to Carnarvon, because there's a warrant out for him." I don't know if that was right because nothing came of it. But the Union won. The war did one thing for the Simpson family. Hobby came home from the German prison camp and got assistance under a war service scheme to settle on the land, and he asked Walter Simpson to join him. So the family moved up to an apple and pear orchard at Carrigullen in the Darling Ranges. It was the loveliest time of my life. Dad's brother and his wife, my uncle and aunt, lived in the next door place. They had 5 young children and spent a lot of time helping my aunt with them and telling them stories. I learned to ride a horse and I used to ride all round the country. My aunt was teaching me the piano and I started going to dances and had the time of my life. It all finished when the government resumed the orchard land for a dam. But by that time Walter Simpson and his partner had discovered that the marketing system favored large growers over the small ones. It was also apparent that a settled life on the land didn't suit Topsy's dad. He missed his mates and the politics of the wharves and the shearing sheds. So the family returned to Fremantle. But before we left the orchard we had some trouble and I learned a lot from it. My aunt got enteric fever. It came from a returned soldier working there. She was very sick and my mother took her to Perth. I looked after the 2 households, did all the cooking and washing, and when the children got the fever looked after them too, till I got sick and had to go to hospital. I was 15 and I hadn't known I could do a job like that. Topsy met Fred Small when they both worked for Nicholson's music store in Perth, Topsy in the shop selling records and music, and Fred, a specialist craftsman, in the workshop where pianos were made. In the music shop, I had my first experience of United Action. It happened when there was a discrepancy between recorded receipts and the amount in the shop till, and us girls were told we'd have to make up the difference. That was unfair. One of us could have made a mistake, but so could the cashier. He added the money and the receipts. I said to the other girls we shouldn't pay, and we went to the manager and told him we wouldn't. We were shaking in our shoes, but no more was said about it. I broke down and cried later because it had been such a strain. Topsy and Fred spent their courting days taking long walks together, talking about books and about socialism, in which both were interested. Topsy's politics were of the pragmatic kind, inspired by her father. Fred's derived from his war experience. He had put up his age to join the army and at 18 was so badly wounded by shrapnel that he spent 2 years in hospital. That time was spent reading and thinking, and he ended up by questioning the whole system that led to wars. So he got on famously with Topsy's father and was very welcome at her home. The couple were married there in 1927. Fred was a careful man who liked to plan well ahead. By diligent saving they had part paid for a house in Perth on the river, and before the wedding Fred lived in the house and made 60 at all their furniture, using the best cabinet wood with ornamental inlay. Although his contracted time with Nicholson's was over, the firm was glad to keep him on for his rare skill. 2 children, Barbara and Gilbert, were born in the early years of the marriage. Topsy and Fred thought they were settled for a lifetime. But of course the depression was beginning, though at first ordinary people, whose circumstances were modestly comfortable, did not think it could affect them. Unemployment and evictions were in the news, and Topsy sympathized with the victims without fully realizing their plight. She was reading George Bernard Shaw at the time and was interested in the ideas of sharing wealth and leisure. One day I'd left the children with Fred and gone into town for something. Walking up Barrack Street, noticed mounted police drawn up inside the open gates of the town hall. Then round the corner I saw men, a whole lot of them, a sort of march coming down the street. They were the poorest looking people I'd ever seen. Most of them had no socks on and many had no shirts, just the coats over their bare backs and worn out clothes. They were very poor looking people. 2 men came out on a balcony over the arcade opposite and they sang out, "Go down to the Esplanade, boys, we're going to have a meeting." Then suddenly the police rode out. No, first of all, somewhere among the men a fight started. Afterwards learned it was a plainclothes policeman put in with them. The mounted police rode in and were laying into the men. It was so brutal, it was shocking. The men kept coming, and people were calling out, "Down to the Esplanade." They were men from the unemployed camps out in the country, and I went after them to the meeting registered. Cecilia Shelley, the state secretary of the Hotel and Restaurant Employees Union, was speaking. She said the unemployed men who were marching had been sent to clear the most difficult land which private land contractors had turned down. They were half-starved and living under intolerable conditions, but they were forced to the country to get relief. I was moving nearer and nearer the platform, and before I knew it I was up on the platform because someone had asked, "Do you want to have a go?" and I was feeling so pent up and distressed at what I'd seen that I did want to have a go. I'd been reading Bernard Shaw and I talked about Peter Loeb. When she heard that Cecilia Shelley was organizing the defense of the men who had been arrested, Topsy went to see her to offer her evidence, and a friendship developed. Topsy learned of the Association for Unemployed Girls that Cecilia Shelley and Catherine Susanna Pritchard had formed, and she listened with increasing indignation and pity when girls came in degree. I'd hear the unemployed girls who came to her telling terrible stories, how one was sent down to keep a house for a farmer. 62 at. And when she got there it was a double bed and all the rest of it, and she left, and then she couldn't get the dole because she hadn't taken the job. One young girl had left a place she'd been sent to. He was a sir and they had tons of money. They'd worked her from daylight to dark for 5 shillings a week. She ran away, so she was put in the old women's home in Fremantle, a dreadful Victorian place where poor old ladies just sat with their bibs on and dribbled. She couldn't stand it and came and told Cecilia, and she had her along to a meeting and asked her questions so everyone would know. Topsy thought that if those poor girls could get up and speak to a meeting, then so should she. She'd heard of a young man who threw a brick through a shop window so that he'd go to jail and the government would have to feed his family. She decided to go to Fremantle to the wharves, which she knew because of her father, and tell the Watersiders about it. So she got a lift very early one morning with a neighbor who was an auctioneer with the Fremantle Fish Market. At the wharves she met Catherine Pritchard and Cecilia Shelley who, it turned out, had gone down to talk about evictions in Perth. The three made common cause and Topsy gained confidence from their company. Then it happened to us. No one was buying pianos and Nicholson stopped making them. Fred was put off and he couldn't get another job. He applied for relief and they wanted to send him away breaking stones on the road and he refused to go. Fred had joined the British Army when he was underage. He had shrapnel in his arm from the war, he'd had operations on it and been in hospital and it was alright if he didn't use it much, but then he'd be in a lot of pain. They sent him before the doctors and one of them said that if his arm was so useless he'd better have it off. Fred was furious and went for him. He had scars all over that arm. Another doctor said, "How do we know you got them in the war?" They actually sent men who had heart trouble and some of them died breaking stones. It was impossible to keep up the mortgage payments and of course they lost their house and the furniture Fred had made. Topsy considered they were lucky to be left without debts, but they had no assets either. Fred was a good worker and could turn his hand to anything, but he couldn't get a job. E63. They used to say that women got their politics from their husbands, but with Fred and me, I was the first one to join the Communist Party. When I first went to join I found a room full of men and was too shy to go in. Later a canvasser came to the place we were staying and I joined then. We used to have the meetings at different people's houses in Perth and Fremantle. Remember a conference at our place, Catherine was there, and Fred he hadn't joined then did all the tea making. We were living in a room on a dole of 28 shillings a week. That was when Fred got his first strange job, taking a man who was said to be mad home to his family in England. Fred didn't see any signs of mania and they played chess together throughout the voyage. Then he was lucky, he got the job traveling with some prize bulls out to Australia. He had to lie and say he knew all about bulls when really he was afraid of them. But he told me he got quite fond of them on the voyage out. Fred and his bulls were going to Sydney, so that is where Topsy took the children. She thought things might be better there. When we came to Sydney we got a room in Gloucester Street almost under the bridge. We were glad to be together but the room was terrible. I'd never seen bugs before in my life. The woman that ran the house was a nice kindly sort of person but the place smelled of cabbage and cat's pee. There were no jobs and you couldn't get food relief till you'd been 3 months in Sydney, but Gil was very sick so I put him to bed and went down to the police station and told them I had a little boy sick and no food. A policeman came and looked at him then we got some food coupons. At first things did seem to be better. Fred got a job doing some wood carving and Topsy took the children to the botanic gardens every day where they had room to play. But Fred's job turned out to be a one-off, and he had to go on the dole. At the same time Barbara was knocked down by a car just outside their door. Though it turned out the child was only shaken, Topsy became desperate to move out of the inner city, but no one. 64 at would rent to a family on the dole. Suburban landlords wanted references. There was an old seaman in the house, we got friendly with him and he liked the kids so we told him our troubles. He said, "Well, you can use my job, and my name." So I went and got a house in Tempe, and I was Mrs. Robb. The unemployed organization tried to get the government to give rent money to families on the dole but they never did. It wasn't long before we couldn't pay rent at Tempe and we had to leave. Next the family was in a room in Paddington, an inner Sydney suburb which then had an unsavory criminal reputation. It was there that Topsy began to suffer a chronic sore throat. Doctors said she must have her tonsils out. She was admitted to the Coast Hospital miles out of the city at Little Bay. I was to be in for a fortnight, and during that time Fred only applied for a single man's dole. When I was to be discharged he changed that to both of us and our poor kids. But the day he came to get me they wouldn't let me home, the doctor said I wasn't fit and sent me to Strickland House for a month. Poor old Fred couldn't get the kids home either because the position was just as it was before and the next thing he didn't change the dole application. I don't suppose he even thought about it, you know. The police came to the place and he was charged with getting the dole under false pretenses. He had to go before the judge and he got 4 days jail. The day they came to collect him we were all together again and I'll never forget it. The police came to pick him up and take him to jail and I was terribly upset. I sat on the bottom step and started to cry, and one of the policemen offered me some money but I wouldn't take it. It was terrible, because he was such a gentle fellow, Fred, well-spoken and very intelligent and quite scientific in his outlook. To send him to jail was scandalous. He was a good husband and a good father and he didn't drink. He gave up smoking early in the piece when things started to get a bit tough because he said it was very wrong for him to buy cigarettes if the money would buy fruit for the kids. I know he went round for a while getting leaves off garden bushes and trying to make something to smoke. I suppose the habit was hard to break. He'd got it in the war. At 65. 4 Topsy memories of the next few years are a jumble of the times. Fred was in or out of work, mostly part-time or short-term jobs. They were always anxious about the rent and having to move when they couldn't pay. Clothes were a problem and everything the children wore was cut down from something else. Her son Gil can remember one summer when he and his mother shared, as their only footwear, a pair of sandals, taking it in turn to be decently shod. He remembers too that you could tell when someone in your street got a job. Their family walked proudly in new sand shoes. Degree registered. Topsy and Fred had arrived in Sydney in 1932 after the governor deposed the New South Wales Labor Premier, Jack Lang, and were not involved in the tumultuous events of the unemployed demonstrations or eviction struggles. Both Fred and Topsy concentrated on their own struggle for existence, until an incident with a neighbor in the Cleveland Street flats, a young widow with a 3-year-old son, rekindled their political pride. We were both doing our washing at the wash place up on the roof and she told me she'd been out for the day and gone to Parsley Bay. There was a Sunday school picnic on, and her little boy wandered down. There were lots of kids and they were marshalling the kids into a long column and she went down to get her son because he didn't belong to the group. When she found him he was crying. He'd got in the crowd and when they came to him they were giving out ice cream and a little packet of sweets. They pushed him out because he didn't belong to them. A few weeks after they went to Parsley Bay again and the same thing was happening. There were lots of children and a big picnic on and she saw a man collecting them. She didn't want it to happen to him again so she rushed round to get him and said, "He doesn't belong to you people," and the chap said, "He's a child, isn't he? Put him in." It was the Communist Party. That story made Topsy and Fred proud. It had the effect of causing them to search out the party and become active again. They hadn't far to seek for Mary Lamb was living in the same block of flats. Topsy's 2 children and Mary's 2 youngest children all went to Blackfriars Infants School in Abercrombie Street. With Mary able and willing to pick them all up after school, it was possible for Topsy to look for work. She thought she might have more luck than Fred. "I didn't think I had much chance without experience, but I got a job at a swank hotel called Usher's, but there was nothing swanky about what I had to do. You worked from 7:30 in the morning to finish at 8:15 at night, with 4 hours, I think, off in the afternoon. I got this job. There were 2 girls already working at it and it was loading dirty plates. You scraped plates and loaded them into big heavy wooden crates that were swollen with water. The crockeryware was thick and the crates were heavy to lift into the dishwashing machine. You had to lift them out when they were finished, and they were boiling hot, and put them on a bench, then stack the plates on a hot bench underneath. It was all hot in there, and you did nothing else all day. Neither of the girls had been there long and was replacing someone who'd gone to hospital because her health had broken down. To make things worse, you were never free at knock-off time because you had to finish the work and then clear up, and that could take up to an hour. When they brought the timesheets round for us to fill in, I, at 67, started to work out what hours I'd worked, but the girls said, "You don't do that, you put, the hours you're supposed to work." I said, "Worked more than that," and they said, "Oh, they don't pay overtime." Topsy asked one of the waiters if they were covered by a union and they told her it was the hotel, club, and restaurant employees union. So she went to Trades Hall, joined and got a copy of the award. In the award she discovered the rates for overtime and that the uniforms which she had been told to get were supposed to be provided and laundered by the employer. This was news to the other girls, and they joined the union too. Also, it turned out that no one had been asked to work overtime, they'd picked it up from girls who were there before, so they decided that at knock-off time they would ask if they should work overtime to clean the place up, but you do it tops, they said. So at knock-off time put my head in the lift well and yelled out to Mrs. Watson, the supervisor on the next floor, did she want us to work overtime? Oh dear. You get off the job, she said. So we did. Next morning the girls from the floor above were real stinking because they said we'd left the place in a mess and they had to come down and clean it. More fool, you said, they're not paying you for it and they didn't pay us. There's an award we're supposed to work to. You want to join the union. But they were right under Mrs. Watson's thumb or they couldn't afford to lose their jobs. I let them know Fred read in the paper that ushers made a nice profit that year, and they knew where it had come from. But then Mrs. Watson met me on the stairs and she said, I'm giving you notice. Why, what's wrong? Isn't my work satisfactory? You refused to work overtime. I said, oh no, not any time did refuse to work overtime. She said, you wanted paying for it. The other women got notice too and in their indignation were all for leaving straight away. But Topsy's view was that it would put them in the wrong to do that, they should all work their time out and then take the case to the union. Their consolation was that, due to support among the waiters, they enjoyed magnificent meals until they left. Previously their meals had generally been réchauffés of yesterday's leftovers. 68 at. I went to see the manager, Mr. Wellman, before left, but he said he wouldn't go against Mrs. Watson, she was a very good servant of the firm. I'll say she was. Topsy felt she had to find employment, and the many city cafes were always advertising for waitresses, but they wanted experience. Mrs. Johnson in the fruit shop used to run a hotel at Temera. She said, I'll give you a lovely reference. Didn't even know where Temera was, but I got a midday job at Farmer's on the strength of it. As a waitress didn't know one thing from another but I soon picked it up, I even picked up spooning and forking the rolls. This was a big joke, you know, at the back of the place, in the kitchen, you picked them up with your hands and put them on the tray. Sometimes a girl would drop one on the floor but in front of the customers you used a spoon and fork to put them on the plate. Topsy walked into the city to work because every penny counted. She soon found there could be other calls on her earnings. Her new job's chief drawback was that the waitresses were responsible for collecting money from the customers and had to make good any deficiency. A checker noted the items on the waitress's tray as she left the kitchen and what she collected had to tally with the account at the end of the day. I was on the roof garden and if it rained you had to grab up everything, cart them into the restaurant, and set up the tables again. It rained quite often. You were flat out working because Farmer's was always crowded at lunchtime and the kitchen was quite a long way. You had to write a check for each customer, give it to them, collect the money, take it to the cashier and bring back the change. They could get up and walk out anywhere because they didn't have to go past the cashier's desk. They thought, I suppose, Farmer's is a wealthy firm, it doesn't matter. They'd never dream that the poor girl that served them would have to put the money in. During the Christmas rush Doris, who worked next to me, was found short and had to put in 10 shillings, half her week's wage. She had 2 children and her husband was out of work and it was Christmas time, for goodness sake. I wanted to protest but she didn't want to risk losing the job. E69. It happened to Topsy once. She was told she owed the firm money and even while, her heart beating hard, she was gathering the resolution to say I won't pay it, someone called casually that it was the buyers. They'd gone off in a hurry from lunch without paying but someone had come later with the money after the books were made up. Topsy sighed with relief. Fred was out of work at the time. But wouldn't have put the money in even if they'd insisted. I couldn't have, I suppose I'd have got the sack. For Topsy, and others like her, there was more than the question of individual or family well-being to think of, they were concerned with what seemed to be an international drive to war. They saw the Soviet Union, the socialist homeland, as the intended victim of the new Nazi rulers of Germany in league with the insurgent militarists of Japan, already stretching into Manchuria and North China. They were fearful that the countries of the British Empire would be maneuvered into standing idly by when this two-pronged attack occurred. Leftist peace bodies increasingly took on an anti-fascist character as they became more anxious to emphasize the menace and provide a focus for resistance. The movement against war and fascism, best known and most successful of the 1930s peace organizations, reflected these aims in its title. In August 1932, Clara Zetkin, the veteran communist deputy in Germany's Reichstag, who was not long to survive the advent of Hitler the following year, addressed the International Anti-War Congress. In a speech which voiced the basic fears and aims of the communist peace movement, she said, "The powers of Europe and America are the sympathetic allies of Japan, and their secret aim goes further than reducing Asia into a helpless colonial area. They are planning to crush the Soviet Union, to enslave its people, who are striving towards the culture and freedom that only communism can give. We workers in all fields oppressed by capitalism are closely allied with our brothers and sisters in the Soviet Union, who are building up socialism. We must fight with the utmost determination against the danger of world war, which is so rapidly approaching. A determined advance is the guarantee of victory. Women, join. 70 at the Anti-War Councils. Help organize your workmates and friends against war. Working Woman, July 1934. Topsy had been a member of a small peace group in Perth in which Catherine Susanna Pritchard was the leading light. When a national congress against war was held in Sydney in September 1933, she joined in. In preparation for the congress, a Women's Central Committee, with Mary Lamb as convener, operated to draw women into the movement and encourage their greater activity there, and when the Congress was over, the committee decided to stay in existence. Under the heading Worker Delegates Go to Russia. Not a woman among them. Working Woman drew attention to the all-male constitution of overseas delegations of the labor movement in general, and the ACTU delegation to Moscow's May Day parade that year in particular. The Women's Committee decided to redress the balance, in some measure, by sending a delegate to the International Women's Conference to be held in Paris. They chose their secretary Selina Yo as their delegate. Registered as usual, money had to be raised in all sorts of ways. Selina Moroni, who was a war widow with 6 daughters, helped by growing carnations on her outer suburban block and selling them door to door. When she sailed off to Paris, her daughters scattered among friends. The fare for her return trip had not been raised, but the committee was sure that would not take long, and began the necessary program of money-raising activities. Members' energy was also taken up with trying to build branches of the anti-war councils in their localities and workplaces, protesting against the fretment of prisoners in the fascist jails of Germany and Bulgaria, and campaigning against the sentence of death passed against 8 Aboriginals in Darwin, on very shaky evidence, for the murder of 2 white prospectors. It is likely that Selina Moroni's return fare did not get the attention it needed. The conference over, Selina was booked to sail home on the same ship as the main speaker for the coming Melbourne Peace Congress, Czech anti-fascist writer, Egon Kish. When her fare had not arrived, she had to cancel the booking, existing precariously in London in the meantime. The truth of it was that what E71 money the committee had raised had to go to the expenses of the big Melbourne Congress as a matter of urgency, with the optimistic belief that Selina would hang on in London until more was raised. Then they learned that their secretary was in such straits that she was keeping herself by dishwashing. One of her daughters remembers her childhood terror that her mother would never return at all. Mary Lamb, in desperation, went to CP Secretary J.B. Miles to see if the party would lend the money. Miles chided the committee for overreaching itself but reneged no demur about the money, and it was all paid back. Selina Maroney took the next ship, and when she reached Fremantle, police came on board, searched her belongings and carried off the papers she had gathered at the women's conference, so adding another episode to the comic drama of the Kish case. For it had evidently occurred to some security authority that it was extremely suspicious of Selina to cancel her passage and travel on a different ship from Kish. She must be carrying secret papers for the man they had determined was too dangerous to be allowed into Australia. Kish told his story, most entertainingly, in his book Australian Landfall, how he was denied entry to Australia, but leapt onto the Melbourne wharf from his ship's deck, was bundled on board with a broken leg and taken on to Sydney, where a habeas corpus action by his supporters got him to shore and his leg into a plaster cast. A hypocritical provision of the Immigration Act allowed failure in a dictation test in a European language to be grounds for deportation, and since Kish seemed to be fluent in all European languages, they tested him in Gaelic and, predictably, he failed. 2 jail sentences, one with hard labour for entering Australia illegally, were quashed on appeal to the High Court, and Kish, out on bail with further appeals pending, was a godsend to the peace movement. He was able to spend 4 months travelling from one peace meeting to the next, a star attraction who, but for government intervention aimed at preventing him from speaking at the Melbourne Congress, might have left Australia, his name quite unknown to the public. As it was, the Kish case drew public attention to the threat of fascism and war, gave notice that there was a group of men and women vehemently opposing those twin evils, and emphasized that the government, far from supporting them, was putting every obstacle in the way of their gaining acceptance for their cause. 72 at Topsy recalls that people in the peace movement were anxious for Agon Kish's safety. He was well known in Europe for his leftist anti-fascist views and had already spent some time in a German concentration camp. His friends feared that the Australian government would not be displeased if he were to disappear aboard the German ship which was berthed in Sydney harbour at the time. To avoid kidnapping, friends lodged him, secretly and safely, with an anti-Nazi German couple and guarded him well. A cheerful and humorous man, Kish complained about only one thing: the impossibility of putting on his pajamas over his plastered leg. Topsy came to the rescue. I said, give them to me and I'll fix them. He had 2 pairs and cut them down one leg and sewed press studs on so he could do it up over the plaster. Topsy volunteered another practical suggestion in the case of another peace delegate, Gerald Griffin, who had been deported to his native New Zealand and returned under an assumed name to play hide-and-seek with the police at meetings around the country. His speeches were theatrical events. The hall would be darkened, then a spotlight would pick out Griffin and the police were kept away by a press of burly workers while he spoke. When the lights went up he had disappeared. At a big Sydney meeting his exit was arranged, but the problem was to get him in past the police at the door. Topsy solved that by giving him a wife and family and make sure he carries the baby, she said. Topsy was known in the peace movement as Topsy Edwards, a surname she took to honor Tom Edwards, the young man killed by police in the Fremantle Wharf strike when she was a girl. Aliases were often used in the hungry 30s by leftists and union activists to protect their chances of employment. Joy Barrington, working under another name as a waitress at David Jones, was dismissed from her job after information was given by the right-wing officials of her union. For keeping a suitable roof over the family's head might involve deception too. The house Topsy and Fred settled in at last was in Cascade Street, Paddington, a stone house they called the Castle. It had sunny rooms and a distant view of the harbour, and Topsy fell in love with it as soon as she saw it, but the agent would want proof that they were respectable people who paid the rent regularly. Fred was working in the furniture trade, but we were behind with the rent because where we were living there was a hole in the ceiling, and broken windows, and when you flushed the toilet the water ran out on the floor. I went to the agent but they didn't fix it and it went on for weeks, so I got angry and I wouldn't pay them any more rent until it was fixed up. Then this Castle place in Cascade Street came up. It was more rent but liked it so much, it was so beautiful, a lot of sunshine. Took all my rent receipts, a big pile of them, down to the agent and took them out of my purse and dropped them on the floor. When I gathered them up they were all mixed up and he didn't go through them. We got the place and we managed to keep it for years. There was a social as well as a political life in the peace movement, and Topsy and Fred looked forward to the whoopee carnivals which MAWF held round Sydney's suburbs, and especially at Paddington Town Hall. They were dances, not just for young people, everyone came. There was a room for cards and lots of competitions, old ones. 74 at. Like pinning the tail on the donkey, and political like you paid a penny to drive a nail into fascism's coffin, but mainly it was dancing. The whoopee carnivals were organized by two young men, the Workman brothers as they were usually known, young Irishmen, popular as much for their personal exuberance as their political enthusiasm. Jack, who managed MAWF's magazine, War, What For? And Vic, the organization's secretary, who was to play an important part in Topsy's working life when she decided to take an active part in her union. Vic Workman travels the bush. His life. Vic Workman kept the tall, erect, fresh-faced image people remembered of him from their first acquaintance. In his 70s he still had the enthusiasm for right, the indignation at injustice that he had at 17 when, with his brother George, he made the emigrant's voyage from Ireland to New South Wales. The year was 1924 and the boys came out under the Dreadnought scheme, financed by a concerned NSW Citizens Fund to buy a battleship for the British Navy. When that scheme came to nothing, another project was chosen: the assisted immigration of boys from the British Isles to be trained here in farming skills. The Workman brothers were from County Derry in the province of Ulster, where their family had farmed their land for 300 years, a Protestant family, but one with a tradition of nationalist sentiment and religious tolerance. When Vic was a boy, the front room of the Workman farmhouse still had, above the fireplace, plaques which featured the heroes of Home Rule, Gladstone and Parnell. They were relics from the time of his grandfather, a staunch Home Ruler, who had his windows broken by his own apples when a pro-English mob raided his orchard and besieged the house. Vic's father, a Mason, though a tolerant and non-religious one, kept his house open to Protestant and Catholic alike, and had both as friends. It was an all-male household with 5 boys. Vic was the middle one. A younger sister had died in childhood and the children's mother a little later. The farm could support one adult son only, and jobs were scarce in Northern Ireland then. It was the local doctor who suggested some of them should emigrate, and in the end 3 boys did. George, 75, 76 at. And Vic won places in the Dreadnought scheme. Their brother Jack followed them 4 years later. The brothers knew they looked like new chums with their fresh complexions and erect carriage, so different from the country tan and comfortable slouch of Australians outside the cities. Their first impressions of great distances and large land holdings were bewildering. At home in Ireland, where land was scarce, it was tended and conserved, and the small patches that grew crops of oats, potatoes, and flax were each known by name: Topfield, Broadfield, the half-acre and Paddy's Field. But farming in Australia was large and impersonal. At Arrawatta training farm on the McIntyre River near Inverell, the Workman brothers learned clearing, fencing, crutching sheep, and other skills useful in the bush. But they soon found they had been trained for a somewhat precarious living. Vic's first job was on the Palmer's sheep property in the Inverell district. Because of his Irish accent they called him Paddy, and Paddy he remained during his years of work in the bush. The Palmers were a large family and they treated him well. He got £1 a week and his keep and learned to do most of the jobs on the place. Not everyone was as content as Vic. George faced harder toil and a less friendly atmosphere in his work, and some of their fellow trainees were miserable. About this time Workers' Weekly published an unhappy letter to the editor. Dear comrade, am an immigrant from England. About 2.5 years ago I arrived as a Dreadnought boy and was sent for 3 months to Shayville Agricultural College. I left there with an ornamental certificate stating that was a qualified farm worker. In the last 2 years I have never managed to make a job last more than 3 months. And my jobs have been murder. During the harvest I worked in the Riverina for £1 a week, doing work for which the farmer is supposed to pay 12 shillings a day. I lived in a hut 4 yards square, whose sloping roof was only just over 6 feet high at its highest. There was no covering round the eaves and it was either scorching hot or icy cold. I don't know where I will turn next, every district seems the same. The same issue of the paper quoted Alf Bourne, Secretary of the Unemployed Union of New South Wales, who drew attention to the plight of some dreadnought boys unable to get agricultural work except the worst paid. On dairy farms, he said, such boys sometimes worked from 5 in the morning till 8 at night for 15 shillings a week. He cited the case of one boy who left a job like that, was arrested for vagrancy and sent to Gosford Boys' Home. Vic might have stayed with the pleasant family he worked for, but for the advice of an old shearer who had a lifetime of experience behind him. Get out, he told Vic, or you'll work here all your life, and Vic, who wanted to see more of the new land than one corner of the country, took the suggestion seriously. He went clearing and fencing with his brother George, and when that work ran out and there were no other jobs to be had, they camped on the banks of the Richmond River and waited for the railway construction jobs that would come with the extension of the standard gauge from Grafton to Brisbane. 78 at. George stuck it out, and the railway job he got lasted 4 years. Vic took the offer of a job in a timber mill at Grevillea on Terrace Creek, where they made butter boxes for Norco out of hoop pine. It was good wood, and country people, who bought their butter by the box, used the wood for furniture shelves, cupboards, and stools, all made out of butter boxes. Vic was 3 years at the timber mill. He joined the Timber Workers Union and began to take an interest in Australian political affairs, while on the railways George was getting a similar education from the Australian Railways Union. They were jubilant when Labour won the 1925 state election and Jack Lang formed his first government. When a third workman brother, Jack, arrived in Sydney in 1928, Vic left his job and went down to team up with him. They shared a room while both tried their luck in the city. Jack was lucky to find work because jobs of all kinds were getting scarce. Vic's employment as a storeman with an oil company ended abruptly when a hostile Australian foreman called him a pommy bastard, and Vic pushed his head into an oil drum. No Irishman likes to be called English. When he was sick of lodgings with bed bugs and had sore feet from tramping city pavements for a job, Vic got a letter from a policeman he'd roomed with in a Stanmore boarding house and who'd since been transferred to Junee. It said there was a job for him there. When got there I found the job was to let the local pub keepers know when a raid was on. They were paying him for that, but he thought it was too risky to warn them himself and he wanted me to do it. Declining to be a copper's offsider, Vic went north instead to Malong, where he humped bags of wheat for a farmer who gave him his meals like a dog out in the yard. But there he learned of the big construction job that was soon to start Wyongala Dam on the Lachlan, and so he moved on to Cowra, waiting for the work to begin. Life for Vic in a country town proved more pleasant than roughing it in the bush. George sent him some money to live on in between odd jobs and sent him, too, books borrowed from Brisbane's Wee Library with instructions to read them within a week and post them back. In this way Vic read the popular E79 socialist classics, The Ragged-Trousered Philanthropists, Bellamy's Looking Backward, Max Beer's Karl Marx, and various titles by Jack London. It was agreed that George should come to Cowra when his railway job came to an end. Both brothers, earlier that year, had joined the Labour Party under the leadership of Jack Lang, whose radical reputation and mildly reformist policies were enhanced in their eyes by the exaggerations contained in venomous attacks by political opponents, employer organizations, and the press. The idealistic young men would have been shocked had they realized that Lang was an anti-socialist and a champion of the White Australia policy. That winter Vic played soccer with the local team, travelling with them to games throughout the Central West, and, with more serious intent, he went to Sydney in September 1929 to help the timber workers, his old union, in their struggle. He marched with them and stood on their picket line, and, on an impulse one day, he went to join the Communist Party. They weren't exactly welcoming. Said someone would be in touch with me, but no one ever was. Realized later I was the only man in the hall with a collar and tie. They'd had a lot of trouble with police spies, probably thought I was one. And indeed, tall, Fair Vic workman with his soldierly bearing and North of Ireland accent could easily have been a promising police cadet. Back in Cowra, Vic had his name down for construction work which would begin with access roads. One evening he heard that a call would be made next morning at a place called Woodstock, 20 kilometers along the line to Bathurst. He started off and walked all night along the railway track. When I was still some way off I saw a crowd of men and the foreman reading out the names. Started to run. If you didn't answer they crossed you off and went on to the next man, and I was just near enough to shout out yes when he called my name. George finished on the railway and came south to join Vic. Since he had completed a first aid course, a rare qualification among 80 at construction workers, he was offered employment at once. The brothers spent their spare time in Cowra, and it was here that they found their political ideas challenged. There was a music shop that played music, famous tenors, that sort of thing to people in the street. George and I were listening and Mr. Bell, the owner, asked us in. We got talking about politics and found we were all socialists. George and were Langites at the time, but Mr. Bell argued that Lang's solutions were no solutions at all and he put a Marxist view. The Workman brothers became part of the group who met regularly in Mr. Bell's music shop, and the following year there was an important addition to the group in Hetty Ross, who had been transferred to Cowra to teach maths at the high school. Her knowledge and intelligence impressed both the brothers. But the pleasure Vic took in his brother's company and in the society of his friends was rudely interrupted when all single men were put off at the dam. George escaped the sack because of his first aid qualification. Vic, with no income now but the £1 a week he was getting for football, decided to move north. A helpful mate gave him a letter to the AWU secretary at Bundaberg in Queensland, where rumour said there were plenty of jobs, but rumour was a liar, and once again all that was open to him was the football team. There was another option, however, for a young man without ties, and that was to go on the road. So, on a sparkling June day in 1930, Vic and an Englishman named Len, who he'd met in Bundaberg, set off with their swags. We had clean clothes and full stomachs and food in our tucker bags. The weather was good and we walked at a pleasant pace and camped that night on the river bank at Gingin. I said, this is the life for me. Later, when we had no food and our boots were gone and it was raining, I thought different. We were walking through the country near Wallawville when our food ran out and we realized we'd have to ask for some. We drew lots and I lost. There was a farm there and a woman was hanging out the clothes, so I asked her for something to eat. I felt like a fool and stammered over it. She was very good, she gave us eggs and tea and sugar, and then she came out with a baked custard. Vic was less embarrassed later on and got used to asking politely for gifts of speckled fruit from greengrocers and ends of meat from butchers in the towns they walked through. Road transport was a rarity in those days, so hitchhiking was not a possibility, though hitching a train ride was. Our boots needed mending, so we saved them by jumping the Rattler to Wandy. There was a cold snap that night and the wagon we were riding in was loaded with steel bars. We should have jumped off before the station, but we were so chilled by the wind and the cold that we couldn't walk, and we were sitting ducks when the police came looking for stowaways. We spent a night in jail, but next morning we got a good breakfast from the policeman's wife and had to chop some wood before we could go. The policeman at Wandy was quite a decent fellow. Some 82 at. Policemen kept the money they were allowed for prisoners' breakfasts and sent you off hungry. But bagmen had some tricks as well. You were usually put to work at the wood heap for a few hours and you could saw a log half through and then turn the saw over and keep sawing, but without pressure. You'd be resting, but from a distance it looked as though you were still sawing. When you chopped wood you could pile it in such a way that there was a hollow center and the pile looked bigger than it was. That was called a crow's nest. All along their way Vic and Len looked for work, but there were hundreds on the road doing the same, and you had to be lucky. In King Aroe we heard that the Queensland bantamweight champion was looking for sparring partners. You'd get £1 if you stayed 3 rounds with him. Len had done some boxing, I hadn't, but I was strong enough to have a go. Len gave him quite a decent fight, but I was going to be killed, though I stuck it as long as I could. Anyway, we both got paid. They were no longer the spick and span young men who had left Bundaberg and discovered this with something of a shock when they saw a group of children on their way to school leave the road and climb through the fence to avoid meeting them. At Lowood the only suitable place to camp was where pigs were auctioned, and they were turned out early in the morning to make way for those animals. Worse was to come at Clarendon, where the only shelter they found from pouring rain was a hen house. With water streaming across the mud floor they had to stand up all night, nodding off as they leaned against the wall. They reckoned they'd earned the eggs they took with them in the morning. The only other thing they ever stole was a pumpkin from a paddock full of them. But they were seen by a man who gave chase on a tractor, and they were lucky to get away. Swagmen were suspected of any crime, and a policeman once woke the two young men at their camp under a bridge to question them about the theft of a grand piano. After a Darling Downs detour to follow what turned out to be a false rumor of harvesting work, Vic and Len, now much wiser in the ways of the road, crossed the border into New South Wales. The relief allowance, obtainable fortnightly from a police station, was at the rate of 3 shillings and 3 pence a week E83. Police sergeants insisted on the recipients of relief moving on as soon as they had collected their allowance, and had their card stamped, so the owners of healthy young appetites would apply again at the next town under another name and gain another card the following week. The real name and the alias would then be alternated at towns along the route. When Vic and Len entered New South Wales they exchanged names and cards with the first two bagmen they met who were making for Queensland, thus avoiding a waiting period for relief in a state with a different system. They rode the Rattler from Tenterfield to Glen Innes among a load of pumpkins, then journeyed on to Werrelda and Moree, avoiding Quirindi where, they were warned, the police sergeant was particularly enthusiastic about catching bagmen taking lifts on trains and likely to refuse rations to anyone he didn't like the look of. We'd camped on the river at Moree and the police were unfriendly and told us to get our rations and get out. We weren't anxious to stay but waited long enough to call at the post office, and there was a letter from George. He said the sacking of single men had left Wyongala without the 50% of British migrants it was supposed to have, so some would be taken on. Len and I went right away to Cowra and got jobs on the dam site. They had been on the road for 6 months. Vic was to spend 4 years working at Wyongala Dam with his brother George. They shared a hut and an enthusiasm for political work at first for the ALP. Wyongala workers were covered by the AWU but had many complaints about their representation by that union, and when arrival, the United Labourers Union announced itself as an alternative, the Wyongala men flocked to join it. The ULU was closely tied to the NSW Labour Party, then in dispute with Federal Labour, and owed its formation to Jack Lang's rivalry with the powerful AWU figure Ted Theodore, treasurer in the Scullin government, and to Lang's desire to reduce the political influence of the AWU. Such subterranean links were unknown to George Workman when he decided to stand for ULU branch secretary because he thought the income 84 at Bent was doing a bad job. It did not occur to George that ULU branch officials formed part of a political network and he was taking on the ALP State EE local MLC Clary Martin Degree, reputedly a leftist, whose narrow win in the seat owed something to George's mobilization of the Wyongala men in the 1930 election, came to the next ULU meeting. When he rose to speak it was to direct a diatribe at George as a disruptor, including Vic for good measure. The brothers were dumbfounded. On his way out of the camp Martin put an apologetic head round the door of the workman hut. "Sorry boys, that's politics," he said. Since it was not the sort of politics the Workman brothers relished, the incident was one of the factors which influenced them both to seek out the Communist Party and present themselves as recruits. This time they were accepted. Vic and George set up a militant minority registered group at the dam and produced a Ronioed bulletin called The Flying Fox, which publicized demands. Isolated, and living under hard conditions they might be, but Vic knew from experience that they were better off than those with no jobs, and he wrote movingly on workers' unity of interest. "Comrades, a little thing, a very little thing called a job divides you from the unemployed. Maybe tomorrow or the day following you yourself will be in the ranks of the unemployed army. You must make the battle of the unemployed your battle for that very reason. Imagine yourself being driven hither and thither by the police, being subjected to such humiliation as having to bum a at 85 shirt to cover your back, of having to beg a pair of trousers to cover your nakedness or a pair of boots for your feet. Comrades, the employed and unemployed are members of the one class, the working class, whose motto should be united we stand, divided we fall. Flying Fox. And united they intended to be against the threat of the New Guard, rumored to have set up a branch in the township of Cowra. Vic recalled his brief attempt at military preparedness. We heard they were coming to Wiangala to clear out the Reds and they were armed. Everyone in the country has a gun. We decided to get rifles and meet those chaps on equal terms. I had no experience with guns, so I went into the bush for a bit of practice. Shot away at a line of kerosene tins, and couldn't hit one of them. When I had a good look at the rifle I found the sights were so out you couldn't have hit a house with it. The threatened confrontation didn't occur and Vic spent the rest of his time at Wiangala in uneventful toil and political proselytizing. When work on the dam finished in 1934, George went to try his luck in New Zealand and Vic made for Sydney. He was 26 and his ambition was, in his own words, to be a full-time revolutionary. He hoped the party would send him as an organizer to the bush, the territory he knew best. But the party, though glad of a willing worker, rather absently placed him in its bookshop, a posting which lacked the action Vic craved. Later, more appropriately, it detailed him to work in the movement against war and fascism, considered an important task because of the world's situation. Ever since the Russian Revolution and the ensuing wars of intervention, communists and socialists alike had been nervous about the possibility of a concerted attack by the capitalist powers against the Soviet Union, and in the 1930s their specific fear was that Britain was sliding towards an alliance with Germany to aid or abet such an attack and that the Australian government would follow the British. Various front organizations set up by the CP to enlist allies had suffered from the party's sectarianism in the early 30s. It was hard to enlist allies while at the same time denouncing them as social fascists. 86 at. And one organization, the League Against Imperialism, was probably handicapped by being too early and too thorough for the Australia of the 30s in opposing homegrown imperialism. Registered the Lie Conference of 1932 had held that anti-imperialists must struggle against Australian imperialists along with the Aborigines for the abolition of forced labour, for the liquidation of slave recruiting mission stations and for the setting aside of large tracts of fertile country to become Aborigine states with full rights of self-determination. Workers' Weekly, May 13, 1932. There was little support for this early call for land rights, and the lie was eventually subsumed in the anti-war movement which operated under various names but is best known as the Movement Against War and Fascism. Vic Workman became its secretary in NSW. Like many another activist, Vic lived on the dole while carrying out his unpaid MAWF work. Since the introduction of a work for dole policy, male dole recipients had to undertake relief work with pick and shovel, 1 or 2 days a week. Women had to attend sewing centers, where they were forbidden to talk as they worked. Degree under the scheme introduced by the United Australia Party government in 1933, accustomed rates and conditions were not applicable to relief work, and this inflamed union hostility. Dole payment depended on a worker's family status and, as a single man, Vic got 12 shillings a week, out of which he paid 7 and 6pence for a room in Paddington. His relief work was located behind the Bondi Sandhills, or what is now Dover Heights, and he walked there and back to save the fare. His diet was Spartan, but it always included the bushman's necessities of tea and sugar. He was content to live like this, and did for the best part of 2 years, concentrating on his political work and acting as treasurer of the Agon Kish Defense Fund during the currency of that famous case. Then Vic, who had never had a girlfriend in his life, fell in love with Hilda, a tall pretty girl who was a regular at the Whoopee carnivals. Vic first spoke to her when he asked her to count the number of peas in a bottle to determine the winner of one of their competitions. Then he became so bold as to ask her to help in collecting names of recruits to the peace movement, but he still hesitated to ask her out because relief earnings didn't allow for outings. Tactfully, Hilda let him know that she understood the problem. She came from a working-class family, her politics were the same as his and she was in work. She would be happy to subsidize trips to the pictures, and that became their regular custom. When they decided on marriage, Vic felt it was imperative that he get a job and so provide some security for a future family. Then, in Sydney's harsh climate of unemployment, he had a stroke of luck. His brother Jack worked in the pastry kitchen at Sydney's premier hotel, the Australia, and just at this time he was promoted to chef's assistant, so a kitchen hand's job was vacant. On Jack's recommendation, Vic got the job. He and Hilda were married and took a flat at Bondi near the Sandhills where he had toiled on relief work. Hilda kept her job as a knitter at Mark Foy's factory. In 1936 the Australia Hotel, in Castlereagh Street near Martin Place, was the queen of Sydney's elite hotels. Ushers and the Carlton were across the road. The Australia catered for overseas visitors and wealthy country families. Vic found a kitchen. 88 at. Staff of 60 servicing the various restaurants within the hotel, starting early, finishing late, and filling the inescapable shift break with games of rummy down in the subterranean men's dressing room or drinking in the nearest pub. Such leisure pursuits were not attractive to abstemious and serious-minded Vics, but what was a surprise to him, and would have been more so to the hotel's wealthy patrons, was a Communist Party branch existing among hotel staff. It had been founded by the Greek fish chef, Nick Xenodohos, known as Nick Xenos to lazy Australians who emigrated from Greece in 1912 to Queensland's sugar cane fields and learned his politics there from the IWW. In subsequent wanderings through several cities and a variety of occupations, he had gravitated to the Communist Party. Living in Sydney, having acquired a wife and family, he was running a cafe in King's Cross named the Byron, after the English hero poet who had tried to help liberate Greece from the Turks. Depression badly affected small businesses like Nick's, so now he was working for wages at the Australia and, vainly, with Grace Peebles, for progressive policies in his union. Owing to a paucity of more right-minded candidates, both Nick and Grace Peebles were on the union executive, though generally all they could manage to get past were some anti-fascist resolutions that required no action. Vic could recall. There was no training for cooks or waiters then. It was all done on the job. There were all nationalities in the hotel: Greeks, anti-fascist Italians, Frenchmen whose grandfathers had been exiled to New Caledonia, and men who'd walked off P&O ships. We organized political discussions in the dressing room during the shift break, and a lot found it was more interesting than going to the pub. And we tried to rouse their interest in the union. Vic began his activity in the union in March 1936. Topsy Small had preceded him there by 1 month. They were natural allies. Sticking to the union. He Hotel, Club, and Restaurants Employees Union, in which Topsy and Vic had, separately, decided to take a hand, went back in origin to the late 19th century. Some old-time members used to say that it was founded by Billy Hughes, in his early days, when he followed the occupation of kitchen hand. A few years later Vic discovered an old union member, Bert Forrest, who was able to tell stories of those early days. Something of a Rolling Stone, as well as a union pioneer, he had worked as waiter and cook in Broken Hill and Perth as well as Sydney. He told of working a 70-hour week with no payment for overtime. Other unions, he said, thought our trade was too menial ever to be organized. He remembered raising finance in Perth by running moonlight excursions on the Swan River, and of losing union funds to a secretary who decamped with them. In Sydney, he said, the going was tough, but there were tough men who made up their minds to improve things, if ever so little, no matter if it cost them their jobs or their health, and in some cases it cost them both. Some of us had to be on the job at 6 a.m. and finish at 7:30 p.m. then straight to the union office. Monday night executive meeting, Tuesday night union meeting, Wednesday working on our claims for an award, and Thursday trades and labor council. 3 or 4 nights week after week, up 5:30 am, home 11 p.m. That was in 1904. Vic would discover that the reality in his day was not much different. Political affairs in New South Wales were reflected in the 89-90 at Union. Jack Lang, deposed as Premier in 1932 in a move by Governor Game that was as unpopular and divisive as that by Governor-General Kerr in 1975, still led the ALP. But his hostility to the socialization objective of many Labour people and dissolution of branches which opposed him had made Lang many enemies in his own party. Now he had fallen out with Trades Hall and his rule was under challenge. Most Union officials owed prime allegiance to one or other of the ALP factions, and leadership of the HCRU, in the hands of its secretary and male organizer, was with the Langites. The officials, who had held their positions for some years, were hostile to young radicals of the left, while the membership looked vainly for a return to pre-depression wages and conditions. Vic Workman recalled. The Union was run by the Langites. We got together a party faction to oppose them. We had 5 Greeks, 2 Italians, 2 Australians, a New Zealander and me an Irishman, and we met at the same time as the Union executive. Grace Peebles didn't take much part. From what I've heard, she wasn't one for committees, but Nick Xenodohos used to come straight up to where we met in Oxford Street to tell us what would be raised at the next general meeting, then we'd discuss it and work out our proposals. The Union had lost half its membership during the Depression, and more than half of the 3,000 that remained were unfinancial. The officials' time was largely taken up with collecting dues and appearing in court on award claims. What was the use when they couldn't enforce them? Their organizing meant regular visits to the same large outfits where they just enrolled the new ones, collected dues, and had a cup of tea with the manager. When you looked back at the minutes and they were scrappy and badly written, you could see they didn't try to bring the members into activity. Everything was left to the executive, and one of the reasons for that was that the Union seldom met, though the quorum was only 15 for a general meeting registered once we got started. No meetings were missed. The right had to turn up to see what we were going to do. They stacked the AGM and any meeting where we'd given notice of something important, but they couldn't stack them all. Though an executive member sometimes reported on Labour Council matters, it turned out that the Union's affiliation had been dropped long ago in the interest of economy. The group which Topsy and Vic led pressed successfully for reaffiliation and representation on some Labour Council committees of particular interest, and they succeeded in getting general meetings to approve sending delegates to the Peace Congress and the Spanish Relief Committee. The Union officials met these threatening initiatives by claiming such delegate positions for themselves, so minimizing, they thought, any harm the leftists might do. But such tactics could have unintended consequences. The secretary, a conservative, right-wing Catholic, put himself forward as delegate to the Spanish Relief Committee and was then embarrassed to find himself a member of a group formed to aid the Republican cause in Spain while his church's hierarchy in Australia was on Franco's side. Topsy Small had a particular personal memory of those days. The Spanish War had started and there was a big meeting at the town hall. Lloyd Ross spoke, he was quite inspiring, and there was a collection for Spanish relief. It was one of our bad times and we had no money, not even for fares. So I asked Fred, and he agreed, and we put my wedding ring in the collection. Topsy was soon in the position of being chief advocate for women's interests in the Union. Although women formed the majority of the membership, they had received little consideration, and their organizer had been ineffectual. Topsy says, "We wanted equal pay. Women cooks only got about half what men did for the same job, the same with waiters and waitresses, and we wanted straight shifts instead of long hours with a break in the middle. Men spent the break in a pub, women would most likely run home and do the washing. The thing that most concerned us at first was to get a menu for staff meals. It was written into the award that the boss had to supply a meal, but he could give you anything and you had to pay for it. My first job at Usher's, the food was shocking. It was reheated food left over from the day before, even the day before that. I thought then, if you don't tell the boss he's got to give you certain things to eat, he'll give you anything. Some of those cafes gave the girls leftover pies, sausage rolls, and cakes. Even when we got it into the award. 92 at. That lunch must have meat, one green vegetable, one yellow vegetable and potato. You couldn't be sure it would be alright, though it looked good on paper. Topsy and Vic got the general meeting to approve an organizational committee which would plan more efficient union procedures, improve finances, and clear the way for organizers to do some real organizing. They found women members in particular had been neglected. The Little Ginger group also started a newsletter called Stockpot into which they put bits and pieces on their campaigns, and aired members' grievances. It was just a roneoed sheet and they distributed it themselves among staff in the big hotels, cafes, and department stores. Says Topsy. We always urged people to come to meetings and help build the union, but the officials weren't much for democracy, and used religion against us. They didn't reckon with old Billy Dove though. He wrote in Stockpot registered that the women's organizer was telling girls they couldn't be good Catholics and side with the militants. He said he was an active Catholic but he believed in militant policies, so he was one of the Reds. He was a real treasure, a quiet humorous old fellow. He knew a lot about the union, and when I was new he'd tell me what to take up, sit behind me in the meetings and encourage me. And, when Topsy was menaced by a large and formidable woman who said she would do for her, it was Bill Dove who made a check and discovered that she did not work where she said she did not work in the industry at all. Registered the woman was found to be playing a part in the unsavory tactics then used by the Lang labor rump to keep control of unions and other organizations where their hold was slipping. Her job was to intimidate women who showed signs of militancy. At the time Topsy was grateful for the services of a group of waitresses from one of Sargent's cafes who volunteered to protect her at meetings. Though workers in the industry were mostly women, the union had only one female organizer and there were complaints from women that they never saw her. One meeting we moved that another female organizer be appointed. The chairman ruled that out of order, and Vic, who had plenty at 93 of experience with union meetings and other meetings, moved dissent from the chairman's ruling. Well, I don't think anyone had had the cheek to do that before. The meeting was with us and the chairman was overruled. Mine was the only nomination and I was elected. The general meeting put me on and the executive put me off, then the general meeting put me on again. I just kept plodding along, enrolling members, taking a note of their problems and bringing them up at meetings to force some action. Topsy met hostility at first but also considerable curiosity. Staff at a sergeant's cafe told her they had expected a Russian and Topsy deduced that the other organizer had described her as a Bolshevik. Once they found I wouldn't let the award be broken they supported me. The manageress used to make the girls clean up after they'd finished, they weren't paid for that. I just stood outside at closing time and looked through the plate glass window. When she saw me, the manageress grabbed the broom away from a girl and told them all to go home. It was against the award and she didn't do it again. Those were the girls who came to meetings as my bodyguard when was threatened. Topsy found the award was being broken everywhere but it was hard to check because the big employers would try to keep organizers out. In addition, they had been used to compliance from women officials. Previously the big employers had found the union's female organizers easy to intimidate, but Topsy insisted on her right to enter premises and check whether awards were being observed. All the big stores had big restaurants then and Anthony Horde-Earns wouldn't let me in. So I brought a copy of the act and regulations that covered the duties and rights of an organizer. Then the manager said, "I'll put a table and chair for you," and he tried to put me in the road entrance where the carts and motors came into the store. I said that doesn't suit me and he said, "I'm not concerned with what suits you." But there was nothing to stop me from going to see the staff in the dressing room or where they were having a meal as long as didn't interfere with them on the job, so I told him that's what I'd do. Topsy's first try at organizing lasted 3 months until the next 94 at annual general meeting, and the right brought in the numbers and voted her out. She speaks bitterly. Ordinary meetings would have about 20 members there, some of the officials didn't even come. But when the AGM and union elections came up they'd be there with their cronies and their friends, people you never saw at any other time. Then you'd have an attendance of over 100, nearly all men and half of them drunk because they'd been treated to drinks between knocking off time and the meeting. That's how they got them there. These people wouldn't come to ordinary meetings, they couldn't be bothered. In the second year of their struggle in the union, Topsy and Vic gained a new recruit, a real professional who had been in the industry for 15 years. Flo Davis was a friendly, pretty woman with a gentle air who, in the past, had been more interested in dancing than in union affairs. At first she came along to make up the numbers, interested, but certainly too shy to speak. She'd been told to look out for Topsy and Vic. She says, "You couldn't miss them." Vic was a real Irishman, friendly, full of jokes, popular with the members, but he knew all the rules and they couldn't put a thing past him. Topsy was a fighter. She got so indignant about the conditions the girls had to put up with, she was always on her feet demanding that the union do something. If the secretary didn't come up to scratch, she'd haul him over the coals at the next meeting. It was some time before Flo took a part in the union's affairs, and then she was the unwitting catalyst of change. At the Savoy Cafe, a branch of Sargent's where she worked, the manager gave Flo a pat on the back for her efficiency and compatibility, a surprise, she said, when she'd been told that Flo was an agitator. Flo was taken aback. She was just a member of her union, she said, who had made the accusation. "Your organizer, she put you in, said you'd cause trouble on the job," the manager told her. "I told Topsy and Vic and they said I would have to stand up at the meeting and tell the members, because I could have lost my job. She was supposed to protect me, not get me fired, and the members wouldn't trust the union if that went on." At 95. A. Union organizer E. Topsy Small. 96 at. So Flo faced a meeting for the first time, said her piece and roused a storm. The female organizer disdained to make an explanation and resigned, and in 1939 Topsy won the subsequent election for the position. Flo recalls what a change there was, a fresh wind blowing through the union. Topsy began to cover new ground. She wouldn't allow any breach of the award, and she kept the secretary busy writing to employers about their deficiencies. As well, her reports were always entertaining, full of incident. There was her running battle with various sergeants' cafes over their custom of having the waitresses also scrub the floors. Sergeants wrote to say they were taking action, they had issued the girls with rubber gloves. But the meeting always knew Topsy would win in the end. Now that she'd begun, Flo became thoroughly engaged in union affairs. Stockpot had prepared the way for an official union journal, a la carte, and Flo joined Vic on its editorial committee. In 1940 she was elected to the executive and a few months later left waitressing to become an organizer. For Topsy, full of energy, was enrolling 3 times the number of new members the former organizer had been able to manage, and finding so many award breaches that needed attention that she couldn't handle all the work. But the extra dues she collected paid for an extra organizer, and Flo was elected. Flo recalls, "That was a very busy time. Topsy was showing me the ropes, and because she'd been so active some employers were hostile. Anthony Horde-Earns wouldn't let us in, Veer Matthews ordered us out. Whenever that happened we'd get a letter from the secretary that we were the union's organizers and had the right of entry. He had to threaten to prosecute if we weren't allowed in. Then we had to make him do it. At some places Topsy would say, 'Hang on to your handbag and don't put it down.' She wasn't thinking it might be taken, but that something might be put in. There was a kitchen man who complained about his hours at a King's Cross hotel and said he'd go to the union. The boss went down and said to the cook, 'Put something in his bag. We'll get him as he goes out and he won't go running to any bloody union.' You had to think of that." At the annual general meeting the following year, with a record attendance of nearly 300, they challenged the copyright. 97. 5. Woman in the news. Into the news stepped stockingless organizer of the Hotel and Restaurant Employees Union, Miss Agnes Small. Ready to give a size 4 kick in the shins to anybody trying to force members of her union to wear stockings at work. Hazel-eyed, Syracuse-minded, 35. Miss Small contended it was anti-Australian for any employer to insist on girls wearing stockings when the government was pleading with everybody to spend less on unnecessary clothing. We are fighting to maintain our identity as a she flashed. This war is too important for 7 worry about fashions. I am not a feminist, but under Japanese fascism women have no rights, and if we were to lose this war, which we won't, men and women wouldn't be able to argue about stockings. It is many weeks since she and other organizers of her union distributed circulars to members, advising, if you can, and wish to work without stockings, do so, because you will be not only saving coupons to permit the purchase of mere essential clothing, but you will also be assisting the war effort. They had many tussles with employers who objected to girls working bare-legged in cafes, but they urged girls not to leave the job, didn't try to go in. She used to wait outside at knock-off time and get bowled over in the rush to get home. We were insisting on our right to enter and deal with our members. Flo's memories include meetings, marches, and campaigns with other unions and the Labor Council where Flo and Vic were to be delegates of their union for 30 years. Some campaigns were against abuses peculiar to their industry. Flo can recall with amusement waiting in the street till well after midnight, then, with Topsy and Vic, entering through the kitchen in a raid on the Wentworth or other hotel or nightclub where staff were being worked illegally long hours for a big dinner or dance. It was the only way to catch those employers out, as members could not openly complain for fear of the sack. Registered when growth in membership and activity made it necessary to elect an assistant secretary in 1941, Flo's knowledge of the industry and of the details of awards made her the logical choice. That she was able to perform adequately, she says, was due to Topsy's training and encouragement. Topsy was wrapped up in the union and her family. If she could, she would have maintained those twin interests, but 2 years later 2 troubles came together. There was a strike at Farmers over making the waitresses responsible for shortages in the receipts. It had come to a head at last and Fred fell ill. 2 degree at Farmers. Flo Carlton, a waitress who had worked there for 11 years, was found to be short 3 shillings on her receipts. It was over Christmas, they'd been busy. It was impossible not to have 3 pence or 6 pence short sometimes, and at 99. The sum mounted up. Flo Carlton told the manager she was a unionist and her union's policy was against waitresses having to make up cash shortages, so she wouldn't pay. Nothing was said, but a few days later she was sacked. One of the waitresses rang Topsy, who came at once. She tried to talk to the manager but he wouldn't see her. So I told the girls if they wanted to take it further they should put on their hats and come down to the trades hall, and they did 120 of them. On the way we went through a place where they had mannequin parades. There were women sitting there, women with money, they weren't out of work or anything, waiting for the parade and someone to speak over a microphone. So grabbed the mic and told them they wouldn't be getting served in the restaurant afterwards, and told them why. We went to the trades hall to have a meeting and the girls decided to stay out till Flo Carlton was reinstated. That night the union got out a leaflet about the strike and Topsy was at Farmers before 8 next morning to give them out to staff. She found the workers in the staff cafeteria had a grievance too. The union had just got them a new award with 1 week's paid holidays, the first they'd had, but Farmers would only give them their holiday pay after they came back to work. They wanted to go on strike too, but Topsy dissuaded them. She said where else would the staff get a cup of tea in the little time they had? I was in the staff dining room when up came the shop detective and ordered me out. I said wasn't going. He grabbed me by the arm and pulled me and my feet went from under me and went down on the floor. The detective, a 14-stone man, sat on my stomach and I'm crying out for him to get off me when the staff manager came over and stood on my legs with his hands on the stair rail. There was a great hullabaloo. A little girl, the little Scotch woman from the staff cafeteria, she was only very short, rushed over with a big carving knife in her hand and she said, "Get off her, get off or I'll cut off your bloomin' ears." That was to the staff manager. The lift man grabbed the bloke that was sitting on me and said, "You can take my notice. Wouldn't work for a firm that treated a lady like that." and he was dragging him off. Other women from the cafeteria helped me up and gave me a chair near 100 at the window. I felt pretty off, quite ill, but all I could think I had to distribute those leaflets. Opened my case and the wind through the window blew the leaflets around, you see, and people were diving for them, so didn't have to do any more about it. The women on strike were very angry. They had a demonstration outside Farmers, but Topsy wasn't in it anymore. I had a sort of collapse. You see, everything happened at once. Fred had been ill, and the doctor said it might be TB and he should go to the mountains. So he'd gone to Katoomba and we were apart for the first time for years. I'd been working very hard in the union, long late hours, we didn't get much money, the same as the women in the industry, about £2. I was worried about managing with the 2 children and then to be attacked like that. I sued those men for assault, but they said they had been trying gently to lead me from the store but that I behaved viciously. The staff manager said he was standing on my legs to protect himself, and the store detective said he fell on me by accident. The magistrate believed them though I had witnesses and they did not. He was especially crook about my speaking to customers through the mic, and he dismissed the case. And they tried to blacken my name. The barrister shot at me, "You don't live with your husband." I said I can't. He's in the Queen Victoria Homes with TB. The women were on strike for 4 weeks, but in the end they voted to go back. The court decided that in the future workers would not be responsible for customers' debts, but Flo Carlton did not get her job back. The union secretary, Claude Kelly, had taken charge of the strike after Topsy's collapse. She says, "I don't want to blame him, but I wish I'd been there, think I could have done better." With Topsy's departure from what was primarily a women's union, more would fall on the shoulders of Flo Davis, who, in a few years, was to assume a greater responsibility as her union secretary, one of the first women to hold such a position. She had traveled a long way from her early years in far north Queensland. Flo Davis, who loves to dance. F. Davis was born in the mining town of Chillagoe, North Queensland in 1902. Her father Fred Davis went there in 1899, leaving his wife Florence and their 4 children with her parents, the Nightingales, in Victoria until he was settled. Fred Davis went by ship to Cairns, then west over the mountains by train. The railway went only as far as Mariba in those days, and so he walked the rest of the way 150 kilometers because he'd heard there would be jobs with the mining company building a smelter there to treat copper ore from the country around. Chillagoe was a rough town in those days. The miners, mostly single men, or men without their families, lived in bag huts, ate poor food and got roaring drunk on Saturday nights, but there were jobs, and Fred Davis soon got work as a carpenter on the smelter. In his own time he began to build a wooden house for his family. Wood was the material used for permanent construction in the north, though white ants would soon prove that permanency an illusion. In 2 years the house was finished and Florence Davis joined her husband with the children. 1 year later another Florence, called Flo, was born. Chillagoe, in spite of its primitive conditions, had a population of thousands, and families of the men who worked there were beginning to arrive as what were regarded as civilized amenities appeared. The Anglican Church contracted Fred Davis to build a hall for its services, and the Methodists too made an appearance. When the eldest Davis girl, Rosetta, married, she gained a mother-in-law who spoke from a women's Christian temperance union platform against the demon drink with as much aplomb as though she were back in suburban Melbourne. 101. 102 at. A growing number of children played the usual children's games in the hot, dry country around the town and in the limestone cave system in the nearby hills. The caves are now a attraction, but still unlighted and potentially dangerous. In those days, Flo remembers, she and the other children went into the caves with a lamp and a ball of string to help them find their way back. But they didn't tell their nervous mothers where they were going. Florence Davis was a quiet woman, not strong, and timidly devoted to her husband. She never became accustomed to the living conditions of the far north and had to endure even worse when jobs at the smelter finished and no further work offered. The family moved 30 kilometers away to Corbora, where her husband set up as a blacksmith. In her new home, which had a sapling frame, bag and tin walls and an earth floor, Florence Davis gave birth to her 8th child, 3 having been born at Chillago and suffered a bad accident. As was the custom, the midwife who delivered the baby stayed to look after mother and child for a week or two. New mothers were kept in bed for a week, and on the day Florence Davis got up, her midwifey housekeeper chanced to be tipsy. She stumbled and fell, dragging her patient with her. In the fall, Florence hit her head on a doorpost and had to be taken by railway pump car to the hospital at Chillago. Flo remembers that her mother lay unconscious for 2 weeks. She recovered from the early paralysis of her right side but was never afterwards quite well, always quiet and a bit absent. The second daughter, Annie, 12 years of age, left school to care for the 2 younger children, aged 7 and 4, and she reared the newborn baby on a mixture of condensed milk and water. Family fortunes changed when Flo was 10 and her father got a railway job as bridge carpenter at Innislay, 140 kilometers to the south. The town was the site of another copper mine, but different country altogether, set near the junction of 2 rivers which flowed through basaltic rock formations and flooded regularly from December to March, leaving permanent rock pools. The children learned to swim in a big rock pool called the Basin, said to be the bottomless crater of an extinct volcano, which gave learning to swim a delicious touch of terror. The great advantage of the new job was that a railway house. Flo Davis, who loves to dance at 103 SD. C. E. Flo's father, Fred Davis, with his apprentice and their tools of trade. A permanent job with the railways as a bridge carpenter meant the family got a railway house with floorboards, 1910. 104 at. Went with it. Years later, Flo wrote down for her daughter these recollections of her own childhood. We were thrilled as kids to arrive at a big wooden house, rooms and big yard and floorboards. What was most gratifying was that we had water pipes and water from a big tank which supplied water to the steam engines. Others had to depend on rainwater tanks, but as it rained very seldom in North Queensland, nearly all the year water had to be carted from the riverbeds and paid for. So the children all used to come to our place, and Dad built a big iron bath, oval-shaped, about 8 feet long and 3 feet wide, to bathe in. Fred Davis's work, the repair and rebuilding of bridges between Mariba and the end of the line, took him away for about 2 weeks at a time, then he would be home only a weekend before he was gone again. But railwaymen stood together, and Jack Blythe, the station master who lived next door, was a good neighbor while Fred Davis was away. Flo wrote, "We had a very happy family life. When Dad came home we were all delighted. He played the concertina and got us all out in the front of the yard playing games and singing, and all the kids around joining in. When he was due home, Mum was _her happiest." Flo can picture her mother now, watching through the veranda vines, waiting for the expected return of her husband. Other friends of Fred Davis in that small town society were important too, Flo says. A man who had a big effect on our family was Sam Kershaw. He was a rationalist and socialist. Dad met him having a drink in the pub and was very impressed with his intelligence. Our family had been Church of England until the church asked Dad to build them a hall in Chillago and then never paid him. After that we were Methodists. Sam Kershaw was the first atheist we ever met. He developed an anti-religious attitude in us. But we still went to church when a visiting minister or priest came out from Cairns. Everybody did. It was the only entertainment. The Kershaws had a property about 5 kilometers out where they bred cattle and horses. Their boys were great riders and popular with other young people, girls, especially. The families became friendly and Mrs. Kershaw taught Flo to play the piano. When she was 14, in 1916, Flo gained a state scholarship to continue her studies at the big public school in Cairns, the only one in the family to proceed so far with her education. She boarded with a family there for 2 quite happy years. None of the big issues of the day, as far as Flo remembers, flurried the calm of her girlhood. Her best friend in Cairns was a Chinese girl named Nuki Young, and one of the teachers, an Englishwoman, advised her not to be so friendly with an Asiatic. Flo thought that was extremely silly. Her eldest brother Fred enlisted in the army and went overseas, but she can recall little interest in the war being displayed in the north. She thinks Fred enlisted to get out of working in the copper mines, almost the only source of employment at Innislay. Later he became a carpenter like his father. When marriage was agreed between Annie and Bill Kelly, a horseman and cattle station hand, it was also agreed that Flo 106 at should return to Innislay so she could help her mother with the younger children. Their MP, Dan Riordan, another railwayman, arranged Flo's posting as pupil teacher at the local school. It was good to be home again, and Flo enjoyed her teaching years. The young people of the district spent their free time swimming and playing tennis, and in the evenings they danced. That was Flo's favorite pastime, and she shone at it. She had a boyfriend now, Bob Kershaw, 3 years older than she and a bit fast. Flo was flattered at his attention, but she had no intention of getting serious. Rose and Annie had both married at 18. Flo was sure she would not do that. But she could not foresee the tragedy that was to change everything. It was the winter of 1921, the family was looking forward to young Fred's coming marriage, and Flo was thinking about the final exam that would qualify her as a teacher. On a sunny afternoon she was playing a not too serious game of tennis with friends, when a messenger arrived with news of her father's accident. Flo's letter to her daughter recounts. He was working on a pylon under a bridge at a little place called Burbuka near Mariba, some 10 feet down, with 50 other men. He and one of them was kneeling one each end of a crosscut saw. When the sand caved in, a man standing in the middle got his arms and legs broken, but the 2 kneeling were killed. My father was killed. They brought the body home. Mum was distraught. Rose, the eldest daughter, took her mother to Cairns for a few months, but poor Florence Davis couldn't settle there and returned to Innislay. Flo had given up teaching to look after the 5 boys at home. It was against the advice of the headmaster, who wanted her to apply for leave. What was the use of applying for leave, Flo thought. She was the last girl at home and would look after her brothers till they were grown, and her mother in her old age. Flo's mother was only 50, but she seemed lost now she was without her husband. They would have to leave the railway house, and she wanted to go back to Melbourne, but none of the children would agree to do that. Flo recalls, still with emotion. I was sitting sewing and little Bill ran along the veranda singing out, "Mum spitting black stuff." It was her own blood she brought up. She'd swallowed spirits of salts. Sat beside her in the hospital. She was delirious and she had dreadful pain. It was 10 days before she died. She had a hard life, she wasn't at home in North Queensland. We should have listened to her. Rose, Annie, and the neighbors arranged everything. Bert, who was 14, would go to Rose in Cairns. Jack, who was working for the Kershaws, would live with them. Frank would go with Fred when he was married, and Annie would take 6-year-old Bill. It had been planned for some time that a minister would travel from Mariba to marry Fred and Rita. They thought it was a good idea to make it a double wedding, so Bob and I were added to the celebration at Annie's house. I didn't like to say no. Tried to get back into teaching, but it was too late. So Flo was married at 18 after all, and it was a calamity. The young couple lived on his parents' property and Bob worked with the horses. He bred and broke them, then trained and rode them. He made money and spent it. When he won the Mariba Cup he gave Flo a diamond bracelet. She kept the accounts for the Kershaw's property and taught the piano to children in the district. Thought we might have children of our own, but we never did. We weren't suited at all. I was too young and serious, and very shy of sex, and Bob never thought about anything else. One good thing, I liked his parents, they were fine people. Emma and Sam Kershaw had made a long journey by wagon from Tibooburra, New South Wales, in the 1890s. It was a hard journey. One son died along the way and another was born. On arrival at Innislay they took up land a few kilometers out to raise cattle and horses, and they prospered. Sam Kershaw was a great reader. He introduced his new daughter-in-law to his favorite books and newspapers, The Freethinker and The Rationalist from Britain and The Australian Communist from Sydney. But between Bob and Flo things were never right. 108 at. Flo was 22 when she left her husband the first time. She went to Cairns where Rose lived, thinking she might get a job in a shop. But everywhere she went they wanted experience, and Rose disapproved of a married woman leaving her husband. So Flo took a job as a live-in domestic. Her evenings were her own and she went out dancing every night, enjoying the novelty of her freedom. As a Methodist, Rose disapproved of dancing too, and she wrote to Bob. He came to make his peace and persuaded Flo to go back to Innislay. That story was repeated several times. Bob always swore to change his ways and to be faithful, but the reformation never lasted and in the end she went for good. In 1931 Flo left for Brisbane and got a divorce. She made a home there for her two youngest brothers, Frank and Bill, still in their teens. I knew I could always get a job and look after myself. I'd worked as a barmaid in Mariba and in cafes in Cairns, Innisfail and Townsville when I was separated. In Brisbane I was doing catering for pubs. I was lucky to be always in work, but there wasn't anything for the boys, not even the dole for Bill because he was under 18. It was the unemployed themselves who provided activities for the boys and others. There was an unemployed men's hostel in Fortitude Valley on the city's edge, and there were some lively minds among the men living there. Socialist books were passed around and those who were interested could meet any day in the botanical gardens beside the river to discuss them, to read or just to talk. The rationalists held lectures on Sunday nights and every Saturday there was a dance run by the unemployed workers movement. They all went and Frank met his future wife there. Flo was mad about dancing and was out 4 or 5 nights a week. Flo has good memories of their first Christmas when her brother Bert came to stay and the 4 of them were together for the first time since their mother's death. Registered Bert had been on his own since he was 14 when he left Rose's household in Cairns, carrying his swag. He looked for work round the country. Railway jobs were easiest to get because so many people remembered his father and wanted to help him, but work in the railway gangs was badly paid. Cane cutting paid the best wages but it was skilled work and hard to get into. In his years of wandering, Bert had been tin mining in Emmaville and gold mining at Krakow. There he worked tied to a rope and hanging over the deep shaft they called the Glory Hole. He had just come from droving cattle, a big mob from Queensland, down to NSW. The boys were thrilled with Bert's stories of life in the outback. They both went on the road later, on what they thought would be an adventure, but times were harder than when Bert started. Bill went north and was caught in the Battle of Cairns when a posse of respectable townspeople, led by the major, joined with police to eject unemployed men from the local showground where they had made camp. Bill escaped injury but many others did not. Frank went bush with a horse and cart and struck a long wet period when his cart got bogged on the dirt roads. Both boys were to decide that life might be better back in Brisbane, and that is where they remained. Bert didn't stay long in the city. He could only get 1 day's relief work every alternate week and a dole ticket for 6 shillings in the other week. He thought he could do better than that in the country. A few years later he got into cane cutting, got married and settled down at Proserpine. A former, serious-minded Flo still existed underneath, and the events of the Depression and her continued reading of Workers' Weekly prompted her to seek out the Communist Party. She got the address from the rationalists and, dressed in her best, went along to join up. When I found the right place I spoke to a big chap. It was Mick Ryan. I met him later in Sydney. He asked, "How much do you know about communism?" Said, "Not much, but I want to learn." He looked at me as if I was a kid and said, "Come back when you know a bit more." So just went on dancing. But life was hard for my brothers. Flo came to Sydney in 1935. The papers said the Depression was over but things were worse than they'd been in Brisbane. She saw very shabby people in the streets and children dressed in hand-me-downs too big for them and without shoes. Families were still evicted when they couldn't pay the rent. Relief work gangs of unemployed men were everywhere, and the suburban centers had empty shops with to-let notices in the windows. 110A. But Flo got a job easily enough, assistant cook at a cafe called the White Horse in opposite Tattersall's in Pitt Street. It was Easter and showtime, and Sydney was crowded with country people. Restaurants were doing well. What she didn't know was that the extra staff taken on for the show would be put off as soon as it was over and people went back to the country. Flo had come to Sydney with a woman she had worked with in Townsville, but unlike her friend Maud, who got homesick for Queensland and left after 2 weeks, Flo was determined to stay until she'd seen a bit more of the South. When her work as a cook finished, she took the pantrymaid's job she was offered at lower wages and stayed on, one of a staff of 40. We worked a broken shift. Breakfast and lunch were in the first part, then we were supposed to have 3 hours off till it was time to get dinner ready, but there was generally something to do, like peeling vegetables. You might work from 7 in the morning till 8 at night with a few short meal breaks. You'd get about £2 a week. Nobody complained because jobs were hard to get, but there was a public holiday we didn't work, and we didn't get paid either. In Queensland we'd been in the AWU, and whatever else you could say about it, the AWU saw that employers kept to the award. I went down to the trades hall, to the union office. I had to talk to a man. I found out later he was the secretary. Had to talk to him through a window with the shutter half down. I told him what I'd come about, and he asked me if I was a member of the union. I said no. I was going to tell him I'd just come down from Queensland and no one from the union had come round yet, but he slammed the shutter down. I realized later the award must have been broken all the time and the union didn't have the staff or the money to stop that. It wasn't my worry because I wasn't going to stay, wanted to go on and have a look at Melbourne when I'd saved some money. But I liked Sydney and I thought I might come back. Most nights I went dancing at the Trocadero. Later I worked there. Topsy and I would get taken on as casual waitresses on Saturday nights. Flo also liked the staff at the White Horse Inn. They were friendly and informal, a rather nomadic lot, many, like Flo herself, on their way from somewhere and moving on to somewhere else. In particular there was Mary, a middle-aged Melbourne woman who had left her husband and grown-up daughters for her irresponsible Scottish lover. She was to prove a good friend to Flo. And there was Jeff, an Englishman. Much younger than me, just a boy really. He was an artistic, humorous sort of fellow. You couldn't help liking him. He had a brother working on stations in Queensland and he thought he might work his way up there. At the time I left the cafe, Jeff left too. He'd got a job with a circus and he was going to the country. He'd given up his room and he asked me if he could stay in mine that night. The next day I left for Melbourne. One was working at a hotel for theatricals called the Russell, and when fainted at work the woman who ran it asked me if I was pregnant. It was a few months before I knew because the first doctor I went to said no. When I found out the woman at the hotel was very good and said could stay, but I decided to go back to Sydney. Sitting up in the train all night on the way back I was thinking, all because let Jeff stay in my room that night. It sounds silly because didn't know what on earth I was going to do, but was pleased about the baby. Had wanted one when I was married, but we never had a child. Flo went back to a place she'd stayed before, a Woolloomooloo terrace with a sympathetic landlady. Her pregnancy was beginning to show and she wouldn't be able to get a waitressing job, so it was as well that she had a little money saved. She wrote to Jeff at his brother's last address in Queensland. She thought if he had a child he should know about it, and she wrote to her brother Bert. For something to do she spent her days in the botanic gardens, walking and sitting in the sun. When her money began to run out, keeping herself became a problem for Flo, and her landlady suggested that the answer might be found at St. Margaret's, a Catholic maternity hospital at Darlinghurst. Flo went for an interview. Yes, they would take her in. She would work in the laundry, must be in by 6 each evening and could not have visitors. Flo found the conditions humiliating. She said no, thank you. Other city hospitals would not admit her till she was 7 months pregnant, but then the government health department came to the rescue. Flo could go to Newington, popularly known as the Old Ladies' Home, until she was eligible for the women's hospital at Paddington a few weeks before the birth. And she says, smiling, it was the best thing that could have happened. She wrote down for her daughter her feelings about it. I was in a ward with 30 others, mainly bed patients, old, strokes, some retarded. They all had jobs. One lady on a stick, one leg off, was marvelous, doing the flowers, helping feeding, a lesson to me, and I was soon sweeping the ward, fetching and carrying. Everyone was interested in the coming baby, and Flo stayed there for 2 months and was quite sorry to leave. They gave me my train ticket and tram fare to get to the women's hospital. I stopped on my way through town and went to the pictures. I didn't know when I'd be able to go again. In the cottage for waiting mothers at the hospital, once again, there was a job for everyone. Flo's was setting the table for breakfast and making the porridge. She had barely settled in when she woke in the night and knew the baby was coming. I didn't want to let them down, so I got up and I set the table, then I put the porridge on to soak. One of the sisters came into the kitchen. She said, "What on earth are you doing? It's 1 o'clock. It was Good Friday morning and Barbara was born that day." Then says Flo, a wonderful thing happened. One visiting hour in came her friends from the White Horse Inn. Someone had caught sight of Flo in the Botanic Gardens the last time she was there and reported it to her friends at the cafe. It took a long time, but they traced her to Woolloomooloo, Newington, and then to the hospital. When they all clattered into the hospital ward, Flo was delighted. Mary was renting a house at Redfern and pressed Flo to come there with the baby. Someone had made a small cradle out of an orange box, others provided the bedding. They made Flo's world rosy again and she never forgot their kindness. But outside it was different. Things were very bad in Redfern then. I've never seen such poor people, families living in one room, with not enough to eat and the children sick. Remember a poor woman whose baby died. They took up a collection in our street to buy a shroud, and people could only afford to give pennies. I did some sewing to help Mary. I had the sewing machine at a window that opened onto the street. Children came to the window in little thin dresses, no shoes. It was winter. I gave them scraps of leftover material and they thought it was Christmas. Friends helped Flo get a midday waitress job at David Jones. That meant working just under half-time, but it included Friday night. You worked Friday night or you didn't get the job. The pay was £1 a week. Mary was going back to Melbourne, so Flo looked for a room in East Sydney nearly as cheap as Redfern and nearer the city centre, and found one she could have very cheaply if she cleaned the bathroom daily for the other tenants. A nursery at Woolloomooloo took Barbara for the daytime working hours, and a comprehensive roster of friends and friends' children filled the gap on Friday nights. It was a precarious arrangement, but Flo thinks she was well off. Most rooms had a whole family in them. The meter on my gas ring was out of order and you could get the gas free. Was going to tell the landlord, but the woman downstairs asked me not to. 114 at. She had 4 children and her husband out of work. She couldn't afford to pay for gas to heat their food, and it was midwinter, so she used my gas for nothing. The government was telling people to grow vegetables, but in the city the soil was sour and those little backyards never got the sun. Then, at Christmas time, when Barbara was 9 months old, Jeff turned up. Quite by accident he had run into his brother up in Queensland and heard about the letter. He came to join his ready-made family, but there was never any doubt about who was the breadwinner. Jeff and I got married. We always got on quite well. He was a likable fellow but a bit irresponsible, suppose. The only job he ever had was when he and a friend hired a horse and cart and collected bottles round the streets. He enjoyed that, thought it was a great lark. But he looked after Barbara on Friday nights, and all the other nights after I'd joined the party I was always busy. Flo's entry into politics came about because while chatting in the street, she told a neighbor what she thought about the state of the nation. "You should meet my lodger," said the woman, "he thinks like you." So Flo met Stan Moran, a leader of the unemployed, noted domain orator and soon to be elected an official of the Waterside Workers' Federation, registered he was soon to recruit her to take part in agitation against the evictions then proceeding in East Sydney. You'd hear a noise in the street, put your head out the window, if it was an eviction you'd take a box, run down the street, jump up and start talking. You didn't have time to feel nervous. And it was Stan Moran who urged her to take an active part in her union. Go and see Topsy and Vic, he told her. It led to her life's work in the union. United Front. Combination of circumstances had encouraged communist women to operate separately from others who had similar objectives and with whom they might have had a useful alliance. The revolutionary fervour of the 1920s, quite unrelated to Australian circumstances, the super-leftism of the early 1930s, the hostility of the ALP in the second half of both those decades had worked to isolate communists from potential allies in the labour movement. At last in the mid-30s, it was the menace of fascism in Europe which inclined the party towards the policy of the United Front, but progress in that direction was slow. Mary Lamb was in the habit of discussing her work among women with CP Secretary J.B. Miles. Although some party women were in awe of one they regarded as a stern figure of authority, Mary was not. Miles, like her Tom, was a Scot, with some of the same characteristics of taciturnity and inflexibility, and with a reputation, too, for personal integrity. She often found his brief comments helpful and to the point. Chatting after the celebration of International Women's Day 1935, about a day which women in the Communist Party had celebrated since the 1920s. With a meeting or a social, Mary was taken aback when Miles took his pipe out of his mouth long enough to ask, "How long are you going to keep it to yourselves?" Miles's question reflected the party's new interest in developing a loose alliance with other community organizations which might join in a united front against fascism. After she had thought about that, and talked it over with the other women, she began, somewhat reluctantly, to work towards broadening the IWD commemoration. I don't think I can explain how nervous felt about that. All the work I'd done and all the women I knew were working class. All I knew about other women's organizations in Sydney was that they 115, 116 at were what the militant women's group used to call boss class organizations. None of us knew any middle-class women or how to talk to them. What we didn't know was that they felt the same way about us. So they formed an IWD committee and early in 1936 sent out letters about International Women's Day not just to friendly organizations like MAWF and the Women's Section of the Unemployed but to the Federation of Women Voters, Equal Status for Women Committee, the Co-op Guilds, the United Associations of Women and others. Response was surprisingly good, with 2 delegates nominated from the United Associations and a message from its president, Jessie Street, that she would like to hear all about IWD from the committee. Mary says, "We were terrified, though it sounds absurd to say it." Jessie Street was a very well-known Sydney woman, rich, the wife of a judge, often in the papers. We didn't know how to approach someone like that. Claire Herbert of the Clothing Trades Union rang up to make the appointment, and when Jessie Street answered, Claire was so nervous she dropped the phone. I was the one to go and see her, and I've never been so frightened in my life. I didn't have any good dresses, so I went and bought one made of Moroccan, but it had an accident with an iron on the morning of the interview and I had to wear a cotton house dress with a raincoat over it. Once she met Jessie Street, discovered her to be quite unpretentious and saw how interested she was, Mary lost her nervousness. She told Jessie the history of the day for women and told her how I loved the idea of women as sisters holding hands around the world on that day. The IWD gathering was a great success, the largest they'd ever had, with many women from other organizations taking part. Flory Lahife, an IWD regular, who was secretary of the Women's Section of Unemployed and Relief Workers, had never spoken to such an audience, and although she had carefully written out her speech, her hands shook so, that reading it was difficult. But Mary, who says she had discovered that UA women were just ordinary, like the rest of us, sailed through the occasion, which was just as well, as she was its president. Over the mid-years of the 30s, a broadening process in the policies of the CP women's movement can be traced in its press. The September 1933 issue of Working Woman was still urging avoidance of the United Associations of Women, which it described as bourgeois, but it was also calling attention to German women's loss of hard-won rights under fascism, and to worse excesses of that system, opposition to which was soon to be the catalyst of the United Front. By the June 1934 issue, the Women's Conference in Paris, to which Selina Moroni went, was described as a United Front conference. Early in 1935, as Mary Wright has described, the bourgeois women's organizations had become desirable allies, and after the successful International Women's Day Conference of 1936, efforts were made to broaden the appeal of the CP paper for women. In August 1936, Working Woman became Woman Today, something nearer the women's magazines of the day, but with a socialist perspective. The new broad policy was one Mary, with her open, friendly nature, was able to respond to easily, and she enjoyed widening her association with other women. As her acquaintance with Jessie Street ripened, she came to realize that the woman she had once been in awe of was much more than a society lady with an interest in women's affairs. Jessie Street's knowledge of social welfare and housing was wide but theoretical only, and the Depression had made her realize that she knew nothing of the working people whose living conditions she earnestly wished to improve. Mary found her anxious now to make the acquaintance of leaders of the Labor Council so she could get near the unions and perhaps cooperate in shared aims. So Mary introduced her to Tom Wright, and he sponsored her at Labor Council and was in turn invited to address the UAW on union affairs. Tom also roused her interest in the Soviet Union, which he had visited in 1927, and she decided to make her own visit, which she did in 1938. The most daring of Mary's initiatives was arranging a meeting between Jessie Street and J.B. Miles. After each had expressed curiosity about the other, they got on surprisingly well. The contacts that Mary made in broadening the International Women's Day commemoration proved useful in the following year, when the Clerks' Union called a conference of organizations interested in equal pay. Those who attended, including Mary, who represented the Communist Party, voted to set up a permanent Council of Action for Equal Pay. That body was able to enlist communists, laborites, and feminists in a common effort. Unfortunately, this practical united front was soon disrupted, not by communist intransigence or anti-communist fanaticism, but by a controversy over how equal pay should be achieved. The protagonists were Jessie Street and Muriel Henny, secretary of CAEP. Jessie Street had already persuaded the UAW, of which she was president, that in the poor economic circumstances the employer-backed government would not agree to the introduction of 100% equal pay all at once, and in an article for the Daily News *, she commended to unions a scheme for gaining equal pay by a set of regular increases over a few years. It was an idea that CAEP had already rejected, and Muriel Henny asked Topsy Small, who was joint president of CAEP that year, to write an article in reply *. They talked it over when she had Topsy to dinner at her flat near Circular Quay. Since she had just become a full-time organizer for her union and had not yet learned how to combine that with home and family, the article cost Topsy time and trouble she could ill afford. She wasn't confident it was up to publishing standard, so was grateful when Muriel Henny said she would polish it before sending it off. Topsy says. But she did more than polish it. She made it much harder on Jessie Street, and I was embarrassed because it was published in my name but it wasn't what I'd written. Jessie Street was offended and I wouldn't have hurt her for the world. Of Jessie Street, the article said, "It must be obvious to all that the writer's main concern is to work out a plan whereby equal pay may be achieved without lessening profits, and not with the application of the principle itself." This was an insult to a genuine advocate of equal pay, one who was later to sacrifice her social position for her belief in peace and socialism. It also fits oddly with Muriel Henny's association with the post-war accusation that Jessie Street was a communist. Topsy describes Muriel Henny as a lonely woman who worked hard for her cause but lacked close friends. Jessie Street was gregarious, interested in all sorts of people and all sorts of ideas, confident of her ability to deal with them without compromising her own position. Probably neither woman understood the other. For the time being, however, the breach was healed by those who were allies of both women and an uneasy alliance established. In contrast, it was a successful united front which was operating among women on the coalfields. They had banded together in a national organization, the Miners' Federation Women's Auxiliary, inspired by the Wonthaggi women and founded by Mary's friend Irene. Or after organizational tours through northern and southern coalfields registered that was just prior to the 1938 national coal strike, which was a qualified victory for the miners. Women on the coalfields were used to pitching in with the men during a dispute, and Mary recalls what Renee told her about the Lambton women in the year before the war when a stay-down strike was called. It was a BHP mine and the company arranged with police to guard the pit top to see no food was delivered, but, as expected, after dark about 30 women with bags over their shoulders crept toward the pit top. The police made sure that they were all chased off. Not one woman got through, but they mightn't have been so keen if they'd known that the bags contained nothing but rubbish. While they were doing the chasing, some miners sprinted in and dropped food down to the men in the pit. The women's diversionary ploy was credited with the victory that followed. That was near the end of peacetime. The war came, and with time the phony war became a real one. When the war effort gained full public support and men were called to the forces, many women, both labor and communist, saw it as a patriotic duty to fill what had been men's jobs. In 1942, Rosemary Archdeacon, a dressmaker in her mid-20s, was one of the first to respond to an Australian National Airlines advertisement for women to do aircraft repair work at Sydney Airport. Registered it was not so much patriotism that motivated her, but rather an urge to escape from the repressive authority that brooded over women's work, and a light-hearted 120 at desire to do something different. She also returned to work in an area familiar to her from childhood. Rosemary grew up in Bay Street, Botany, which, true to its name, led down to the water and the fishing village then standing on Botany Bay. She was familiar with nets drying in the sun and the small sailing boats that fished in the bay's uncertain waters, familiar with the unfenced aerodrome where she and the other children flocked to see Kingsford Smith fly in, and to peer into the small iron hangars. Most families were large. Rosemary was the eldest of 8 and children went everywhere. There was no child minding. Church or Labour Party meetings were flooded with children. Rosemary took 13 little ones from her street when she went to Sunday school. Political allegiance was clear at election time when candidates came in to speak off the back of trucks. Crowds gathered to cheer the Labour Party, but the boys collected overripe fruit and tomatoes to pelt at the UAP candidate, despised representative of the rich. That was all in the 20s. Memories of the Depression are not so pleasant. Rosemary left school on the day she turned 14 for a job in a shoe factory. But bad times closed the factory 3 months later. Then her parents separated and Rosemary's mother kept her 8 children by school cleaning. She was delighted when Rosemary was taken on in the David Jones workroom as a dressmaking apprentice, for apprenticeships were rare in those years. They lasted through the Depression. Now, nearly 10 years later, work at Anna was different from what she had been used to. The pay was better than for dressmaking but not equal to the male wage. The hangar where Rosemary and 60 other women worked was large, drafty, and dirty, and their training consisted of cleaning the paint and corrosion off an old ferry battle plane from England, masking and spraying it and then cleaning it all off again. Firms were paid by the government under a cost-plus system and there was no incentive for them to hurry up the process. After Rosemary complained to her union, the sheet metal workers, the women got some training and some proper work to do. A variety of women came to work at Anna, though few had Rosemary's family background of support for unionism. The higher pay attracted many, but it was not formalized in an award. When the workload increased, hours were long and work conditions in the large drafty iron hangar freezing in winter were unpleasant. It was doubtful whether patriotism alone would attract sufficient women to work in this and other similar locations, at jobs previously held by men, at the customary 54% of men's wages, but employers would probably resist paying more. Eddie Ward, left-wing Minister for Labor and Industry in the Curtin government wanted the equivalent of a wages board with the power to set a common rule for women taking men's jobs in war industries. The Women's Employment Board was the result. When its establishment was vetoed by the UAP-controlled Senate, it was set up under national security regulations to last for the war years only. In Parliament, opposition spokesman for Labor and Industry, Harold Holt, attacked the plan, quoting employers' opinion that Webb would disorganize the metal industry. Eddie Ward rejoined that there would be chaos if it were not set up. He said that women workers in Australia had been underpaid for years. At the rate for women in sheet metal work on jobs previously done by men was set by Webb at 90% of the male rate. Rosemary Archdeacon and the other women repaired planes sent straight from the battle zones. She described them to a reporter from the Women's Weekly as battered and torn, sometimes full of bullet holes, sometimes looking as if a steamroller has gone over them. But it was worse than that, she says. What didn't tell them was that the rear gunner's turret was always spattered with blood, there was such a high casualty rate among gunners. And sometimes you'd find a message scrawled by a wounded gunner, it could make you cry. We cleaned all that up. We removed the crumpled panels and beat them out. If they were too damaged to go back, we used them as patterns for cutting others and riveted those on. It was just like dressmaking in another medium. We repaired the planes completely and sent them back into action. Many of the women who worked at ANA were married, some were from interstate and had come to Sydney to be near husbands in training for overseas service, others, including Rosemary, planned to marry and establish a home after the war. They were prepared to work the long hours because their comparatively high wage meant they would be able to live, after the war, a more comfortable life than was possible in the miserable 30s. Most women were not particularly interested in the union, and Rosemary, as SMWU delegate, was able to enroll only a third of them, until ANA refused to pay the Webb rate. She recalls. They made one payment at the new 90% rate, then they went back to the old rate on advice from the Metal Trades Employers Association. The girls were angry because by this time we were teaching the men that manpower was sending in hairdressers, all sorts of unreserved occupations, as well as medical rejects, and we were better than they were. Rang Tom Wright, and he told me the union would appeal but there could be a long delay. We could only get our case heard quickly if we had a stop-work meeting and resolved by a large majority to demand some action. Was afraid the girls wouldn't do something they thought so outlandish, but next morning I got up on a chair in the locker room and told them what we had to do. At morning tea time I asked them to come out on the tarmac to hold a meeting and they all came, and the men encouraged us. We held our meeting and the girls got stirred up. They passed my resolution unanimously and said they wouldn't go back before they talked to the manager. He wouldn't talk to us and it looked as though we might be there forever. He said he would only see the men delegates. Eventually we decided that was better than nothing. Rang Tom Wright, he set things going and we got our 90% at the next payday and all the girls joined the union. Women delegates in the Sheet Metal Workers Union went on to form a women's organizing committee, which lasted through the war years. The committee was unique in the union field. It was unlike the auxiliaries of other unions in that it comprised, not the wives and daughters of members, but women workers themselves and was representative of their interests. Rosemary Archdeacon was its president. There were now other women in heavy industry representing not only women but workers at large. One of them was Topsy Small. A series of events had led to her becoming president of the Katoomba sub-branch of the giant metal union, the Amalgamated Engineering Union. 124 at. When, in 1943, Topsy's life fell into disarray with Fred's illness and the aftermath of the farmer's affair, friends came to the rescue. Cecilia Shelley, over from Western Australia on union business, came to look after the children while Topsy spent a little time with Fred in the sanatorium. The union opened a fund to help her financially, and the people of Paddington rallied in traditional fashion with a grand benefit dance. Because of my position I waited until they asked me to join, then I not only made a wide acquaintance but I learned a lot more things that were second nature to them about the rights of women, and what was proceeding here and there. My knowledge before was small and on the surface. Mary became a state council member of the United Associations and took part in drawing up the Women's Charter, registered of equal United Front sent at 127 rights, and a national structure for health and education round which national conferences of women, convened by the UAW, were held in 1943 and 1946. Though women longed for peace, the years of war were notable for the extent to which they came out and came together. There was tolerance, even encouragement, for women taking a greater part in the organized life of their society. Some of it was due to official nurturing of the idea that all aspects of life would be better after the war. At the time it looked like real progress. 128 at E. Flory Lahife, Secretary of the Women's Section of Unemployed and Relief Workers and Mary's colleague in the CP Women's Office, 1936. Mary takes leave from her work among women to take 3 of her children, Ken, Peter, and Polly, to the beach, 1937. Mary Ari remembers the war years as when, for once, she was on the same side as the big battalions. But it was different at the beginning. During the phony war period, when there was little military activity, the left, worldwide, feared that Britain was being nudged towards a German alliance or at least a watchful neutrality to demolish the Soviet Union, and opposed being drawn into the military machinery. The Communist Party was therefore likely to be declared illegal, and the possibility of police raids made life difficult, but exciting. Mary recalls. We knew if the party was banned, and we were sure it would be, we couldn't meet as usual our branch, that is, and we made a plan to get in contact by meeting that night on a footbridge between Drummoyne and Chiswick. We didn't want to draw attention to ourselves. When you think of it, what could be more conspicuous than shadowy figures with torches convening in the dead of the night? Well, 7:30, but it was the middle of winter on a small footbridge. As it turned out, it was cold and windy, and only 2 of us turned up. Despite this and other shaky first night performances, the structure of the party held up well during the 2 years when it was banned. Perhaps the air of drama when homes were raided and books and papers seized by police helped to sustain interest rather than the reverse. Most people had a story about their raid. Mary's friend, Ruth McDougall, who was heavily pregnant, saved the proofs of an illegal issue of Tribune by sitting on them while she darned socks. Meanwhile, other members of the household were as helpful as possible to the police by opening drawers and cupboards. Mary and Tom were prudent and sent their books and papers to what they deemed to be a safe refuge. Then we sat down with our hands folded and waited for the 129, 130 at police, and they never came. Mary put down their immunity to Tom's union position, and assumed that the government, while targeting the CP, didn't want to rouse the ire of the unions. Then in June 1941 the Soviet Union was attacked, and communists no longer feared that they would be compromised by supporting the war effort. Eventually the ban on the party was lifted, although that didn't happen until more than a year after Russia had become an ally. The CP became a respectable organization with offices in Rawson Chambers near Central Railway. Mary was there most days working with Flory Lahife on anything to do with women campaigns for equal pay, housing, better nutrition, and child care. When she talked to party officials, she tried to get them to understand better the feelings of women in the party, important, since all her work was aimed at attracting more of them. The work was a labor of love, as neither of the women was a paid functionary. During the war the Communist Party acquired a national headquarters, Mark's House, at the Haymarket end of George Street. The purchase was made possible because of regular and generous donations by many party people. Tom Wright, for instance, throughout his working life, gave the party 15% of his wages. As well, city property prices were low at that time, especially at that end of town. People working in all areas of party activity moved into offices in the new building and were delighted with facilities they'd never had before. There was a large hall and meeting rooms, the Central Committee was there and Tribune, everyone was within easy reach. Mary spent nearly every day at Mark's house in a room she decorated with posters from the women's movement all over the world. Jessie Street was the source of most of them. She was often sent posters by her overseas contacts and she passed the surplus on to Mary. Mary loved the work. She was the contact person for any woman in the party who wanted to talk about her work, her organization, or her problems. She became the contact point for non-party women too. When country organizer Norman Jeffrey met Olive Pink, a field anthropologist working for Professor Elkin, and heard how concerned she was about the fate of tribal aboriginals, he brought her to Mary. She, in turn, introduced her to Tom Wright who, when working in the bush as a very young man, had become similarly interested. After a number of talks, the result was that Tom wrote New Deal for the Aborigines advocating absolute ownership by Aboriginals of their own lands, a proposition which he got the Labour Council to endorse. When Mary organized women's meetings on equal pay, she might arrange for Tom to address them, or call on one of the other two experts on the subject, Flo Davis or Della Nicholas of the Clerks Union. The CP Women's Department had always had a close relationship with the women of the coalfields going back to the days of the Militant Women's Group, and Mary had a personal tie through her friendship with Irene Orr. Coal mining areas were famous for their community solidarity, infamous for their poor housing and lack of ordinary town amenities. In 1944, for the only time in Australia, a communist council was elected in Kearsley Shire, which covered the mining and agricultural district round Cessnock and Curry, and it tried to redress the balance of municipal inequality. In its 3 years before, a change in the method of electing local government made re-election unlikely. The council's many initiatives were impeded by a distinct lack of cooperation from all levels of government. In the end, a good baby health center was the one lasting memorial to Red Kearsley, and it was due to the woman member of council, Nellie Sim. "Nellie was our hero," says Mary. "We were proud that the first woman Shire councillor ever elected in New South Wales was a communist, even though we only saw her when she came to Sydney for conferences." Mary remembers Nellie Sim for her outspokenness, but at the same time she was a typical coal miner's wife of the time and had been known to leave a meeting, to get Dick's tea. She had been an organizer for the unemployed workers movement during the 30s and had a wealth of depression stories. Noreen Hewitt, coordinator of the Mining Women's Auxiliaries, remembers this one. "The worst unemployment was on the coal fields, and most miners in Curry were out of work and their houses, little 2 or 3 room weatherboard affairs, were mortgaged to the bank. When they couldn't make the repayments, the bank decided to sell them up. They tried a deputation to the local bank manager, but it was no good, and an auction of the one most in arrears was announced. The auction was held in Curry. No one would bid, so there was no sale, and the Curry people thought they'd won. Then they heard that the bank had sold the house in Sydney. The news came one afternoon. By next morning the entire house had disappeared. The miners had taken it to pieces and carted it away in the night. That was the last house in Curry that the bank tried to sell." Women like Nellie Sim came forward during the war when women had an economic importance they had not previously possessed. Unfortunately, changed conditions at the end of the war tended to shepherd them back to the home again, where weariness was not induced by service life alone. Those women working overtime in heavy industry, for instance, had insufficient time for shopping, cooking, and cleaning, and almost none for leisure. Those with children had to cope with a shortage of child-minding facilities and additional worries when their children were sick, and some were forced by the housing shortage to live uneasily with relatives. It was no wonder that when government contracts ceased at the end of the war, most of the women who had been employed in men's jobs thankfully retired to the home and family they had been dreaming of during the war years, dreams that were encouraged by all the arbiters of social custom. Although the Sheet Metal Workers Women's Committee the retention of any women who wanted to remain in the industry, very few did, registered not enough to maintain the position of women's organizer, filled during the war by Doris Beebe, radical daughter of the Chief Judge of the Federal Arbitration Court, or to continue the Women's Committee. Mary Wright regretted it. She comments, "During the war, in the party too, women came forward or were dragged forward as section secretaries, as branch secretaries, as leaders, or in charge of various campaigns. When the men came back, goodbye girls. Mind you, it was partly the girls' fault because they said you can have your job back now. I did my best to keep it going, but I failed. Most communist women were back working in the domestic sphere, where their organization was the New Housewives Association. They campaigned in working-class suburbs against high rents and food prices and for child care and other amenities for women. One who kneeled canvassing in support of these things with Mary, recalls Degree. I was very shy of knocking on doors, but Mary Wright could talk me into doing anything. She was very persuasive, you couldn't say no. When I went canvassing with Mary, she'd do most of the talking. She was such a charmer that you always had some success. No one had a car in those days. New housewives' functions were often serviced by women bringing china, cutlery, food, and flowers in their prams. One remembers Mary bringing a dinner set in her pram for a new housewife's lunch. Unless she'd borrowed one, it may have been the old pram that took little Polly to the timber workers' picket line. The years of workers' international relief could be recalled by some of the women who went to the coal fields to aid mining families after the disastrous Maitland floods of 1949. In the big coal strike that followed later the same year, relief measures came under interdiction by an act of the federal government which made encouragement or assistance of the strike illegal and offenders liable to a heavy fine. Nevertheless, collections of food, clothing, and cash were made, and some got through, driven by volunteers at night over back roads to the coal fields. Degree: the coal strike created great divisions in the general population, and also within the Communist Party. It ended the CP's one-time fond hope of becoming an ally of the Labour Party within the labour movement, and left-wing bitterness against the Labour government which had frozen union funds and jailed union leaders was one of the factors in the defeat of the Shifley government at the year's end. With the onset of the Menzies years, political repression at home and the Cold War abroad, the Communist Party scrambled to make itself more acceptable to the public in the changed, and still changing, political circumstances. It lost its most respected leader, J.B. Miles, who had retired as General Secretary the previous year, and there was an air of change and instability abroad. Mark's house had to be sold to raise funds. In the women's realm, the New Housewives Association was transformed in 1950 into the Union of Australian Women. Whether by design or not, this meant that the new organization shared its initials with the broader and long-accepted United 134E. Associations of Women. It had not been Mary's idea that the signature of the older society should be taken over like that. She says, "It was a great grievance to me when we did that, was very unhappy about it. But it is true that the Union of Australian Women was a splendid name for it. At first, though, they seemed to be trying to be too respectable. Early on there was a discussion on whether we should march on May Day. Left the meeting feeling the wrath of God might well descend on this outfit, and that at any rate would always march on May Day and build up a good working class branch." Mary had for a few years been sharing the women's office at Mark's house with Henrietta Searle, a leader of the New Housewives. The work among women was something they both loved. "We got sacked, Hetty Searle and me. Think we weren't young enough, we weren't bright enough, we didn't bring in new methods. They told us we needn't come in anymore, they'd made new arrangements. Nell Quinlan got the sack later on. She was secretary of the country committee and had a lot of people she wrote to regularly. When she didn't know the answers to the questions they wanted, she'd go and find out. She had about 60 people she wrote to regularly each month, which is quite a big undertaking. She went to a meeting of the country committee one afternoon and came out. She was still a member of the committee, but she was no longer secretary. Don't think those regulars in the country ever got another letter. What upset me most, it seems silly really, the collection of posters of women all over the world got put down the rubbish chute, not useful. It broke my heart. It must have been a bitter time for Mary. She was turning 50, an age at which, unfairly, women are often regarded as older than men of the same age. But she tried to understand. I suppose it was a decision at the top, changing the image, making it younger, doing things more rather than working from an office. I can see all that, but it would have been nice to have been included in the decision. It would have been a better way to do it. Mary E. 135. Whatever her private feelings, Mary, with her accustomed cheerfulness, transferred her time and energy to the Union of Australian Women. Peace and international cooperation were the UAW's preoccupations at the time, and that suited Mary's interests too. As we can see in its magazine Our Women, the UAW was concerned with equal pay, Aboriginal rights, childcare, and various consumer issues. Though some delegates went to women's conferences overseas, Mary did not see herself as an international delegate and was happier working in the backroom at organizational and fund-raising tasks. There was a lighter side to UAW work. Elwyn Cunningham, who had some training as a singer, remembers helping to form a song and dance troupe which performed folk songs and dances from other countries, as a fillip to international friendship she is amused now to recall. We performed to gramophone records and had the embarrassment of the gramophone sometimes breaking down. We made ourselves floral skirts and white blouses for our first appearance, that was at the People's Carnival for Peace and Friendship in 1950. After that we sang, and danced in our floral skirts, in railway workshops and on the wharves. I don't know what the wharfies thought of us, but we thought we were something and we enjoyed ourselves. The group had a further blossoming into the Unity Singers and the Unity Dance Group. It had links with the Eureka Youth League and the New Theatre, and gave rise to the Bushwhackers, who made Australian folk song records in the early 60s for Waddle Records. The UAW was strongly against racial prejudice and for the interests of Aboriginal women, whom it welcomed as members. One Queensland member was Gladys O'Shane, mother of Pat O'Shane *, and active in several of her local organisations. An article she wrote on her Aboriginality was considered worthy of wider circulation and sent on to the Sydney Morning Herald. The article began, "People have said to me I walk as though I own the place. Can it be wondered at? My ancestors were the first people of this land." Sydney Morning Herald editor Colin Bingham rejected the article since he didn't believe it was her work. It is difficult to believe not only that she wrote it, but that these highly reasoned thoughts came from her mind and not from that of some collaborator. Gladys O'Shane replied with scorn, "It seems to me that those who wish to believe such things are those who do not want to see the Aborigines take their rightful place in society." She recounted with pride that she was president of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders Advancement League and a member of the Waterside Workers Women's Committee. She told Our Women, "I'm proud to belong to a race who in spite of everything can come up fighting." In the depressing 1950s, when the Australian identity in popular culture was almost submerged in the flood of American films, pop music and, after 1956, American television, Our Women must have been one of the very few places where Australian women could meet a serious treatment of aspects of their own life not considered newsworthy by more popular magazines. It dealt with equal pay, childcare, women, and unions. Mary arranged for a sheet metal workers organizer registered to write a series on the significance for women of trade unions. The Equal Pay Campaign, the need for adequate childcare, and the lives of Aboriginal women were also featured. These issues were all to claim the attention of the new women's movement from the late 1960s, and some of its members were the daughters of UAW members. Helen Hambley, who joined the Union of Australian Women when it began, in 1950, recalls the pride that members felt in their two oldest and most illustrious colleagues, Mary Gilmore and Henrietta Grevely, and the birthday parties arranged for them each year, which everyone enjoyed. At one birthday function, Henrietta was heard regretting that she probably wouldn't live long enough to see her grandson again. He was an Aboriginal welfare officer at Borroloola on the Gulf of Carpentaria. But Helen Hambley had an idea about how it might be arranged. Jack Davey was very popular on the radio then, and he had a show where people told him about their lives and answered some questions, easy questions, for a prize. I went in to see 2GB, I think it was, and told them about Henrietta, how much she wanted to. Mary sent at 137. See her grandson. They had her on the show and she won a plane trip to the Northern Territory, and she was off. She was over 90 and she'd never been in an aeroplane before. New Zealand-born, but a true Australian. Her mother's family had been assisted to Australia by Caroline Chisholm's family emigration scheme, and her father's father was a transported convict. She had spent a lifetime in the labour movement. During the 1890s depression, Henrietta supported her children, after the breakup of an unhappy marriage, by opening a pie shop and tea rooms on the West Wyalong goldfields. There she was a pioneer member of one of the first branches of the Labour Party, and there too she made a second, and happy, marriage to Hector Greville, miner and socialist. Both Grevilles were politically active, but it was Henrietta who shone as a public speaker and contributor to the AWU paper, The Worker. And, beginning her long commitment to the cause of women's advancement, she organized an AWU women's section for cooks and laundresses. It was in the interests of some other exploited women, outworkers in the garment trade, that she became delegate at the NSW Labor Council for the White Workers' Union. She denounced the system which allowed the sweated labor of women and spoke of very young girls' shirt hands, collar hands, sewers on of buttons and ironers of shirt cuffs who might earn no more than a few shillings for a full week's work. Man's inhumanity to man, she said, was nothing to man's inhumanity to woman. Henrietta Greville was in her 50s when she became a full-time organizer for the Labour Party. In the split over conscription she was a strong anti-conscriptionalist and even tried to make her point by standing for Parliament. She polled well as a candidate for the well-to-do electorate of Wentworth in Sydney's eastern suburbs, but her 11,000 votes were not enough to win the seat. 30 years later she was to campaign for Jessie Street in the same electorate. There was a period in the late 1920s and 30s, the Lang years, when the Grevilles felt alienated from the Labour Party because of the vicious factionalism within it, and Henrietta concerned herself instead with sex education and birth control advice for women. Then the Agon Kish tour and accompanying peace campaign rekindled old enthusiasms and woke old fears, and 138 at Henrietta's voice was heard again at election meetings, speaking of the dangers of fascism and war. At 76, as the Labour Daily noted, she still had a voice that carried with ease to all her listeners. Hector had always been the more radical of the pair. He died that year and Henrietta missed him greatly. Politically she began to move left, collecting money for Spanish relief, marching on May Day, and speaking in the Domain and elsewhere in support of the Russian policy of collective security against fascism. After federal Labour rejected the hands-off Russia resolution passed in New South Wales, Henrietta was one of the group that formed the breakaway state Labour Party and served on its central committee. After a few years she moved further left and joined the still illegal Communist Party. So, in her 80s, a whole new world of activity opened before her. For much of her life Henrietta Greville had been a shopkeeper selling pies at West Wyalong, at Temera importing ice from 50 kilometers away to make the first ice cream the town had tasted, and in her news agency at Rose Bay facing the wrath of the Sydney Morning Herald's management because she insisted on stocking the Labour Daily. Now she became a shopkeeper with a political message. During and after the war, locality branches of the CP set up shop front offices and bookshops in shopping centres. Henrietta was asked to look after the party shop at Seven Ways, Rockdale, near where she lived, and she made it the centre of a busy life. She took her task seriously, read the magazines and pamphlets she had on sale so that she could discuss them with her customers, and took great pride in her window display. She is remembered there as a gentle and friendly woman, interested in everyone, always ready to give advice on tenancy and rental matters or witness documents. During a post-war soap shortage she handed round the recipe for household soap she had been making for many years. She was an expert on economical housekeeping. Henrietta's range of activity spanned the age spectrum. As vice president of the Old Age Pensioners Association she lobbied the government for housing for the elderly and the local council for a community centre. On the Hustville Settlement Committee she worked towards a baby health centre. She had the energy and political will to letterbox in support of the 1949 miners' strike, and to speak in public for the Release Sharkey Committee. At 97 Henrietta had to give up some of her independence to go and live with her son's family. but when the press came to interview her on the award of her MBE, her daughter-in-law said she was never home, always out at meetings. Her last UAW function was a party to celebrate her 100th birthday. Henrietta Greveley died in 1963 at the age of 102, one of the grandest old ladies of the Australian labour movement. In 1953, Tom and Mary, longtime city dwellers, moved to the outer suburb of Bankstown and into the small weatherboard house they bought that year. It was a working man's house that suited the life they both lived. 20 years a union secretary, Tom had only ever taken the equivalent of the wage of a first-class tradesman, which he was in spite of all attempts by annual meetings of the members to increase it. Mary had to be able to make her own life, as Tom was frequently away on union business, both within Australia and overseas, and he led the first trade union delegations to China in 1952 and Cuba in 1960. 140e. But, with the companionship of other women and her grown-up family, Mary has never been lonely. She is proud of the good municipal record of Bankstown, where she lives, of its active peace movement and strong UAW branch, a good, working-class branch as she'd always hoped. Although Mary disclaims any credit, it was widely recognized in the Sheet Metal Workers Union, that she, with her warm, unaffected friendliness, had always helped Tom Wright to overcome his reticence and personal shyness, and so smoothed his way on many occasions and enabled him to come closer to the people he worked with in a job where cooperation was important. Tom's devotion to the union of which he was secretary was legendary, but it did lead to criticism within the CP that he put the union before the party. After 1968, criticism of the Soviet Union began to be voiced within the Communist Party. Mary and her husband found this painful. They did not want to find fault with the country that had been their inspiration for so long. A long period of instability and conflict in the party saw the expulsion of a number of union friends and associates. In 1971, not long before his retirement from union leadership, Tom Wright also left the Communist Party and Mary left with him. She, optimistic as ever, joined the New Socialist Party of Australia, a break away from the CP. Tom would join no new party for him. There was, and should be, only one. In her 70s, Mary had an official invitation to visit the Soviet Union. It was a thrilling prospect to visit a country that had been her inspiration for so long. But the reality was that in the Soviet Union she constantly thought of home. Her socialism was based in Australia, not in any overseas country. Now she regrets those weeks she spent away from Tom in their last years together. He died of cancer in 1980, in his 79th year. They had been together for 50 years. Topsy. Opsy, who lives by the sea today, was not always fond of the water. She feared it because she had been pushed off Fremantle Pier as a child. Fred, on the other hand, loved the water, was a strong swimmer and had taught their children to swim. During the time, in 1944, that Topsy was the sole family breadwinner, Fred pinned his hopes on exercise to regain his health. He walked over to Lura every day to swim in a fine natural swimming pool, for Katoomba was without one of any description. At the Lura pool he noticed a number of children who dangled their feet in the water instead of going in. He began by encouraging them to get into the water and ended by teaching them to swim. From there he went on to teach their parents. Then he persuaded Topsy. Even Fred had a job to get me in, but eventually he did. He got me to learn to swim, and really I loved the water, still do. Then he said, now you've got to get your teacher's badge, mate, and I did, and started to teach too. Every summer Topsy and Fred taught anyone who wanted to learn. There was no fee, it was all free. They also campaigned for a proper swimming pool for Katoomba. Fred was able to resume work gradually. He got part-time work in a furniture shop, some outside work restoring old furniture, and, after the death of the town's old piano tuner, went into the restoration and tuning of pianos. He was happy at that work and became well known in and around the town. He was often called to attend to the instruments in Katoomba's churches. Fred and Topsy were learning to fit into the Katoomba community. Their initial contact had been Bruce Millis, who was Katoomba's live wire, the leading labor man, war effort convener, parents and citizen stalwart, and initiator of every worthy community N. 141. 142e. Devour. It was an open secret that he was also Katoomba's leading communist. There were other people in the CP branch who would have found open membership a handicap or might have attracted discrimination in their employment if their party affiliation were known. So Topsy and Fred became, with their consent, the visible representatives of the Communist Party in Katoomba at the time when the aura of near respectability which had surrounded the party during the war years was being switched off. Strangely enough, one of the principal targets of the anti-Red campaign that subsequently raged in Katoomba was not a communist at all. Dr. Eric Dark, whose wife was the writer Eleanor Dark, was vice president of the ALP branch of which Bruce Millis was president. He was in the old left labor tradition, a well-known advocate of nationalist medicine and cooperative endeavor. Topsy and Fred worked with him in many causes. Only months after the end of the war, Eric Dark wrote to Cyril Pearl, editor of the Sunday Telegraph, to condemn what he called a steady stream of lies and distortion in the press against communists. He protested that an entirely false image had been created by this means, which was now the basis of a clamor to have the party made illegal. He continued, "Although not a member of the party, have known many of its members for years, and I have seen numbers of my friends join it. They are among the best people I know, intellectually and morally, and what made communists of them was a passionate desire to see a better world." Sunday Telegraph, January 20, 46. He went on to say that the owners of power and privilege wanted no such new world and would use any means to keep the old order. The article raised a storm. It was probably the basis of the attacks on Dr. Dark which erupted in the press and in Parliament and ended in disbandment of the Katoomba ALP branch because of its leftist sympathies. But to some people Eric Dark was a hero. Topsy's son Gil was proud that, at a children's art exhibition, Dr. Dark bought one of his pictures and advised him not to have lessons as it might spoil his gift. Gil still paints, but he did take lessons. Topsy at 143. Copyright Topsy and Fred with their children, Gil and Barbara. Harassment, even persecution, of members of the Communist Party began with the advent of the Menzies government, when many were denied government employment. Some private employers had visits from mysterious informants who hinted that certain employees were security risks, and one university was persuaded to follow security advice on its academic appointments. Fred Small and his friend Charlie Davidson, both wounded ex-soldiers of World War I, were earnest advocates before the Repatriation Tribunal for the rights of old diggers. They were excluded from the Returned Soldiers League on political grounds. Some others suffered the same fate, and some true liberals resigned in disgust. After which, says Topsy, the local RSL became just a drinking shop. Christian churches were not immune. One church council objected to having its piano repaired by a communist. But the minister rejoined that he employed Mr. Small because he was skillful and honest, not because he was a communist, and won the day. Topsy and Fred had been through one period of illegality for the Communist Party, in the early 1940s, when Topsy was an organizer. It had seemed like a humorous adventure at the time, but now, with the party threatened again, it was more serious. It looked as though suppression would be more efficient this time. 144 at. When, in 1951, a referendum on the Communist Party dissolution bill was called, Fred was in bed with bronchitis. Topsy worked for both of them. With a dwindling band of allies, she went letterboxing from Lurid to Blackheath, pasting injunctions to vote no on telegraph poles, in the dead of night. In the light of day they would be quickly torn down, for Katoomba voted yes. But Australia-wide, a slim majority of Australians defeated a measure that many saw as a threat to liberty. Afterwards, hostility was perpetuated by government and press and settled on the peace movement. Passports were refused to people wishing to travel to Eastern Europe without what the government deemed to be a good excuse. This included those wishing to attend a so-called peace conference overseas. Jessie Street had had her Australian passport withdrawn while travelling to a conference in Warsaw. Worse, she suffered the embarrassment of first hearing the news from French border officials as they denied her entry to France. But Jessie was born in India, so was entitled to a British passport. She obtained this and continued on her journey, to the chagrin of the Immigration Minister Harold Holt, who, from a shelter of federal parliament, denounced her for duplicity. Topsy had sometimes felt that her reaction to the atmosphere around her was reflected in her bodily health. During this troubled period, miserably, she began to suffer from back trouble, with pain sometimes so bad that she had to stay in bed. When, with the help of a chiropractor, she recovered her health, Topsy's resilient spirit sought a new undertaking in a environment. "I thought I'd get a job in the city. Saw an advertisement for assistant nurses at the hospital for women at Paddington. It was in my mind because Barbara had just finished her training at Katoomba Hospital." Fred said, "Go ahead, mate." He was a terrific fellow. "So I went and saw the matron and she asked me how old I was. Of course I was well into my 40s, but I looked her right in the eye and knocked 6 years off my age. She said I'd be working under people much younger, but I said it wouldn't worry me and she gave me a try. She put me on and I gloried in it." Topsy spent 2 years in that job, living in at the hospital and going home on her days off. She found she enjoyed the lively company of the young nurse trainees she worked with. For their part, they treated Topsy as a confidant, an older sister to whom they could chatter about their boyfriends. They asked her why she didn't become a trainee, and when she said she was too old, they treated that with scorn. It started the wheels turning. "I'd always wanted to train when was a young person, but my father said no daughter of his was going to be a nurse, it was just a glorified slavish job. I discussed it with Fred and he said, 'You do what you want to do, mate.' I hadn't any standard because left school when I was 13, so I went to night school and studied for the nurse's entrance. When passed, I went to see the matron. The result was that 50-year-old Topsy became a trainee in obstetric nursing at the Royal Hospital for Women. She sailed through the course and further mothercraft training and ultimately became sister in charge of the nursery at the Blue Mountains Hospital at Katoomba. How I loved those babies," she says. She was there till she reached the age of retirement, having cared for a whole new generation of Katoomba children. Fred and an enthusiastic band of supporters gave a lot of time to the swimming club he had founded. He was teaching children from the Catholic school now, with no objections to his politics. Topsy recalls, with pleasure. "We used to meet the nuns at Blackheath where they had a good pool, and all these little Catholic kids used to pour off the buses and we'd be there, and a lot of other women Fred got to help. We made a friend of a woman in charge of handicapped children at Lura, children with birth defects or crippled, some mentally disturbed, and we used to teach them too. No, there were no fees. We had races between all these people and the nuns would be running up and down in their habits, egging their children on to win. It was terrific. The council had agreed to fund a local pool if the people subscribed half the cost, so when Topsy retired she spent some time collecting funds in Katoomba's windy Main Street for a proper local swimming pool until overseas events put a stop to her quiet pursuits. As the American war in Vietnam grew bigger, the Australian 146 at government agreed to send Australian soldiers without the consent of either the people or the young men. It was people like Topsy who began the opposition. I became the secretary, up there, of the resistance. My heart was really in that. I collected money, and I had to tell people that this time it's not for the swimming pool, it's to support the boys that refused to go to Vietnam. When they were arrested we paid something for the defense. With a group mainly composed of women, Topsy came to the city for the big demonstrations, the marches, and the vigils. When What's His Nam, registered said ride over the bastards, we were all out in front of his car. She also joined Save Our Sons, a women's group which took practical steps to persuade young men to refuse conscription into the army. We used to go to the intake. I'd come down from Katoomba on intake day at Marrickville and we'd talk to them about the war and urge them not to go. We had a place they could hide down at Kangaroo Valley. We worked with the Quakers too, they gave places for these young men to go to. It was at this time that Topsy began to employ a publicity method she has used ever since. At the time she was frustrated by the knowledge that the papers were not printing all the war news, yet their placards were arresting, and perhaps remembered. She decided to make her own. Topsy's 10 years of caring for the newborn had made her particularly sensitive to the fate of children. I used to go down to Sydney and stand in Wynyard Square where they'd come out from all the buses. I'd have a sheet of cardboard with the numbers of Vietnamese killed, and the children killed. On one sheet I had a statement made by an American who'd come back from the war there. The most heart-rending of all were the tiny bodies burnt by napalm. I wanted to reach out my hands and soothe the burnt flesh, and I knew it would come away in my hands if I did. I'd stand there and hold it up when people were coming home from work. It had a lot of effect on people. Some would come and read it and then look up at me and shake their heads, you know. Topsy took her placards into Katoomba's main street on the old pusher she'd had for her children. She had one placard about young men forced to go to fight in Vietnam. It asked for money to defend those who refused. One of the most pathetic things, there was an old man came up the street, a poor old man, obviously a pensioner. He came and read it and then he looked at me and he got out his purse, one of those pouches it folds up. He tipped all his money out in his hand, moved some what he had to have for his shopping and put all the rest in my hand. It brought tears to my eyes. The local council said Topsy was to be moved on, and 2 policemen, a bit embarrassed because they knew her, came to tell her so. But look what I'm doing it for, Topsy pleaded. You didn't try to move me on when was collecting for the swimming pool. I had a table and chair in the street then. Well, we know, but we've got our orders. But Topsy didn't leave the streets, she just kept a wary eye for the police, as street peddlers have to do. In 1971 Fred saw the swimming pool completed and attended the opening, but he was already ill and died a few weeks later. Topsy grieved, but she was also full of pride for Fred's life and the campaigns he fought. They had stayed in the Communist Party together, through the storms, external and internal, of the 50s and 60s, until the local branch faded out of existence. The following year, one of the first acts of the Whitlam government was to abolish conscription, which, for 6 years, had provided Australian troops for the war in Vietnam. For Topsy too, with her children married and away, there was an end to anything that had kept her in Katoomba. Flo still remembers with pride the years when she and Topsy worked together as union organizers. Topsy is as clear to me today as she was then. I think Topsy was the most marvelous person ever encountered in the trade union movement. She stands out, she was so clear, she was so understanding, so forceful, so unafraid. Suppose it was because of Topsy that became an official. That is Flo's acknowledgement of the friend who inspired her transformation from waitress to union leader. Flo found her feet and managed well in the 2 years after Topsy's departure. Then, in 1945, when the union secretary left without warning, the union was caught unprepared, and it was Flo the most knowledgeable about awards, industrial affairs, and the concerns of the union generally who stepped in as acting secretary, and never looked back. When elections were held 12 months later, Flo became secretary of the union to general satisfaction and acclaim. She does not remember noticing any difference in the way employers and courts treated such an unknown quantity as a woman secretary. No, it was more the organization rather than the secretary that was important. At that stage we were all organizers, no paid court advocates like there are now. If she was surprised at the way her life had turned out, earning her living all those years in kitchens and cafes while dancing her nights away, then catapulted into the leadership of an industrial union, she was too busy to wonder about it. Gradually Flo had come to put the union and the party above her precarious marriage, but not above her daughter Barbara. When she had sat up all night in a crowded wartime train returning from a visit to her daughter who had been evacuated to Albury, Flo may well have recalled the same uncomfortable journey she made before Barbara's birth. Though her marriage might go down the drain, and it did, Flo did not want to lose the daughter who represented the family she'd lost long ago. Barbara spent weekdays and nights with Vic and Hilda Workman and their 2 small daughters. At the weekends she came home to her mother. When Barbara was 10, they moved out of the city to a flat in suburban Petersham, their small store of belongings a wireless, a box of books, and 2 suitcases moved by the Iceman in his van. 2 of Jeff's old mates, a circus rouseabout and a sailor with a glass eye, as she remembers, turned up with donations of mattresses and chairs for what was to be Flo's home for many years. It was soon clear that the wartime scarcity of labor, which had created a mood of sweet reasonableness in employers, was over. With servicemen and women returning home from overseas and war industries closed down, there was no longer any need for firms to be considerate of their employees in order to keep them. Replacements were easy to come by. Many employers would rather not have a union to deal with, and organizers began to be obstructed again in hotels and restaurants. Some new members were sacked for joining the union. 13 waitresses, who picketed the Niagara Cafe in Newcastle when their delegate was sacked, were charged with the archaic-sounding misdeed of watching and besetting. Point 2. Some of this hostility clearly had organization and purpose behind it. Union members working at McDowell's department store in the city found their pay envelopes carrying an injunction for employees to attend their union meetings and vote out communist officials. Degree to this, Flo retorted, that when employers advised attendance at union meetings you could be sure there was an ulterior motive. The union, however, was strong enough to withstand attack. We got the 5-day week for our members that year, a goal we'd had for a long time, and sick leave. There were 4 times more members than when I came into the union. It was good to do something for them. You think of the waitresses who'd been exploited in bad times, lots of them keeping a whole family. They needed the union to stand up for them. Flo gives the main credit to Vic Workman for 2 long-time goals reached in the first post-war years. The union had years ago seen the need for a food industry school to establish something better than hit or miss on-the-job training, and had lobbied a string of governments. Now the first of such courses were started for ex-service people with the intention of extending this to a general intake, an aim later fulfilled in the food school *, but at the time good chefs were in short supply. When the scheme's director asked the union to nominate those good enough to take apprentices, it could only come up with 12 names in all Sydney, though one, Tony Gemini's, was later to be recognized as one of the city's great chefs. Another source of pride for the union was the Trade Union Club, started in 1947 in the old Iron Workers building near Circular Quay. Vic Workman, who had worked to establish it, was its first president. The club provided lunch and dinner 7 days a week, and there was something on every night: a concert, a dance, or a film. Registered Vic saw the club as an alternative to the pub for members in the shift break, and an encouragement, since meeting rooms were attached, to stay on for union meetings. The history of the campaign for a club went back further than the 30s, as Vic, the delver into union history, knew. He was attempting to recover what had been lost nearly 30 years before, when the union president had to tell a shocked general meeting that the secretary had confessed to embezzling union funds and had given himself up to the police. We don't know what happened to the secretary, but the union was left with debts it could only meet by dismantling the club it had established 5 years earlier in rented rooms in Pitt Street. First the billiard table was sold registered, but the money it raised was not enough to restore the union to solvency, so the wooden partitions with which the committee had divided the premises into reading, writing and billiard rooms, were dismantled and sold. Then the linoleum off the floor had to follow. It must have been a sad setback for the men and women who had painted the rooms and provided chess, dominoes, and even stationery for the members' use. It was to be a generation before the union found the will and the resources to try again. Then, under Vic Workman's hand, there was a successful outcome. Cooperation with the iron workers came to an end when that union gained an executive of a different political color. They kicked us out, says Flo. But other premises were found in Foveaux Street, Surrey Hills, and the club, open to all unionists, still flourishes today. It is a famous venue for political cabaret and rock and roll music, developments not foreseen at the club's beginnings. Another new development for the union was the adoption of an openly political position on events both at home and abroad. It was Flo who persuaded doubting executive members, who wanted to limit union interest to industrial affairs, that it was right to have a say on broader issues. Leftist euphoria saw a post-war world that would make a fresh start, free of colonial exploitation, and Flo successfully sponsored many resolutions which gave the union support to that ideal. "Dutch ships are black," cried the poster that the waterside workers pasted on city walls to support an emerging Indonesian republic which had to withstand armed Dutch attempts to reimpose colonial rule after the occupying Japanese were defeated. The HCRU was among the many Australian unions and labour organisations which supported the boycott. Some of the union's members had already had a taste of Dutch colonial attitudes towards what they doubtless regarded as inferior races. During the war, waitresses at the Netherlands Forces canteen threatened to strike when the Dutch management refused pies to Aboriginal Australian girls accompanying servicemen. The HCRU greeted Indonesian independence with enthusiasm. The union was later to protest against encroachment on ADOHGENAL land by the rocket bomb experiments in Central Australia. In these and other matters, the HCRU demonstrated its connection to the general network of the left, which gave the advantage of cooperation across the boundaries of individual unionism. A 1948 example was the agreement to share with the Building Workers' Industrial Union, clerks and hospital employees the cost of a joint organizer for the state's Central West, an appointment which none could have afforded and which, with some changes, worked well for many years. 1949 was the end of post-war optimism and the beginning of the hard years for everyone on the left. The union supported the miners in the Great Coal Strike of that year in spite of gas rationing which closed or semi-closed many restaurants, leaving employees on short time for weeks. Union officials shared in the hardship of their members and reduced their own wages drastically for the duration of the strike. The Shifley government fell and the Menzies government came in with a rush and a policy of destroying communism in the unions, destroying the power of the unions, said some, as communism was scarcely a power in Australia. Flo led opposition to the Communist Party dissolution bill and called on members to support the traditional trade union rights of freedom of seer and freedom to organize and determine their own policy, a stand that was maintained by the union throughout the long steel. She also initiated the union's opposition to Australian participation in the war in Korea, registered and was a union delegate to the meeting, arising out of that opposition, which set up the New South Wales Peace Council, a beacon in the dark years of the Cold War. A Cold War was being fought at home as well, on two fronts, with employers and with the rival Liquor Trades Union, which the court seemed to favor in any conflict of interests. HCRU officials believed the LTU to be culpably complacent about low pay and poor working conditions in hotels. Loss of members to the LTU meant the financial position of the HCRU worsened, and, with the union always working to the limit of its resources, that meant loss of some organizing positions. "We were always hard up," says Flo, and indeed they were. The iron workers' offer to lease them roomier premises was welcomed, but when it was followed by a suggestion that they buy the recently laid linoleum, HCRU officials had to decline. They could not afford the £80 suggested as a fair price. £80 was indeed more than they could spare. It was an organizer's wage for 3 months, and they had just had to dispense with 2 organizing positions for lack of funds. Everyone worked harder to make up for the lost staff. Flo was always in the office by 7 in the morning so she could get some quiet work done before the office started buzzing and the daily queue of members seeking assistance started to form. She had responsibility for the general organization of the union, and she was in constant demand as the one with all the award provisions in her head. In addition, she shared the union's advocacy before court and commission and made organizing trips to the union branches in Newcastle and Katoomba, acting as a roving troubleshooter. As a delegate to Labour Council, she, with others, was at this time contesting its capture by the industrial groups, visible squads of the sectarian right wing which were shortly, and briefly, to control the Labour Party. As a delegate to the ACTU, she still lobbied for world unity of workers' organisations, although the Australian body had already followed the United States and Britain out of the World Federation of Trade Unions, which had been set up just after the war. For perhaps the only time in Flo's life it was all too much for her. One winter morning, as she was leaving to pursue into court a member's case against an employer, Flo collapsed. She could not go on. The union president, Ron Braithwaite, a waiter at the Australia, told members that their secretary was grossly overworked. Her present condition could be attributed to the fact that she subordinated everything to the welfare of our organization and the members, he said. They voted to give Flo 8 weeks sick leave. But it was to be 4 months before she was well enough to return. Time was what Flo needed. She would have to get used to the idea that the triumphal progress of socialism, of which she had seen her union as a tiny part, was effectively halted. The new world they had all imagined was still a long way off, but when Flo came back it was with a resolution to keep on fighting. Conditions for the left had worsened in the meantime. The Labour Party, with a Senate majority, had agreed to let the Menzies Red Bill through Parliament, and as though in support, the newspapers were full of communist conspiracies. The communist plot against the BHP steelworks, communists cut output to keep Australia weak, Red agents on wharves, destruction of Constitution is Red's aim, and, with the appeal to greed that has since become familiar, Red's bar to prosperity. It was no comfort to know there were parallels in certain overseas countries. South Africa had already passed a Suppression of Communism Act, and the United States was refusing entry to political undesirables. The latter included a professor who had said he regretted that nuclear bombs was ever made. It was Marcus Oliphant, the future governor of South Australia. Prime Minister Menzies announced that Australia must be prepared for war in 3 years. These events created a unique and threatening atmosphere, but Flo did not falter again. She moved back into a steady and continuous round of activity, stirring executive and general meetings, lobbying at Labour Council and arguing before court or commission. She remains in one official's memory for her fierce and eloquent denunciations of cafe owners who exploited their staff. He remembers a campaign against clubs and cafes that sponsored Chinese staff from Hong Kong, overworked and underpaid them, accommodated them up to 6 to a room, then threatened them with deportation should they complain. Chinese union members informed Flo of one case and she descended on the nightclub proprietor like a vengeful fury. The upshot was that the union put on a Cantonese-speaking organizer, an Australian-born Chinese, or ABC, as he termed himself. Flo herself likes to recall the lighter side of those years, for example the annual union picnic at Bronte Beach or Clifton Gardens. Everyone brought their own lunch because the union didn't have the money for that. We had races, even 3-legged races and competitions. There was a cup for the best team effort and our office used to race against a team of journalists. We always won. The most enjoyed social occasion was the Union Ball, usually held at Paddington Town Hall, with a good band and no interruption to the dancing. The souvenir program would take the form of an introduction to the Union, contain a short history, something about a current campaign and pictures of Union notables with some personal notes. Our secretary, leading the fight for higher wages and better conditions, and you all know how she loves to dance. Once in her life Flo, who had only lived and travelled on Australia's eastern edge, went overseas to a conference. She was a delegate from the UAW to a women's conference in Copenhagen, and it was an experience she always treasured. Trips to Europe, in those days, were by ship and took 5 or 6 weeks, and Flo, far from being disconcerted by unaccustomed inactivity, found herself enjoying it and recalls. There weren't too many unions represented, mainly women's organizations. We had 5 weeks on the boat going over a group of women from various states of the Commonwealth and towns in New South Wales. We were always together, it was wonderful. In Copenhagen Flo found the women from underdeveloped countries concerned with all the problems of poverty, ill health, illiteracy, poor nutrition and housing, those from industrialist countries were preoccupied with the need for jobs and job security, professional training, and child care. Women from the Soviet Union talked of the problems of countries with many nationalities and cultures under one flag. Flo's imagination was caught by the report of a Chinese delegate who emphasized what women liberated from feudalism could do. When she was invited to return by way of China, she was delighted. Her own contribution to the conference emphasized the importance to women of links with the trade union movement. Economic struggles, she said, would determine the future position of women. In her notebook at the end of the conference she wrote how much she had appreciated the unity of women of differing thoughts. Flo continued as HCRU secretary until the union's amalgamation with the associated, and much larger, Liquor Trades Union in 1960, then continued as assistant secretary. The amalgamation move was prompted by changes in the industry. Clubs had proliferated and they employed a large number of part-timers and transients for whom unionism held little appeal. The LTU had federal registration, unattainable by the HCRU. Vic Workman was president of the HCRU in its last year. He and Flo had been a complementary team, leaders in revitalizing the union whose members had once been too menial ever to be organized. Their union had done its most significant work for women, especially those left alone in the wake of the Depression, widows, deserted wives, women supporting unemployed or disabled husbands. Waitressing, part or full-time, was one of the few jobs women without recognized skills could get at that time. During the war years, when Flo was assistant secretary of the Council of Action for Equal Pay, Gina Mote, later Mitchell librarian, was a delegate to CAEP from the Public Service Association. She was struck by Flo's deep feelings for the overworked, underpaid women she represented, women whose life experience she had shared. It was entirely appropriate that their union should have had such a woman as its secretary. In 1968, the year she retired, Flo Davis was named Woman of the Year by the International Women's Day Committee. Her union gave her a testimonial dinner and there were speeches from Union, Labor Council, and ALP notables as well as the Secretary of the Communist Party and the President of the United Associations of Women. They spoke of Flo's 31 years as a delegate to the Labor Council, 32 years a delegate to the ACTU and 33 years a campaigner for equal pay. Gough Whitlam wasn't on the program but he turned up anyway. There were splendid tributes from representatives of every section of the labor movement. They probably thought they were seeing Flo off to an afterlife of knitting and gardening, and did not guess that 15 years later the state premier would preside over another testimonial dinner for Flo to mark her achievement in yet another field. Postscript. When Flo retired, for the first time, she fulfilled the Australian retirement dream by driving round Australia in a car and caravan, with her husband, Eric Clough. Flo had made her third and happiest marriage, with a member of her own union, met at a union dance. Now they visited friends in faraway places, Flo's birthplace in North Queensland, Topsy's small sister in Western Australia, and places familiar to Eric from his younger days when he had knocked about the bush as he put it. Returning to Sydney, they joined the Union Organisation for Most Retired People, the Combined Pensioners Association, and settled down for a quiet life. But her union experience caught up with Flo. She was persuaded to become assistant secretary of the CPA. When the secretary died suddenly, Flo was again, unexpectedly, the secretary of a large, statewide organization. In no time she was back in the old routine, at her trades hall desk at 7 each morning, ready to deal with a stream of members' questions and problems all day. Soon she was making trips to country branches and arranging deputations. "I'm just an organizer at heart," she told me. Flo brought welcome publicity to the pensioners' cause and the press loved her. "Mrs. Clough goes into battle for the pensioners," stated the Herald, "and Flo is fighting for the battler," cried the Sun. The Telegraph put her on the front page. Armed with loaves and stale bread, about 200 age pensioners bombarded a Sydney Social Security office yesterday to protest against inadequate pensions. Led by their secretary, Mrs. Flo Clough, the banner-waving members of the Combined Pensioners Association crammed into the Marrickville office and dumped the bread for delivery to Federal Social Security Minister Senator Grimes. The bread represents the staple diet of pensioners, a diet at risk from rising prices and inadequate pensions, Mrs. Clough said. We've earned out crust and we deserve better treatment. Flo was honored on her 80th birthday at a dinner presided over by the Premier, Neville Ron. She enjoyed the dancing afterwards. But although the spirit may be tireless, the body is not. To her great annoyance, Flo began to suffer from cataracts. She was waiting for an operation when eye surgeons withdrew their services from public hospitals to force higher rates for themselves, leaving the poorest to go without care. Although her sight was gradually dimming, Flo refused to go into a private hospital. It's a matter of principle, she said. We have a right to health care in public hospitals. Then Stan Moran, the old leader of the unemployed, the domain orator who had started her on her political path, took a hand. He rang Professor Fred Hollows, famous for his outback work with Aboriginal people, and, in a public hospital, that good man stepped in and saved Flo's sight. Topsy 2, acts on principle. Degree the petition against MX missiles near our shores, which she composed and wrote out on one of her cardboard pieces, won hundreds of signatures when she took it to Bronte Beach. Peace and nuclear disarmament are her causes. When she heard on her radio news of the United States bombing the Libyan cities, she did not wait to be told the right thing to do. She went at once to the United States consulate in Sydney to stand in silent protest outside the first one of a sizable crowd in a spontaneous demonstration. Soon the press arrived and a world-weary young journalist, no older than her grandson, began to quiz Topsy. Who was behind the protest, he wanted to know, who had told her to be there, was there not an organization involved? Topsy's voice was tart, no, and more's the pity. Topsy is a familiar figure among the young protesters who gather at Mrs. Macquarie's chair, which juts out into the harbor, when nuclear-armed warships sail in. On the last occasion, two young women invited her to join them in a rubber dinghy that was setting out to confront the warships. Topsy accepted with delight and counts their provocative trip round the vessel of war as one of her best experiences. Whatever needs to be done to help achieve peace, Topsy will do it, and continue while she retains the strength. Mary has not the same physical resilience as Topsy and Flo. She is now almost confined to her room, but her mind is as active and her sympathies as much engaged as ever. Degree Mary, still Dowager Queen of the UAW, postponed one of our interviews because she was being driven out to offer help to women workers picketing the Venture warehouse at Greenacre in protest at their sacking after a takeover. Afterwards she reported with considerable satisfaction, that her help, though appreciated, was not needed. The women themselves had organized a 3-shift picket, they had tents and warm bedding and their meals were brought by supporters. It was as though Mary were seeing the fruit of all the effort she, her sisters and comrades had put into work among women over the years. When those 3 women sat in my garden last summer talking of the past, I felt the spirit of the future there too. Sources. Interviews. Rosemary Archdeacon Davies. Albert Amos. Jean Arnott. Flo Clough. Elwyn Cunningham. Wally Cunningham. Bert Davis. Janet Dransfield. Della Elliott. Edna Fagan. Helen Hambley. Sylvia Harding. Jack Heffernan. Noreen Hewitt. Amos McVeigh. June Rose. Edna Ryan. Gilbert Small. Topsy Small. Zara Splayford. Jack Stevens. Gillian Workman. Hilda Workman. Vic Workman. Mary Wright. Peter Wright.